What is going on, YouTube? It is your boy, Faithful to God. And tonight I'm going to be having a discussion with Welch, is a Hebrew Israelite, and we're going to be having a debate or a discussion, however you want to look at it. Are African Americans as a people group Israelites? Again, the topic is, are African Americans as a people group Israelites? Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and let Welch introduce himself to y'all. So, Welch, if you would like to, you could go ahead and unmute and let the audience know a little bit about you.
Hey, how you doing? Well, first of all, I appreciate you, faithful to God, Mike, for allowing me to come on your platform. I'm definitely gonna wipe my feet and come in there with respect. It's gonna be nothing but dignity and decorum towards you and your platform. Like I said, my life. I used to be a pastor. I was a pastor in these Sunday churches from like 2009 to like 2014, and then I gotta remember, like I said, I started watching ISUPK and IUIC, and I realized, when they were saying how we were Israelites, but when I realized that doctrine, I was like, nah, I really couldn't get with that doctrine, because when you talk about other nations can't be saved, and Joseph is the biological father of Jesus, and things like that, I knew I couldn't get with that. And then that's when I started following the Israel of God with Brother Bowie, and also the House of Jacob with Brother Daniel, and also the Church of Israel with Brother Marlon. Like I said, I just started studying those, and now, like I said, now I'm a pastor. Now I've been preaching since, as far as the new understanding that I have, since the Passover of 2017. So I've been preaching. Like I said, I'm a pastor. I have a channel on YouTube called Citizens of God's Kingdom. Citizens of God's Kingdom. Like I said, that's the channel where I post up all my Sabbath lessons that I teach every Sabbath, and that's it. Like I said, but right now I just want to just I'm going to prove that how we are the biblical Israelites in the Bible, the so-called Negroes, and that's it. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Oh, real quick, before we get into the discussion, you're no longer with Israel God, correct?
No.
Oh, but you were not a member. You were watching the videos, and then that's how you came out of the camp understanding, or am I?
Right. I used to attend the Israel of God here in Atlanta. I used to
Okay,
attend that and things
gotcha,
like that. Right.
gotcha.
Like I said, yeah, like I said, but I'm just no longer. But I mean, trust me, I have a lot of respect for Brother Bowie, but I'm just not affiliated with them, though. But
I
I
got you.
subscribe to a lot of the teachings, but some things I may disagree with, like other than that. But for the most part, the foundation is believing in Jesus, keeping His commandments, and that all nations can be saved. Yes.
Okay, got you. Because I wanted to make sure that if someone listens and then they try to chime in and say, "Nah, he's not with us," or something like that.
Oh, I
I
got you. Yeah. Oh no,
okay,
right. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, like I said, I'm a pastor, and like I said, in the congregation that God bestowed upon me is called the Citizens of God's Kingdom. Citizens of God's
got you,
Kingdom. Yeah,
got
exactly.
you,
Thank you.
got you.
Hmm.
All right. All right, so as I typically do on this channel, and whenever this topic comes up, I usually begin by asking the person who self-identifies as an Israelite, is what is your evidence of being an Israelite? So we can start there. We'll start with your evidence, and then we can go into, because obviously you're African American. Am I presumptuous in saying that you're African American, or
Yes, yeah, you're right, brother. You're right. Yeah, like, I'm sure
okay?
you see my picture. I'm sure you see my picture. Yeah,
Well, you could be
on my
you could be
profile.
Caribbean, you could be Caribbean American.
I
That's
got
why.
you.
Sure. Right.
I
So
understand. I understand.
you are African American, and obviously you believe that you're an Israelite, and you believe that African Americans as a people group are Israelites. So if we could start off with your claim first. So
Okay.
what is your claim of being an Israelite?
Well, one, like I said, we can also go by the color. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like based off the color, we can start with that. Like we can go to Genesis 50, 6 to 11, when because we understand that that the that
So
his
you're saying that
Joseph's. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother. So I'm
no,
about to
no,
let you
very
know that Joseph. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Joseph
I'm sorry, brother.
being confused for an Egyptian, right? But what I was wondering is, so this is your proof of proving that you believe that it's the color that proves that you're an Israelite.
No, 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 no. I'm just going with that one. I'm going to deal with the curses. I'm going to deal with of them gathering Israelites. I'm going to deal with the people who's not Israelites. But I know you say you don't really want to go into that. But like I said, it's all based upon one. I just want to establish the color first. That's it. You know what I'm saying, like that. But I'm not even going to the curses yet. I just want to establish the color, because why
Okay.
would we mistaken for being Egyptians when we also know that Egyptians were Hamitic, and we know that they are a dark race, because I'm sure you probably know the Zondervan Bible Dictionary, where it talks about Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor or the father of the dark races, not the Negroes, but of the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites.
Right. Well,
So we have,
before we go
go
on,
ahead. I'm
are
sorry.
you aware that Zondervan's Compact Bible Dictionary actually employs the Hamitic hypothesis in their entry for Ham? And so we know this for a fact because if you look at Zondervan's study Bible and you look
Mm-hmm.
at in Genesis 9:25, it says Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks because most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasians. Now,
Wait.
if you
Okay.
look,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can actually show you an article from Cambridge University that talks about the Hamitic hypothesis. This was from 1969. Now, keeping in mind, if you look at when Zondervan first started publishing their entry, it was roughly around that time frame. They started publishing their entry on Ham, and they were incorporating an idea that is actually found within the theory of the Hamitic hypothesis, which is that the Hamites were dark-skinned Caucasians, meaning that they were of a dark color, but they were Caucasian, of the Caucasian race. Now, I know you don't believe that. Now, also, if you look in Zondervan's Compact Bible Dictionary, if you look at their entry on Ethiopia, they actually make a very clear distinction where they say that the Ethiopians were basically an amalgam of different people, some Semite, some Negro, some Caucasian. Now, I know you don't agree with that, unless you do. If you say that you do agree with that, then it makes me wonder, then how does this correlate with the Ethiopians of Scripture? So do you think the Ethiopians of Scripture were Semites, Negroes, and Caucasians? And if you think that they're Semites, then how are they being, well, why are Negroes and Semites being distinguished if you believe Negroes are Semites?
Okay, well, we understand that Cush or Ethiopia. Do you know what that it means? Burnt faces. So how are
Mhm.
they? How are they considered Caucasian if they had burnt faces?
Because of the Hamitic hypothesis. Again, going back to what I was explaining. In fact, if you like, I can actually pull up that Cambridge University article. And in fact, I'm going to do it right now. Let me just go
Okay, no
ahead.
problem. Okay,
And what we
and
can
real
do is
quick,
and then we can deal with Genesis 50. We can go to Genesis
right,
50.
right, because I want to know because I saw you earlier
Mhm.
on the live debate in the Israelite. You said that Ashkenazis were Germans, right? Ashkenaz, aren't they Germans?
What do you mean by
Yes.
Ashkenaz or German? Yes, the name
Okay.
Ashkenaz means well, hold on a second. But the argument isn't for Israelis. Are Israelis or the people that the Ashkenazis, are they the true Jews? The topic of this discussion is, are African Americans as a people group Israelites? So instead of us going off on the rabbit trail about Ashkenazim, let's just say theoretically they were or weren't, or they are or aren't Israelites. It doesn't somehow now automatically mean African Americans are Israelites by extension. That's not how that
Okay.
works.
Okay, brother, but that wasn't even my point though. I was trying to say that they come from the seed of Japhet, right? With the eyes of the
No,
Gentiles. Oh, they don't?
not all Ashkenazis, and again, that's not our topic of discussion. Our topic of discussion, and I think I was very clear when I spoke with you, was proving that African Americans are Israelites, not proving if Ashkenazis are or aren't Israelites. So our topic of discussion should be placed squarely on African Americans. Whether Ashkenazis are or aren't Israelites is irrelevant. But just for the sake of you asking that question, so I don't ignore it, the fact of the matter is that the appellation Ashkenazi is indicative of where the ancestors of those people were scattered into, whether those ancestors were fully bloodline Israelites or converts, because Israelites did make converts in the scriptures. Esther 8:17, for many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. Now, I think you and I are both very clear that if you're becoming a Jew, that means you weren't a Jew to begin with. And if you're becoming a Jew, then it has to be by conversion. In fact, the very Hebrew term that's used there for becoming is actually a verb indicating something akin to transforming or becoming or turning into, indicating conversion. That's why the Septuagint says, and many of the Gentiles were circumcised and became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. So let's just say, theoretically, Ashkenazis are an amalgam of different people, whether bloodline Israelites or the converts that they made. It does not negate them from being Jews by that criteria. You don't
Okay.
just, you're not just a Jew based on bloodline alone. But since our topic of discussion today is for African Americans, and you believe that African Americans are bloodline descendants of Jacob, we need to be seeing if they're actually bloodline descendants. Now,
Like, okay, real quick though, but that wasn't even my statement. That was, I mean, you went somewhere. I wasn't even talking about that, brother. I was saying that Europeans come from the seed of Japheth, and we see that Ashkenaz are Germans. I wasn't even talking about Ashkenazi Jews. That's my point, because you were saying that Hamites were Caucasian.
but
How are they Caucasian when the seed of Japheth are the Europeans?
what
Though? That's
I want
huh?
you to do me a favor, because I said something earlier and I want you to relay what I said. I want you to reconvey what I said, if you could, in an abridged version. What did I say earlier regarding the Hamitic hypothesis?
You said that some of the Ethiopians are the Egyptians could have
I
been.
said, I said,
No,
or
no, no. Well, Cambridge. Oh, you said was it Cambridge? Is that what it was?
see, that's why it's important for us to listen, to hear each other out. So you're not
Okay,
doing what I'm saying. I'm going to repeat
okay.
what I said earlier was that Zondervan's Compact Bible Dictionary incorporates the Hamitic hypothesis. And what I was about to show you right now is an article, ironically enough, that deals with the Hamitic hypothesis. So this is from 1969. I'm going to go ahead and show it on my screen if you just give me a moment. Oh, I know how to do this. I could just do a full screen. I don't know why I did it the other way. All right, so give me one moment. So now that I got this full screen, hopefully this is going to show. I'm not going to have any glitches, because I usually have little glitches with. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, let me make sure this is the right window. Is this the right window? All right, let me try this one more time. All right, here we go. This is the right window. So tell me if you can see your screen. You can
Yeah, I
see
can
your.
see my screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I want to do is go up here to the very top. I'm going to enlarge this. So it says the Hamitic hypothesis, its origin and functions in time perspective, by author Edith R. Sanders. Give me one moment. Just give me a second. This is from the Journal of African History, Volume 10, Number 4, 1969, pages 521 through 532, right? We go down, it says, the Hamitic hypothesis is well known to students of Africa. It states that everything of value ever found in Africa was brought there by Hamites, allegedly a branch of the Caucasian race. Seligman formulates it as follows. Apart from relative late Semitic influence, the civilizations of Africa are the civilizations of the Hamites. Its history, the record of these people, and of their interaction with two other African stocks, the Negro and the Bushman. Whether this influence was exerted by highly civilized Egyptians or by such wider pastoralists as are represented at the present day by the Beja and Somali, the incoming Hamites were pastoral, quote-unquote, Europeans, arriving wave after wave, better armed, as well as quicker-witted than the dark agricultural Negroes. On closer examination, the history of the idea, there emerges a previous elaborate Hamitic theory in which the Hamites are believed to be Negroes. It becomes clear that this hypothesis is symptomatic of the nature of race relations, that it has changed its content, if not its nomenclature, through time, and that it has become a problem of epistemology. In the beginning, and then so it goes on and on. So I'm going to go to the very last page, and then I'll read to you the very last page, so it's very clear what's going on here. And I can literally give you this article so you can look at it whenever you get a chance.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
It says, the anthropological and historical literature dealing with Africa abounds with references to a people called the quote-unquote Hamites. Quote-unquote Hamites, as used in these writings, designates an African population supposedly distinguished by its race, Caucasian, and its language family from the Negro inhabitants of the rest of Africa below the Sahara. There exists a widely held belief in the Western world that everything of value ever found in Africa was brought in by these Hamites, a people inherently superior to the native populations. This belief, often referred to as the Hamitic hypothesis, is a convenient explanation for all the signs of civilization found in Black Africa. It was these Caucasoids, we read, who taught the Negro how to manufacture iron and were so politically sophisticated that they organized the conquered territories into highly complex states, with themselves as the ruling elite. This hypothesis was preceded by another elaborate Hamitic theory. The earlier theory, which gained currency in the 16th century, was that the Hamites were Black savages, natural slaves, and Negroes. This identification with the Hamite, with the Negro, a view which persisted throughout the 18th century, served as a rationale for slavery, using biblical interpretations in support of its tenets. The image of the Negro deteriorated in direct proportion to the growth of the importance of slavery, and it became imperative for the white man to exclude the Negro from the brotherhood of races. Napoleon's expedition to Egypt in 1798 became the historical catalyst that provided the Western world with the impetus to turn the Hamite into a Caucasian. The Hamitic concept had as its function the portrayal of the Negro as an inherently inferior being and to rationalize his exploitation. In the final analysis, it was possible because its changing aspects were supported by the prevailing intellectual viewpoints of the times. So if you want to know where this idea of not the Negroes comes from, here you have it. And I can show you this in Zondervan's Zondervan's study Bible, in their notes on Genesis 9:25, where it says, Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks because most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasians.
Okay. Well, when you first started off, you said allegedly Caucasian. So that right there letting you know that Hamites are not Caucasians. Hamites come from the seed of Japheth.
I'm not saying.
I know, brother. All I'm saying is that if we don't come from Ham, and Ham, like I said, if Ham are so-called, Caucasian now, you know what I'm saying, because of allegedly from the theory and hypothesis, then where will the Negroes come from then? We definitely don't come from Japheth.
But here's the thing. If you would have paid attention, and this is important.
I am. Okay.
So I'm going to say, before the Hamitic hypothesis, Hamites were known as Negroes. After the Hamitic hypothesis, which was introduced by Europeans, Hamites were now classified under the category of Caucasians. That means before the Hamitic hypothesis, before that European theory, racist European theory, Hamites were identified as Negroes.
Okay, I got you now. Okay, I see what you're saying. I got you. So they were classified as Negroes, and that people really couldn't. It was hard. Even Jesus fled into Egypt. Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. So obviously their color had to have been black if they know that Hamites were dark-skinned people. So like I said, so when you look at that, why are we being mistaken for Egyptians if we don't look like Egyptians or Hamites?
Well, number one, when you say we, you're already presupposing you're an Israelite. You haven't demonstrated you're an Israelite thus far. Number two, you asked a question about when Jesus went into Egypt. Well, how did he go into Egypt? Because this is a very bad Hebrew Israelite argument. The reason it's a bad Hebrew Israelite argument is because the presupposition is that the people of Egypt were just uniformly 100% look like Western Central Africans, and that when Jesus and his mother and Joseph went into Egypt, that somehow they went in to blend in with other black people. Here's the problem with that line of reasoning. Number one, when we look at the historical record of the time, the people of Egypt, what did they look like? You're going to realize that Egypt was a mixed population. You already had Jews living in Egypt at that time in Alexandria. Anyone who knows the history of the diaspora of Israel knows that you had Jews in Alexandria living even from the times of Ptolemy. So you had Jews in Alexandria, number one, and they didn't go there to hide amongst other black people because Ptolemy himself was a Greek and he was ruling, and the Greek people lived there, and Egypt was a metropolis. It was pretty much the New York City of its time. It was multinational. Number two, when Jesus and his mother and Joseph went into Egypt, if you know your scriptures, Matthew 2, verses 13 through 15, it wasn't to go to hide amongst other black people. It's very clear that it was to fulfill the words of the prophet that said, out of Egypt I called my son, which is hearkening back to Hosea chapter 11, verse 1, and the reference being Israel. Israel is my son, and out of Egypt I called him, right? So wait. So look at your screen. Yeah, so I'm going to show you on your screen.
Wait, so you're telling me that they didn't go in there because of Herod was trying to kill the children? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, no. I understand. I understand.
Before you go on, wait, just listen to me. Before you go on, did you hear me say they didn't go there because Herod was trying to kill the child? Did you see me say that wasn't a reason?
No, what I'm saying, you said the only, like, from what I understand, it was like the only reason why he went in there because of
No, I didn't say the
Hosea
only
11:1.
reason.
No,
I
that's
didn't.
what I'm saying. I'm telling,
If I said, if you heard me say the word only, then
I'm
if I
sorry.
did that, I
I'm
may have
sorry.
missed.
I'm sorry, brother. I probably did. It's not a mistake, brother. It's no problem. It's no problem.
Okay,
But my point
so
is, yes, he did go there to fulfill that prophecy, but he also went there because Herod was trying to kill him because they were like, "Who is this? Is King of the Jews?" He was gonna kill all the children. You know, say like 2 and under. So I understood that point, brother. But that's what I'm saying. But that's why they fled into Egypt because Herod was trying to kill the Hebrew boys. That's what
are
I'm
you
saying.
aware?
But go ahead though.
Are you aware that Egypt was being ruled by a Roman governor at that time, and that you had Romans who lived there and Greeks?
That
Are
lived
you
in Egypt. Like, go ahead. I mean,
yes?
because
Are you? Well, hold on a
go
second.
ahead.
Are you aware of that?
That they had a Roman governor.
Yes, that
Because
Egypt in the
because
first
I go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that Egypt from the BC era leading into the first century AD had a Roman governor. Of course, Mark Antony and those people had already gone in there. They had already set up shop. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, if it's not Mark Antony, it's the other guy. I may have misspoken on who the particular guy who led the expedition into Egypt, who defeated um, who
Judas
defeated.
back. Wait,
No,
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 no.
no,
I'm sorry. No,
no. I'm talking about
are
the
you talking about Antioch? I'm
Romans.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Wait, stop, stop. Hold on a second.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Let
brother.
me
Go ahead.
may have been. Let me make sure it's not Mark Antony. I know there was a Roman who actually led an expedition into Egypt before the time of Christ. Actually, give me a second. I want to make 100% sure. Second, because there was somebody who went in there and they set up shop, and that's when Rome set up.
Right under Antioch Epiphanes the fourth, and then his son
No,
Antiochus
no,
the
those are
fourth. They
Greeks.
did. They did. They
Those,
did side with the
no, no,
Romans, though,
no,
brother.
no, 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 no.
They
I'm
did it
talking
around
about.
160.
Pay attention to what I am saying to you instead of assuming what I'm going to say. You should pay attention. I said when Rome set up shop, specifically Rome set up shop. They set up shop there, and if I want to make sure, I want to because I don't want to be presumptuous and say I would say this instead of saying Mark Antony, I'll just be very general and say Rome set up shop in Egypt before the time of Christ. That's why you had Roman governors in Egypt. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you Egypt Roman province. I want you to look at this for yourself so you don't think I'm making this up. And I don't want to use Wikipedia, even though I'm tempted to just pull it up because of convenience. I would rather pull up something. Yeah, here we go. Give me a second. Roman Egypt. There we go. I found it. Boom. This is what I want. All right. So I'm going to show you Roman Egypt. Then I'm going to show you images of what the people in Egypt look like during that time, during the time of Christ, during the time of the apostles. Now, if you could do me a favor, because I want to make sure that I'm broadcasting this on my screen. Right? I don't want to show something that's not going to show up on my screen. Tell me, can you see this? Is this showing up
Yeah,
on your?
yeah. Roman Egypt. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, here we go. Here we go. The rich lands of Egypt became the property of Rome after the death of Cleopatra in 30 BCE. So notice this is 30 BCE. All right, this is before the first century AD. Spelled the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled. Oh snap! I don't know what just happened there. You see that?
Okay,
Right,
it
let me
came
try
back.
this one more time. Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt since the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC. So remember, the Greeks were ruling in Egypt before Rome set up shop. After the murder of Gaius Julius Caesar in 44 BCE, the Roman Republic was left in turmoil. Fearing for her life and her throne, the young queen joined forces with Roman commander Mark Antony, and the resounding defeat at the battle of yeah, I can hear your background. It's really loud in my
No,
ears, man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on.
After
Give me
the yeah, if you could just mute just for a second. It says after the murder of Gaius Julius Caesar in 44 BCE, the Roman Republic was left in turmoil. Fearing for her life and the throne, the young queen joined forces with the Roman commander Mark Antony, but their resounding defeat, that's what it was, their defeat at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE brought the adopted son and heir apparent of Caesar, Gaius Julius Octavian, to the Egyptian shores. Desperate, Cleopatra chose suicide rather than faced the humiliation of capture. According to one historian, she was simply on the wrong side of the struggle. And then it says early relations with Rome. I'm not going to go to that. I want to go to Roman. Yeah, here we go. Egypt becomes a Roman province. While with the end, so I was incorrect about Mark Antony. He was the one being defeated at that time because he was with Cleopatra. So I'm glad that I caught my misspeaking there, because I mentioned Mark Antony. It was actually this guy right here. With the end of a long civil war, Octavian had the loyalty of the army, and in 29 BCE returned to Rome and the admiration of its people. The Republic had died with Caesar, with Octavian, soon to be acclaimed as Augustus, as emperor, was born. It was an empire that would overcome poor leadership and countless obstacles to rule for almost 5 centuries. They were ruling for 5 centuries. That means leading all the way in, even past the 1st century AD. So notice it says Egypt becomes a Roman province. So they had Roman governors. They set up Roman governors to rule Egypt. This is during the time of Jesus Christ. But so let me know if you can unmute for a second, so this way we can continue to interact.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Okay. So when you look at that, okay, when you're saying a province, okay, like just like Great Britain, I mean, just like the Bahamas are a province of Great Britain, but they're all blacks in there. Like that, just because it's a province doesn't mean that the people of that place now are all white. Like that doesn't make any sense, brother.
No,
Just
but
because you're a province,
what
just because
part?
you're a province, that doesn't make you the people of that land.
But what part of Jesus? It didn't say Jesus, and this is important that you hear this. Matthew 2 never says Jesus, Mary, and Joseph went into Egypt to hide amongst the native-born people of the land. It just says they went into Egypt. And what you heard me very clearly, very concisely say earlier, that Egypt was a multinational metropolis during the time Jesus came in the flesh. When he came in the flesh, when he was born of Mary, it was a multinational metropolis. You had the native people there, but you also had the non-native people in Egypt. You had Greeks, you had Romans, you had Syrians. When I mean Syrians, I mean Assyrians. Remember, Assyria set up shop in Egypt as well. You had all these various people. You had Jews. You had all these people living in the land of Egypt. But let me show you some images of Egyptians during the time of Christ, before the time of Christ, after, and during the time of Christ. Right? So this is from the Fayum region. And again, I really don't like Wikipedia, but this is going to be the only one, and I'm going to have to do this quickly, because if not, I'm going to be searching for a better link. I'm not doing this because if we were doing this in an academic setting, I wouldn't be using Wikipedia right now. I'm using this for the convenience of discussion right now. So this is Fayum mummy portraits. It says mummy portraits, or Fayum mummy portraits, are a type of naturalistic painting portrait on wooden board attached to an upper class mummies from Roman Egypt. Now, I want you to look at this. When we go down here, oh man, this thing is not letting me. I got to do it the conventional way. I don't know. All right, here we go. It is not clear when their production ended, but recent research suggests in the middle of the 3rd century, talking about AD. That's when it stopped. But look what it says. The portraits date to the late Roman imperial era, from the late 1st century BC or the early 1st century AD onward. Now, look at what people in Egypt were looking like, to show you that they was national. But by that, I mean more than just the native people of Egypt. So you had people that look like that, people that look more mixed like this. You had people that look like this person who also looks mixed. You had people like this, but then you had people like this. Then you had down here people looking like this, like that, like that. Man, that sure does look like those people in Western Asia. You know, the people that folks from your side claim don't look like the Jews, but they absolutely look like the Jews. Now, how about this? You got people like this, people like this, people like her. You got people like her, people like them. You notice that you have a conglomerate of peoples with different appearances. Lighter, darker, curly hair, straight hair. I mean, hold on a second.
So, okay. So,
yeah,
so wait. So with all the Egyptians, okay, with the Israelites in Genesis 50, and then also
Mhm.
in Moses being mistaken for Egyptian. So now all of a sudden, now you're saying that by them being mistaken for Egyptians, Paul
Where
also
does it
being
say?
mistaken for
We're gonna deal
what?
with Paul in a second, but let's deal with Christ, Mary, and Joseph. So where does it say that they were mistaken for Egyptians?
Who said I never said they were mistaken? When did I ever say that about Jesus?
So
I
okay,
never
so
said that, brother.
no, no,
I
no,
never
no.
said that.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up question. When you say that they went into Egypt, because your original assertion was they went into Egypt to hide amongst people that look like them, correct?
Right. I understand. Yeah, I got you.
Where does the scripture say that they went into Egypt to hide amongst people that look like them?
Well, it didn't say that. It just said that he fled and went into Egypt.
Okay, so then it doesn't say that. So why are you trying to introduce that into the text when it's not drawn from the text? You're literally having to eisegete that into the text as opposed to exegete it from out of the text.
Like I said, for you, like I said, using Wikipedia and all that, for you to say that those images that the people in the land of Egypt look like that, no. I believe, like I said,
That
they
that
were
was that was
black
in the land,
people.
but those images are from the land of Egypt from that time. So it's not my opinion. That's a fact. That's not whether I like it or you don't like it. It doesn't stop it from being a fact. That's the point. What you would
Okay.
have is demonstrate to me that the people of Egypt didn't look like that. And the problem is that I already showed you evidence that they did. So now you're in a conundrum because what are you
I'm
going
not in a conundrum, brother. No, I'm not. I'm not in a conundrum at all. I'm far from a conundrum. Hold on. Hey, what? Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Yeah, I'm not a conundrum at all. Because
to okay.
one, like I said, Moses and he just were all mistaken. So now you have to show me now they did change their appearance from the time of Moses to the
Mm.
time of Christ. Now they no longer look dark skinned now. Like
But
you have to prove that because how could they
before
have changed
we
color?
deal with that, hold on a second. Before we deal with that, number
Mm-hmm.
one, the idea that you assume that all the Israelites were quote unquote dark skinned then begs the question, what is your evidence that they were all dark skinned? Now, if you're saying that Genesis 50, and let's go back to that because you had mentioned it earlier, I don't want you to think that I ran from that. Let's go to Genesis 50.
Yeah, and 6 to 11. Yeah.
Yes, I'm well aware when the Canaanites saw the people, I'm well aware of this.
Mm-hmm.
I used to use these arguments. So when we go there, I'm going to pull it up on my screen. Just you got to give me a second so I can just pull it up on my screen. Right, there we go. So from here on out, I'm just going to keep it on my screen and I'll just type it in so you can see it. So let me actually do it this way. Scroll up. All right. Now, wait, I need you to mute because I can hear your background.
Okay, I'm sorry.
When
Go
the
ahead.
inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning on the threshing of the floor of Atad, they said, "This is a grievous mourning by the Egyptians." And so the assumption there is that Joseph and these people are being confused for Egyptians. Now, if you want to take that argument, it actually falls apart when you actually look at the context, because who was there with Joseph? And when the days of weeping for him were past, Joseph spoke to the household of Pharaoh, saying, "If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, I am about to die in my tomb that I hewed out for myself in the land of Canaan. There shall you bury me. Now, therefore, let me please go up and bury my father. Then I will return." And Pharaoh answered, "Go up and bury your father as he made you swear." So Joseph went up to bury his father. With him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his household, and all the elders of the land of Egypt, as well as all the household of Joseph, his brothers, and his father's household. Only their children, their flocks, and their herds were left in the land of Goshen. That's in Egypt. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, plural. It was a very great company. The majority of the people who are there are Egyptians. 10. When they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, they lamented there with a very great and grievous lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. When the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, which according to you would also be black people who look like West and Central Africans, saw the mourning on the threshing floor of Atad, they said, "This is a grievous mourning by the Egyptians." So it begs the question, if they're looking at these people and they're assuming that they're Egyptians based on their skin color, how was it that the Canaanites didn't confuse them for their own people? If the Canaanites also looked like West and Central Africans, and it was just a bunch of people who looked so much alike that you couldn't tell who is who, according to that line of reasoning. Well, here's the problem. Number one, that's not what this text is talking about. What this text is talking about is Joseph going up with a very large number of Egyptians. So it would make sense that the most amount of people that the Canaanites saw were Egyptians, number one. Number two, Joseph, and I know the argument that a lot of people use as a counter would be to say, well, when Joseph presented himself amongst his before his brothers, they thought he was an Egyptian, except for the fact that the Egyptians dressed, they had a particular style of dress. They shaved their heads, they wore eyeliner, they wore particular garments that distinguished them. And we know this for an absolute fact because when Moses, who was raised in the house of Pharaoh, was encountered by the Midianite girls, they referred to him as an Egyptian, correct? But if Moses has the same skin color as the Midianites, how would it make any sense if he looks just like them? It couldn't have been his skin color. It had to have been the way he dressed that distinguished him, and therefore they assumed he was Egyptian. But the problem even there is that to assume the Egyptians had one monolithic skin color is to ignore the fact that on the very walls of Egypt, the Egyptians depicted themselves in a wide variety of shades, not just dark brown. They also have light colored images. Now, are you saying that Moses was confused for a dark-skinned Egyptian or a light-skinned Egyptian? Because then we have to get into that topic. Which of those two Egyptians was he being confused for?
No, I'm saying that the people in the land are not the Egyptians. I mean, are Israelites. And so if they would look like that, they would have known that those were the Israelites. They would, if they looked like the people in the land right now, they would have known the difference between a Hamite and an Israelite. Looking at the people in the land, like I said, so that's and the people in the land of Israel. Well, I call them the Edom. Well, the Bible says they're Edomites, not Ashkenazi Jews. I can prove that easily. But anyway,
okay. So hold on, wait, stop right there. You just said something very important. You said earlier, who are the Edomites again?
Edomites are the so-called Jews in the land today, and I can.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. Go there. No, you bear the burden. You bear the burden of proof. Let me ask you something.
Let's go.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Number one, are Semites all black?
No, Esau Shemitic, so they're not blacks. What are you talking about?
Okay, so then here's the question. So somehow Esau came out not black, but you're arguing over the fact of Israel supposedly being all black, even though we know for a fact, if you look at the Dead Sea Scroll community, when you look at the way that they describe Sarah, they describe Sarah as having non-black skin.
Where's that at?
Where? Skin. Who made the writings in the Dead Sea Scroll community?
I don't know, brother, but just show me.
No. So if you don't know, no, pay attention.
I'm asking you, brother. I'm just asking you a question.
Sir, I asked you a question. Who composed those writings in the Dead Sea Scroll community?
Who composed the writings in the? I don't know what you mean. Like, what do you mean?
Who was the Dead Sea? Yeah, the prophet. Made the? Oh, the prophets. So the prophets.
Wait. I'm asking you. What are you saying? I'm trying to get. What are you saying? Because I want to show.
Who are the scribes? Who are the scribes that composed that made the copies of the Tanakh and made the copies of the community of that community? Who were the ones that were composing those writings? Were they Israelites?
Were the Israelites composing the what the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I'm sure they're probably Israelites, but what's your point though? What is your point?
Okay. So then my point is that if those were Israelites, then why do they have a commentary, that I would call it a commentary, where they're describing Sarah? Notice I said commentary.
Exactly. I do.
But pay attention. But this works against you because in their commentary, they're describing Sarah as being non-black. Why is that the case?
Like I said, show me in the scripture where Sarah is being.
No. Don't ignore that point.
No.
Don't ignore that point. You're getting away. Wait a minute, Welch. You're getting away from that point. Why would the Israelites do that? If your presupposition is all the Israelites look like sub-Saharan Africans, West and Central Africans, why do they have writings where they're describing themselves in ways that go contrary to the presupposition that you have yet to demonstrate?
brother. I'm sticking to the
I'm
scriptures
not
and
saying
show
that all
me.
the one last thing. I'm not saying all the Israelites looked the way that Sarah was described. However, the fact that you do have Sarah, the wife of Abraham, being described in a way that goes contrary to the way you are angling for the belief of, for example, I believe that you believe, if you think that Esau was white or that he looked like a Caucasian, which then begs the question: Europeans come from Japheth, so do white people only come from Japheth, or do they also come from Shem?
I just said Japhet. I just said Europeans come from Japhet. I didn't
So
say
then,
Shem.
so then Esau looked like a European.
Yes, but he's not European. He's Semitic.
No,
I
pay
mean,
attention.
I'm sorry, I'm
So,
Shemitic.
so can you have non-European people amongst Semitic or Shemitic people?
So we have non-European. Say it
No,
again.
can you have European people? Let me be, because I may have misspoken. Can you have European-looking people amongst Shemitic people?
Yes, you see that right now. The Edomites, they look European, but they're not European. They are
Okay.
around them.
Can you
And the
have
Europe,
can you can you have European-looking people amongst the people of Israel?
among the people, no, no, no,
Okay, so
not the
then,
real Israelites. No,
oh, not the real Israel. So what
the
makes a person? What makes a person an Israelite? The skin color?
it's a nationality. First of all, you mentioned Sarah. First of all, Sarah wasn't even an Israelite.
How
You
do you
talk about
trace
some
that?
Sarah.
How do you trace
Sarah,
the
no, no,
nation? Pay attention. How do
go
you
ahead.
trace the nationality?
Through the father. So what are you talking about? Not
The
no mother.
father,
Ain't no.
right? Right.
Yes, it's the
No, no,
father.
no, 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 no. But the reason I brought up Sarah, and I want the audience to be very clear, not that the lineage was being traced through Sarah. Rather, if Sarah is being described with a lineage, or not a lineage, so see, I'm using your. If Sarah's being described with a skin tone that is different than the one that believes the people who gave rise to Israel had, because I believe that you're under the assumption that all the people look like sub-Saharan Africans until you get to Jacob and Esau. Then Esau's the first Semite that looks like a non-sub-Saharan African, and Jacob just looks like everyone else.
It
So
was
then
two
this would,
nations in her womb. It was two nations in the
but
room. How is
the,
that hard to believe when you look at
that is, well, hold on. I'm gonna hold on a second because I'm gonna explain that very easy. Being two nations in the womb doesn't mean you have two skin colors in the womb necessarily. That doesn't give by implication the idea that both men have to look identical, different. If anything, they looked identical because Josephus in Antiquities of Jude, Josephus was a actual Israelite. Unlike you, who you haven't demonstrated it. That's why I'm saying, unlike you have to demonstrate it in order for me to call you an Israelite. But Josephus, who was a Levite in Antiquities of the Jews, declares in his commentary of Genesis 25 and Genesis 27, he says, "For they being twins," talking about Jacob and Esau, "and in all things else alike physically, differed only in this in their hair in Esau's hairiness," which is exactly what Genesis 27:11 says, "For I am a smooth man and my brother is a hairy man," and Genesis 25:24, pardon me, 25:24, where it says there were twins in her womb. Now, if you go to 25:25, where it says the first came out red, ironically enough, the word admoni, which is used there in the Hebrew, is the exact same phrase which is used in 1 Samuel 16 in reference to King David, where he's called admoni. So it means that if Esau's ruddy, David was ruddy. And if you think Esau looked like a Caucasian, that means David is being described by that logic as a Caucasian, by the very reasoning, the very logic that you're employing.
That's not true. Listen, okay, so wait. So when you look at Noah, and had his three sons. So all three of his sons were the same color.
Oh, you broke up.
When you look at because
Repeat that one more time.
the world
No,
was
you got to repeat that
populated.
one more time.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Can start over
Okay,
again. Say what you were saying all over
okay,
again.
okay. The world was populated through Shem, Japheth, and Ham. So
Mm-hmm.
we got all the nations of the colors of the earth. So you're telling me were they all one color at that time? Because they had the same mother and father. Were they all the same color?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem if they were. No, actually, no. Actually, let me take that
All
back.
right.
I was gonna argue theoretically, like, yeah, they could be all the same color theoretically, but it could also be the case theoretically that they were different shades. Just in the same way, and this is important that you hear me. You're African American. Are all the people in your family the exact same shade, or do you have people of varying degrees of dark and light in your family?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah. We have different shades of color, right?
Okay,
We
so
do.
you would so would you think that Ham, Shem, and Japheth could very well be varying shades as well? Could that be
Man, that
possible?
no, that doesn't make any sense because I'm not white. I'm not Asian. I'm not Arab. Like
No,
we
no,
can't even.
no, no.
Those are
Pay
those
attention.
are nationalities and nations of a people. So
I
to
want to
even
ask you
make
a
that
question.
comparison,
I want to ask you a
okay,
question. Do Asians, pay attention, do Asians, Arabs, Africans, and Europeans, do they all descend from Adam?
yes.
Was Adam, what color do you believe Adam was?
You said he was made from the dirt of the ground. Like I said, I'm sure he was probably a dark skinned brother. But that's not. I'm not even talking about Adam right now. I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about
no, but
Israel.
no, no, but hold on a second. You are what your father is, right? So
What?
Adam is Adam. You are what your father is, correct?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
you're not what your
Go,
father is.
brother. I
No,
don't even know what does Adam got to do with what we talk about with status when
is Adam the
nations weren't even
progenitor?
around
Is
then.
you would know if you would just be quiet and listen for a second. Is Adam and pardon me for using that language. I don't mean to say if you would be quiet. I apologize for that. I
It's no problem.
apologize.
No problem, brother. No problem.
Is Adam the progenitor of all the human race?
I agree. Yes.
Okay, so then Adam, for you, had a particular look. Do all his descendants look exactly like him?
We're all made. Well, as far as like, are we all humans? Yes, but we all have different shades. And I'm telling you, you
So
keep
you
talking
just
about
answer my
Adam.
question. So
I'm
we
talking
don't
about after
all
the
look the
flood, brother. I'm talking about after the flood.
so
Like,
we don't
why?
all no no, but
Go ahead.
you're not paying attention. We don't all look the same as Adam because what you're trying to do is say, well, how can you have all these different people? I don't look like an Asian. I don't look like.
I
Guess
don't.
what?
Right.
No, but pay attention. Asians don't look like Adam either, and we know that they're descendants of Adam. They are descended from Adam ultimately, going
From
all
where though?
the way
From
back.
who? Okay, for Asians come from where then?
No, no, pay attention. Asians, if we're gonna go with that, come from Japheth.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. If Asians come from Japheth, right? Let's just go with that.
Mhm.
Do you believe Asians come from Japheth?
Yes, I do. I just agree with you. Yes.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I'm just making sure. I just wanted to make sure. If they come from Japheth, then you have people who don't look like Adam who are his descendants, correct?
Okay. I'm not
Yes?
okay.
Would you agree?
Yes. Okay. Okay, but go ahead. I'm trying to follow you. Go ahead.
Is it so that it's possible to be descended from somebody and not look exactly like your progenitor, correct? It's
Well, the
possible
thing with like, go
descendant
ahead.
of
I'm sorry.
someone and it's possible to be a descendant of someone and not look like the progenitor who you descend from. So let's say to give you an example, if you believe that you're determining somebody's lineage based on skin color, you're doing it wrong. Number one, I'll tell you why. Say you have, I'm going to use this example, and I'm not going to posit your belief of being Israelites, but let's say you have an African American man who marries a white woman, right? Follow where
Right.
I'm going. When
Got
they
you.
have a child, their child is going to come out mulatto, correct?
Go ahead. No,
They're going to
I
come
don't believe
out
that.
mixed. Well, mixed. In other words, when the mother is non-black and the father is black, so their child is going to come out in between, correct?
No, no, I don't believe that. No,
What do you mean
if the
no?
father, I don't believe that. I don't believe they're mixed. I believe that if whatever the mother is, I mean, whatever the father is with the child, it's just because, just
So you
like
just wait a minute.
what,
Hold on a second. Oh,
what?
okay.
No, no, because you said they're mulatto. I'm saying that that child is still an Israelite or a brother.
What
You know what
I
I'm saying? Like they,
no no no
if
that's not no no but that's not what I'm no no you
you
missed
did
my
ask me that, you said
no no
mulatto
no
mixed.
no no
That's
no
not a
no.
race,
Pay
brother.
attention.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead,
You
man.
got to slow down and listen. What I was saying is that when the child comes out physically speaking, because that's
Hmm.
the miss. We were talking about physicality. That and pardon me if I'm raising my voice, but I'm just doing that for emphasis.
You're good, brother. You're good, brother. You're good.
I'll step away from my mic so I don't say it too. Physically speaking, the child is going to come out mixed in terms of their appearance. Not that we're not talking seed of the father, we're talking about their appearance because you were arguing for appearance. So is the child going to come out having the features of both the mother and the father? Meaning, if the father's really dark and the mother is really light, the child is going to come out an in between both of them, having features of the father and the mother. And yes, having the dominant features of the father, because I understand about the black gene and all that. But is the child going to come out having the features of the mother and the father, physically speaking? Not talking about their lineage, nationality, whatever. We're talking about just purely aesthetically, superficially.
Okay, I agree with that. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Bob Marley. People think Bob Marley's a black man. He's not. His father's German. So you would look, if you look at Bob Marley. So if you just look at Bob Marley and just say, okay, he must be an Israelite because of the color of his skin. So I'll take that back on that. You know what I'm saying? Because he's actually, and just like Tia Tamara, the twins, their father's white, but they look black, but they are
Okay, so let's
actually
go.
white.
So let's go with that.
So
Hold
I
on a
agree with you
second.
on that. Okay, you good, brother?
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is the thing. Are there people today who look outwardly Caucasian, but their lineage goes back to Jacob? Outwardly Caucasian, but their lineage goes back to Jacob.
Now, when you're saying outwardly Caucasian, as far as like what, do they look like a full Caucasian, like a full European?
Is it possible?
Go ahead. You there, brother? Okay,
yes.
You're breaking up. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. If I'm breaking up for the audience, hold on a second. Type 1.
You're good now. You're good now.
Okay, I'm good. All right. Is there anybody, do you believe there's anybody who's an Israelite who looks outwardly Caucasian, but the seed of their father goes back to an Israelite man? Somewhere in their lineage, 1,000 years back, they have an Israelite male on their father's side, even though their appearance looks Caucasian outwardly.
So you're saying going back to how many generations now?
I'm saying 1,000.
How can you go back 1,000 generations if they're looking white, brother? Like I don't.
I'm explaining. Well, you let me explain, I could explain.
Go ahead.
That's the illogical nature of your argument. Your argument posits the belief that the Israelites have to look uniformly how they look like in antiquity, because you don't think that there was actually intermixing, or any other, like you like, are you under the assumption that when the Israelites were scattered, you always had Israelite men with Israelite women, like they only married the women of their bloodline? Or do you think that when the Israelites were scattered, you had a lot of young men who didn't have wives, and when they're scattered amongst the nations, they have to take the women from around them in order to produce children? So they hold on. So they convert the women over to their ways, these women from the other nations, and they introduce them to their beliefs, their religion. And religiously, in the Bible, conversion is a thing. They introduce them into the belief system. They have children. Their children have an appearance. But guess what? Now those children have to take wives. There's not really Israelite women like that in abundance. So they got to keep marrying the women from round about them. If you keep doing that to 5 or 6 generations, they start looking like the people round about them. Say if you have Israelites scattered into Asia, they're going to start looking like Asians. Say you have Israelites scattered into Africa, they're going to start looking like Africans. Say you have Israelites scattered into Europe, they're going to start looking European. So then by your logic, you would have to concede if Israel is scattered into all nations, they're going to have different appearances. They're not going to have just one uniform appearance, because that's just completely illogical. You just use the example of Bob Marley. So why not flip the script and say you have someone that looks Caucasian who has an Israelite man on his father's side, and he goes back to Jacob, even though his outward appearance gives off the impression that he's Caucasian. According to your reasoning, you would have to say, yes, that is possible. But you're saying, no, it's not possible.
You said for them to look like a pure, like a Caucasian. No, they're not going to look like a Caucasian. They're not. First, okay, like Blake Griffin. Well, I don't know if you know who Blake Griffin is, a basketball player.
Blake Griffin is, yes. Of course.
Okay, so his father is white, and his mother is okay. So I'm sorry, his father is black, and his mother's white.
Right.
Now, right. Okay, he has a son. He has a son by a white woman. Oh, yes. Right, exactly right. So now, when you look at the son, okay, right.
You're proving my point.
Thank you. Listen. So you're saying now, so if that son ends up getting, okay, he marries a Gentile woman and then marries a Gentile woman, like you said, that bloodline from that child it's not going to be there anymore. He's going to be a Gentile.
How is that? What? Huh? Where is the blood? You just said that it's by the seed of your father. Now pay attention. This is important. You hear me?
No, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
Your father's side.
I'm sorry. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. That was a mistake. I got you. Good. I'm sorry. That was a mistake. You're right. I understand because that was a mistake. I take that back. Okay, right. I take that back. Go ahead.
So then my question, going back to my initial question, you're starting with the presupposition of look, appearance, which is ridiculous because you're not determining a person who is or isn't an Israelite based on look. It's on the seed of the father. But then it begs the question, if you presuppose that the father has a particular appearance, one, you would have to demonstrate that in the scriptures. And thus far, you haven't been able to do that because you would have to demonstrate that every single Israelite looked like a sub-Saharan African, number one. And you can't do that. It's impossible. There's nothing in the scriptures that's going to substantiate that belief, number one. Number two, you would have to tell me if every single person on the face of the earth is an Israelite based on looking like a sub-Saharan African, by your own criteria, you could have a person who looks like you and their lineage goes back to a European. So, for example, they could be as dark as you, have the same hair texture as you, according to your criteria of what you think Israelites are supposed to. No, hear me out. Hear me out. But their lineage on their father's side could go back to a European slave owner. So that means they can't be an Israelite because their father's father wasn't an Israelite. But they look like you. They might even have darker skin than you. But it's not about what your outward appearance is. It's about the seed of your father, right? But you're using the appearance as the barometer, which is illogical. It doesn't make any sense. What I'm trying to show you is that the argumentation is flawed. And that's what you were trying to use. That you should never use that argument because for all you know, according to that very same reasoning, you don't know if you're an Israelite just because you think, oh, I'm black and I believe that the Israelites were black. Because for all you know, you might have a great-great-great-grandfather who was a white slave owner. And there are many African Americans who have white slave owners as great-great-great-grandfathers because of the evil things that took place in this country. So I think you should recalibrate. You should readjust your argument.
That was just one, brother. I have the curses. I got the gathering of the Israelites because he's going to be the one to gather Israelites. I have many of them. You know, so that's just.
Can I do something real quick, just because you didn't bring it up, but I wanted to bring it up because you didn't mention. We can go to Paul too. Let's deal with Paul too because you mentioned him looking like an Egyptian, and the thing is that if you look at that record, you'll realize, and this is important. You know, Paul was called a Roman, right? He's called a Roman in Acts 23. I'm not saying he was a Roman or that he looked like a Roman. I don't want you to think that's what I'm arguing. No, I want you to understand what the argument is. In Acts 22 or 23, in one of those two chapters, Paul is referred to as a Roman, right? We know that that means he was a Roman citizen because he constantly says he was born in Tarsus. He was a Jew from the tribe of Benjamin, born in Tarsus, right? And being a person born in Tarsus made you a citizen of Rome, correct? Would you agree? So he's a Roman citizenship, but he's an Israelite by nationality in terms of his blood lineage, where he goes back to his father's side, right? You would agree with me,
correct? Way I'm here. The same way I'm here. I'm an American citizen, but I'm an Israelite. Exactly.
Well, I totally disagree with that assertion.
I know. Go ahead.
But this is what I'm saying. So in the same way, when you read up on the events of Acts 21, because that's what you're referring to, let me go there real quick. Paul isn't being confused for a dynastic Egyptian. Oh man, what just happened there? This thing is. Let me do it this way. By the way, you can still hear me, make it sure because I don't know. Sometimes it's. Okay. All right, here we go. So let me actually go.
And real quick, brother, before you go there.
Yeah.
Right, because in Acts 21:38, but we understand because you mentioned Josephus, because the historian Josephus, he wrote of an Egyptian who had led a revolt of 4,000 people in Jerusalem in AD 54.
Who was a Jew? Because in the footnotes it mentions that Egyptian was a Jew from Egypt. So he's an Egyptian because he was a citizen of Egypt. So for example, this is where he led the revolt. So the thing is, and this is important that you hear me. If we look at that and we take that to be a Jew who is an Egyptian, he's not being called an Egyptian because he looks like an Egyptian. He's being called an Egyptian because he was a citizen of Egypt. That's the only reason why.
Whoa. Who was a citizen of Egypt? Who was?
The terrorist. The terrorist.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. You talking about the man that led a revolt of 4,000 people against Jerusalem in 54 AD? You talking about that man, right? You talking about?
Yes.
He was the one. Right, not Paul. Okay, go ahead.
No. Yes. So in 37, As Paul was about to be brought into the barracks, he said to the tribune, "May I say something to you?" And he said, "Do you know Greek? Are you not the Egyptian who recently stirred up a revolt and led the 4,000 men of the assassins out into the wilderness?" Paul replied, "I am a Jew from Tarsus of Cilicia, a citizen of no obscure city. I beg you, permit me to speak to the people." And when he had given him permission, Paul, standing in the steps, motioned with his hand to the people. And when there was a great hush, he addressed them in the Hebrew language. And then that's when he, said what in the previous chapter. But anyways,
Right.
The reason I brought this up is because folks from the Hebrew Israelite side misuse this passage and they assume he's being confused for a dynastic Egyptian because he said, "Aren't you the Egyptian?" No, what's happening here is that Paul, keeping in mind, Paul speaks Greek. Keep in mind that the people that he was motioning to didn't, it's a presumed, let me be more exact. The majority, it's presumed at that moment or in that vicinity weren't Greek speakers. Because notice that he motions and addressed them in the Hebrew language.
Right.
Seems to be the case that most of the people, not all the people, most of the people. Now, why is that significant? Because the person went, and this is important that you hear this, when we go up here, because there's more context to this. Here we go, 27. When the 7 days were almost completed, the Jews from Asia, seeing him in the temple, stirred up the whole crowd and laid hands on him, crying out, "Men of Israel, help! This is the man who is teaching everyone against the people and the law and this place. Moreover, he brought Greeks into the temple and has defiled this holy place." But they had previously Trophimus, the Ephesian, with him in the city, and they supposed that Paul had brought him into the temple. Verse 30. Then all the city was stirred up, and the people ran together. They seized Paul and dragged him out of the temple, and at once the gates were shut. And as they were seeking to kill him, word came to the tribune of the cohort that all Jerusalem was in confusion. He at once took soldiers and centurions and ran down to them. And when they saw the tribune, Paul. Now, what's going on here is there's a commotion. What we see happening with this guy when he mentioned the Egyptian, who was a terrorist, who led a revolt, he's under the assumption that it must be another revolt going down. Remember, he doesn't have all the ins and outs of what actually took place. Keeping this in mind, because I'm going to keep reading so you can see this for a fact. 31. Actually,
33.
Then the tribune came up and arrested him and ordered him to be bound with 2 chains. He inquired who he was and what he had done. Right? Same in the crowd, shouting one thing, some another. And as he could not learn the facts because of the uproar, he ordered him to be brought into the barracks. And when he came to the steps, he was actually carried by the soldiers because of the violence of the crowd. For the mob of the people followed, crying out, "Away with him." As Paul was to the barracks, he said to the tribune, "May I say something to you?" And he said, "Do you know Greek? Are you not the Egyptian then who recently stirred up and led the 4,000 men of the assassins out into the wilderness?" Notice he's noticing that there's a thing that caused this riot. So he's wondering, maybe this is the guy who was leading these terrorists. Of course, you already know that many of the people didn't rock with those terrorists, nor with this man who led the terrorists. So he's under the assumption that he very well could be that individual because of this riot that was recently stirred up, right? That's the context that's happening here. There's no, "Oh, Paul, you look so dark-skinned, you must be an Egyptian." No, that's not what's occurring here. That's to read into the text something that's not there, and it's to infer from the text something that the text isn't actually saying. And more importantly, because I showed you what Egyptians look like, you would have to presume that Paul only looked like the dark-skinned people in those images, when he very well could have looked like the light-skinned people in those images. But I'm not arguing for him looking like the light-skinned people or the dark-skinned people. The Bible doesn't tell us whether Paul was dark or light-skinned. You're assuming he's dark-skinned because you believe the Israelites have your appearance. But in order for you to demonstrate that, you have to show me definitively that the only appearance that the Israelites ever had was your appearance and no other look. Like the Israelites were just uniformly always with your appearance. And that's something that I need you to demonstrate from the scriptures, but you can't. You can't use this because Egyptians didn't, even if you wanted to argue that this is talking about an actual Egyptian from Egypt, I showed you in the Fayum mummy portraits that Egyptians were mixed during that time. So if you're saying that he has to look like an Egyptian, then why not look like one of those Egyptians? Because it doesn't fit your narrative, right? It doesn't fit your narrative. But you have to grapple with the truth, the reality that Egyptians did look like that at that time. That's something that goes against your argument. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I promise you I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to get you to see this logically, man. I promise you. I'm not trying to offend you. I really
That's
want
all
you.
good, brother. No, trust me. No, it's good. Like I said, I mean, we're having a good dialogue. Trust me. Everything you say, I'm not taking it hard, brother. Like I see, we're definitely being civil with each
And
other
and
right in the
I
conversation.
and I'm not saying at all that and I want the audience to notice. I don't at all negate the reality of there being Jews who had dark skin in antiquity, just as I don't negate the reality that you had Jews with light skin. The reason we know this, and this is what I wanted to demonstrate. I'm not just going to say this because I'm just shooting from the hip. Can I show you images made by the actual Israelites of themselves, where they depicted themselves in the diaspora,
See,
in
the
the
see the thing about it. See, I don't have my thing to where I can put up picture because like the Revell Bible Dictionary, showing the image with the Assyrians were like if you look at those images, those brothers have beards and kinky hair. You know what I'm saying? Like they were being led away in captivity. Like
you.
go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry. I'm being
No,
rude.
no, and also like in okay, like we also know that the visage means your face. So when you look at Lamentations 4:8, I'm sure you probably know
Mm-hmm.
about that. Now, what's your thoughts
Mm-hmm.
on that? And also, yeah,
That's easy. So let
that.
me deal with the first thing that you mentioned. So you
Okay, go ahead.
mentioned the Fayum mummy. I mean Fayum mummy purchase. I just said Fayum. the
You good, bro?
the
You good?
the Assyrian bas reliefs. That's what you're referring to. You're talking
Hmm.
about with the Lachish bas reliefs. If you look at the Lachish bas reliefs, you'll notice that you have various individuals there, and you actually see people who have fringes and others who don't. Now, it has been posited by some that you have a mixed group of people there. You could have had soldiers, and it wasn't unusual to have soldiers of different nationalities within the ranks of Israel because we actually see other groups of people assisting Israel. However, let's just go with the sake of argument. Israel was a amalgam of different peoples. So, for example, when the people left out of Egypt, we know for a fact that you had people from the people of Cush that left with them. They were the people of Egypt, Libyans, others, because Egypt, even in the dynastic period, was also a multinational metropolis. Egypt's doors were always open to other groups of people that would come in. That's how you had Nubians that were able to get rank in Egypt. You know, there's actually black Nubians, like straight Nubians, that got rank in Egypt. And when I say black Nubians, I'm just saying it just to, unless somebody tries to argue otherwise about what the Nubians look like. You had Nubians that got rank in Egypt. And matter of fact, one of the, oh man, his name escapes me. It starts with an M. If anybody in the live chat knows who I'm talking about, it's one of these guys. His name starts with an M. It's the famous mummy of a Nubian nobleman. And he lived in Egypt. And he was counted amongst the people of Egypt. And he was a Nubian. Now, the reason I mention this is because this is evidence of other nationalities living in Egypt. It wasn't just the native Egyptians living in Egypt. Even you know this from the Bible itself. You had the Israelite people living amongst the Egyptian people. So very clearly, you have people other than the native Egyptians who lived in Egypt. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's a mixed multitude. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So the mixed multitude was from all these different groups, not
Right.
just the people of Ham, but also the people of Shem. And who knows, maybe even some of the remnant of Japheth who lived in those regions. Because the
Jaffa wasn't in the area, though, brother. Jaffa was in the Isle of the Gentiles.
no, actually,
Yeah.
let me.
No.
I'll
Okay,
get
go
to that
ahead.
in a second. Yeah, I'll get to
Okay,
that
go ahead.
later because we're gonna jump through so many points and then I'm gonna forget all your points if I
No
start.
problem. No problem. You go, brother. You good? Go
Let
ahead.
me do this one by one. So I want you to remind me of the Isle of the Gentiles later, but I'm gonna deal with that as well
You
because that's
good?
in the King James reading and that's an error that's used by people who are King James onlyists. But let me actually deal with the portion about so the people would have left with people of all these different groups and they would have continued to live there. So I am of the belief that the Israelites had a variety of appearances. You didn't just have people of like one monolith, like it was just one template. And people are always under the assumption that when Christians disagree and say that they don't believe African Americans as a people group, meaning the entirety, are Israelites, that somehow we're saying, oh, they all look like Ashkenazis. And that's not the case at all. Ashkenazis are one group of historical Jews, and they are made up of various groups of like, for example, you have converts amongst their mix. They're not all bloodline Israelites, just as Sephardic Jews aren't all bloodline Israelites, just as from your own viewpoint, since you believe them to be Israelites, not all African Americans are descendants of Jacob. There are African Americans who are descendants of slave owners, which would make them Europeans, correct? Would you agree?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Like
this is the
Frederick
guy.
Douglass. Like Frederick Douglass.
My Herpri, I think that's how you pronounce it. My Herpri. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's the one I was. That's the Nubian official that lived in Egypt. So the thing with me is, you had Israelites of all kinds of different skin tones. You had Israelites who intermarried with Cushite people. You had them come out very dark-skinned. And then you had Israelites that intermarried with people who were fair-skinned and they came out fair-skinned. You had all different kinds of Israelites in terms of appearance. And that can back that up, and this is important, you hear me, with the artwork made by the Israelites, because you're making an appeal to the bas reliefs, but those are made on stone. And the assumption is that they're cut, this hairstyle and the beard somehow indicates that they must be only Black African looking or sub-Saharan African.
When Who else look like that? Who else look like that in those pictures, though?
But I can show you images of the very people that you reject, European-looking people who have that same curly hair.
Who reject them?
That
what you mean reject? What you mean reject?
No. Please listen. Please listen to me. You don't believe Israelites look like Caucasians, right? You don't believe that, correct?
But I believe that they can come into the covenant, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no. But that's not what. But we're not arguing about conversion. We're not arguing about conversion. We're only arguing about the bloodline Israelites, right? I know that. Very clear on that. But what I'm saying is that you have men, right? Would you agree that you have European men that also have very curly hair, very curly beards? It's not just only Black people have that, because I can show you images on stone of European men with those same curly hairs. So if you're going to use this line of reasoning, because this is what I want you to understand, I can give a compare and contrast with a group of people that you would say are not Israelites who have that same style of the hair and the beard that looks just like those bas reliefs. And I've done this with Hebrew Israelites, and usually it shuts them up because they're not thinking logically about this. They're trying to make these general assumptions and assertions based on what they think they're seeing on those stone, this is important, stone bas reliefs. However, I can show you images of Israelites that they made themselves, and of the patriarchs that come in a variety of appearances, which actually proves my proves my case. Yes, it proves my case. But this is the other thing. Since you agree with the mixed multitude, so you're saying that Israelites didn't intermarry with other peoples? They didn't marry with people that didn't look like them?
Oh, of course they did. True. Our folks are doing that right now. I married a lot of women like that. Of course, we've been doing that. But real quick, though, have you read Nehemiah 13, 1 through 3? Nehemiah 13, 1 through 3?
I read Nehemiah 13. Yes. Let's go there.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Because you brought it up. Can I deal with Lamentations first? We'll come back to Nehemiah because
no problem. Yeah, Lamentations 4, 8, and 5 and 10. Go ahead.
This is very important. Number one, this is not a good argument as well. I'll tell you why.
Okay. All right.
Start from the very top. You're going to notice that symbolic language is being used. How the gold has grown dim. How the pure gold is changed. The holy stones lie scattered at the head of every street. The precious sons of Zion, worth their weight in fine gold. How they are regarded as earthen pots and the work of a potter's hand. Right? Even jackals. Let me scroll down. Even jackals offered the breasts. They nursed their young. But the daughter of my people have become cruel, like an ostrich in the wilderness. Now, I don't think you think that Israelite women look like ostriches, right? Metaphor is being used here, right? 4, the tongue of the nursing infant sticks to the roof of its mouth for thirst. The children beg for food, but no one gives to them. Remember that here Jeremiah is recalling the famine that the people have encountered because of the besieging that took place, right? By the hands of the enemies. The enemies of,
Nebuchadnezzar, yeah.
yes, exactly.
Nebuchadnezzar, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes. Those who once feasted on delicacies perish in the streets. Those who were brought up in purple embrace ash heaps. Verse 6. For the chastisement of the daughter of my people has been greater than the punishment of Sodom, which was overthrown in a moment, and no hands were wrung for her. Now, this is verse 7. If we're going to go with a literal reading, her princes were purer than snow, whiter than milk. Now, if we
Now,
stop,
whiter means
I'm
dazzling.
not. Yes,
It
but
means
listen to me.
dazzling. But go ahead.
No, but listen to me. But you notice what you just did there. I'm not arguing for them looking white. I'm well aware of what was there. But if I wanted to play games like many folks from your side do and isolate that, I could say, look right there. That means they had white skin. Now, that would be wrong of me to do that, right? Because you don't agree with the idea that the Israelites look white. And I'm not saying the Israelites look like the original Israelites were all monolithically, all white people looking like Ashkenazis. Rather, what I'm trying to do is show you how that same flawed reasoning works against your position if one tries to read the Bible in the way you're reading the Bible. So if I isolate that right there, I could have just isolated that and came up with a whole breakdown to tell you that the Israelites are white, and then gone to the King James reading of Song of Solomon's 5 and 10 and said, see, even Solomon was called white, but of course we know that the word there is dazzling. Yes, that's fine. Here's the thing though. Number one, what is being conveyed here? Her princes were purer than snow, whiter than milk. Their bodies were more ruddy than coral. The beauty of their form was like sapphire. Now we know that unless you think all the Israelites had body like coral and that the beauty of their form was literally like sapphire, what's really conveyed here is this is using symbolic language to illustrate that the people of Israel were initially, the princes more specifically, were purer than snow, whiter than milk in terms of their innocence. They still had not done wrong, and their bodies were more ruddy than coral, and the beauty of their form like sapphire. This language is also used, to say like your chest is like pillars of ivory. This same language is used for Solomon and others in the scriptures. However, now verse 8 is going to segue. It says, now their face is blacker than soot. Now this is important that you hear this. If their faces were already black, all of them, how would that make any sense to say now their faces are blacker than soot? They are not recognized in the street. Why? Because
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
What's not being conveyed here is ethnicity in terms of skin color. That's not what's being conveyed here. What's being conveyed here is because of the fact that the people have been besieged and because they are no longer being nourished. And I think that's the important thing, because this whole chapter was talking about nourishment, right? The fact that the people initially were good, but because of the sin, as you see right here, even the jackal offered a breast, they nursed the young, but the daughter of my people has become cruel like an ostrich in the wilderness. The tongue of the nursing infant sticks to the roof of its mouth for thirst. The children beg for food, but no one gives them. So now when we go down here, we know that there's a famine there. And it says, now their face is blacker than soot. They are not recognized in the street. Their skin has shriveled on their bones. It has become as dry as wood. Verse 9, happier were the victims of the sword than the victims of hunger, who wasted away, pierced by the lack of the fruits of the field. So what's being conveyed here is that the people are dying because of the lack of hunger. They are perishing because of the hunger. That's why verse 10 goes on to say, the hand of the compassionate woman, the hand of the compassionate women have boiled their own children. They became their food during the destruction of the daughter of my people, meaning that the people are so hungry in this famine, they're willing to eat their own children, just as Deuteronomy says they would do, right? When their enemies besieged them, they would eat the fruit of their womb.
Right.
This is what's being conveyed here. Now, you know what would make no sense? For Jeremiah to stop. If we're going with your presupposition, it would make no sense for Jeremiah to stop in the middle of this whole thing, in the middle of his spiel, to stop and say, they're black people. After mentioning the hunger and everything, he's going to say the obvious to everybody. As if everybody doesn't look like Jeremiah, everyone doesn't have the same appearance according to you. Now Jeremiah's just gonna stop in the middle and let everyone know the obvious, like they don't know what they look like already. Like, I guess I gotta remind you guys what you guys look like. That's not what's going on here. You see how that doesn't make any sense? What does make sense is what I told you about famine, about hunger. Their faces become blacker than soot because of the fact that there's hunger. Their skin has shriveled to their bones. It has become as dry as wood. Happier were the victims of the sword than the victims of hunger who wasted away, pierced by the lack of the fruits of the field. So in other words, they're in hunger.
Okay,
Right?
like okay, so when the people in the land of Germany, when they were going through the famine, they were being starved out, and they were scared. Did their parents look black to you when they were starved
But see,
like that?
no. That's
I'm
not.
asking you though.
No. Hold on a second. You missed my point. The argument isn't that their appearance is black because of the fact that so you understand, it's because they're dying. The metaphor here is that they're dying, they're perishing. That's the important thing. What happens to a body when it perishes? What does the skin become? It becomes
It starts
black.
to decay. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't be like that's the point. We get darker. The European, like I said, when they're doing that, are they getting darker
Wait a minute.
when
Hold
they
on a second. Hold on a second. See, you're starting from the presupposition that, and yes, you could actually see people get it. No, hold on a second. Pay attention. This is
red?
important. You
Oh,
hear
I'm
me?
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. No. Hold on a second. See, you're under the false assumption that your presupposition is in view here. What I'm telling you is that what's in view here is that, and notice it doesn't say their bodies, it says their face.
No, it says appearance. Their appearance, right? That's their appearance.
No,
A visit.
their face is blacker than soot. The word there in the Hebrew is equivalent to something in regards to their face is blacker than soot. They are not recognized in the street. And if you want to point out the fact that the King James says visage, the way that it's being used here is what's in view here is the face or
Their
the
appearance, right? Their
of their
appearance.
face. But no, but the face more specifically. Now, their face is blacker than soot. They are not recognized in the streets. Now, notice it says they are not recognized in the street. According to you, if you just get darker, oh man, you just went looking from you went from looking like Halle Berry to looking like Wesley Snipes. Nah, if that's the case,
Whoa. Hold on.
no,
Like,
no,
I'm
but
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
that's how you're arguing this though. That's the point. You're missing that. I'm just using the flawed reasoning that I see here. I'm trying to demonstrate to you why it's flawed reasoning. Think about that. They are
When my
not.
great grandmother was sick, she was already a brown color. When she was sick, wasn't eating, had her leg amputated, about to die. Now she was much darker than what she was prior to when she was healthy, brother.
Could you recognize her? Could you recognize her?
I can reckon it, yeah, but she was much darker because she
So
was
it said.
because her.
So it says here, but it says here they are not recognized in the street. But you're saying you could recognize her. You're missing the point. Pay attention. I'm going to read it one more time. Verse 8. Now their face is blacker than soot. Recognized in the streets. Notice that it says is blacker than soot. So their faces weren't blacker than soot to begin with. And this is very difficult for you to reconcile because from your viewpoint, the Israelites, you had Israelites that look like Wesley. Now, how would that apply to dudes that look like Wesley? If they're already
Time out. So when I see my grandmother did not look the same when she was healthier,
pay
before she
attention.
was sick. Listen, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
You gave the example. You gave the
Oh,
thought that she became darker. You just gave the example that you thought that she became darker. That's fine. Pay attention.
she looked totally different than what she was when she was healthy,
But
brother.
you said that.
Totally
But you said you could recognize her. Here it
But she
says.
was totally different though. Time out. Just like when a person gets sick,
Did you?
who a
Did you just?
person might wait.
You just contradict yourself. You just
How am
contradict
I?
yourself.
No, I did not. No, I did not. It's just like a
Pay
person like
attention.
that person does not look
You're
like
too.
himself. If a person doesn't look like
You're
themselves,
not listening. I'm trying to reel you back. I'm see where the flaw in your argument is. You're not seeing the flaw in your argument at all. That's the problem. You're just trying to argue because you want it to be true that African Americans have to be Israelites. So I got to find something. Look, calm down and listen, because that's how it sounds when you argue that.
I've been listening all night, brother. Go ahead, but go ahead.
I know, but the point is that you're presenting objections. Now, if you want, I want you to explain. I tell you what, you're right. I was the one speaking most of the night. How about you explain?
I can't hear you, brother. You broke
How
up.
that makes sense in light
Okay.
of what you just a moment ago,
Say,
because you
say it
said that
again now.
you couldn't. You said you couldn't recognize your. You said you could. Pardon me. You could recognize your grandmother, but the verse is saying they are not recognized in the streets. That means if you look blacker than soot, according to that line of reasoning, you're not recognized in the street.
Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I know who my grandmother, because that is my grandmother, my great grandmother, rather. However, when she was sick, lost all that weight, she didn't even look the same like how she was before, prior to that being healthy. Yes, I knew that was my grandmother because she was in the house being cared for where I saw her. So, of course, I knew I was her, but she was not the same. She did not look like the same person as she was when she was healthy. But when she was famine, sick, and got dark and everything, she did not look the same. She did not look the same, but we still know it was her, but she still didn't look the same. She didn't. She did not look the same. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Do you understand what a false dichotomy is? Do you
Nah, tell me.
understand? This is an equivocation fallacy. Do you know what an equivocation fallacy is? When
Nah,
you
tell
think
me.
similarity and then you claim that because you assume there's a similarity that it must be one and the same. Now, the problem that I see here, and I don't think you're understanding, is that if we read this very clearly, let's use your line of reasoning. Their face is black, they're black people, but then it says they're not recognized in the street because their faces are blacker, so they are not recognized in the street. It's not like what you're trying to do is you're trying to separate their faces are blacker than soot, and then you're trying to make they are not recognized in the street be a completely independent thought from the one that we just read at up top. Now their faces are blacker than soot. The way this reads is very clear. Now their faces are blacker than soot. They are not recognized in the street. Why are they not recognized in the street? Because their faces are now blacker than soot. So by that logic, they could not logically be, according to you, looking like sub-Saharan Africans if you're under the assumption that blacker than soot is in reference to their ethnic skin color in terms of nationality. That's not what's in view here. But you're introducing it into a text that's not talking about that. And you're talking
Okay,
about
so
grandmother and other things that have nothing to do with what we're reading here, because what's being spoken of here has nothing to do with your grandmother.
it tells you why they're not recognized. It says their skin cleaveth to their bones and it's withered and they become a stick. So if you see a person that was already prior, just say a person was, say, 200 pounds, and all of a sudden now you see this person, he about 90 pounds soaking wet. He does not look the same. He's sickly and things like that. That person does
Their
not look the same
skin
anymore.
has shriveled on their bones. It has become dry
Yes.
as wood. Let's read this backwards. Their skin has shriveled on their bones. It has become dry as wood. They are not in the street. Now their face is blacker than soot. So the reason why they have this appearance is it's not a conventional appearance. It's not something normal. It's not something natural. It's not something that you see every day in terms of the actual natural appearance of the people. Rather, it's something that is antithetical to their normal appearance. It is something that is unconventional to the regular appearance of the people. Why verse 7 talks about how the people, metaphorically, it's using language, people were healthy, now they're sick. But what it
Yes.
says is now their face is blacker than soot, meaning because of the fact that they're dying of hunger, now the people have an appearance that is not recognizable. Happier were the victims of the sword than the victims of hunger, who wasted away, pierced by the lack of the fruits of the field. What's being conveyed here is, again, the famine, not the ethnic appearance of the people in terms of nationality, which is what you're trying to angle for. That's not there. And I'm not trying to raise my voice. I'm just trying to put emphasis so you can see, like, man, you know what? He's making a good point. This doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't, because that's not what's in view in these passages. But you're trying to introduce it into these passages. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Jeremiah 14:2 is talking about the Israelites being black?
Come on, bro. I don't use that, bro. I don't use that.
Okay, you
I
don't
don't
use
use
that,
that.
but it says they are black onto the ground. So why?
Okay.
No. But the reason why I mentioned that in the King James reading, the King James reading uses the word black, and it says they are black onto the ground. So why not use that if it's using the word black in reference to the people? Is it using it? Well, before I overspeak and say something that you're not saying, do you believe Jeremiah 14:2 is talking about the people of Judah? Jeremiah
It
14:2.
says Judah mourneth to the gangs, therefore languish. So why would it talk
Okay,
about Judah?
so what is the black onto the ground in reference to? contextually?
You said they are black unto the ground, and they cry. You said the cry of Jerusalem has gone up. Yeah, yeah.
What is the black onto the ground in reference to?
Well, they're going through hardships right now because of the captivity of Nebuchadnezzar. So they're going through the hardship of being taken over,
But
being
what's the
sieged by.
yeah, but what's the black onto the ground in reference to?
What do pretty much by them welling for the land because they're losing it because they lost the land. They're getting kicked out of their land. So that's why it's
No,
black to
but
the
I
ground
mean,
because
but so the people are black onto the ground, or the gates are black onto the ground?
the city is black to the ground because they're willing for the land because they're being destroyed by the Babylonians. That's
I
what they're
want you.
willing for.
I want you to look in the Hebrew text. Do you know how to read Hebrew?
No, I don't read Hebrew. I have a concordance. I don't read Hebrew now.
Okay,
I don't
so
have to read.
then, well, a concordance isn't going to help you. Strong's concordance only gives you root word definitions. It doesn't give you the syntax or the morphology of words within the text. It doesn't tell you how they actually work within the text. It only gives you the root word definition. Strong's
Now, if you ask,
concordance is
go ahead. Because
trash
now,
when it
well,
comes to
now,
this kind of stuff.
well, now, if you ask me, like I said, now I have a Hebrew Bible with the English, which is clearly it's not like the KJV. It's totally different translation, but
No.
it's the Hebrew on the left side and the English on the right side. I have
Okay,
that
so
Bible, the Hebraic Bible.
this is what I want you to know, right? So Jeremiah, you just give me a second. Quote the Hebrew text. Right, 14:2. This, I don't know why this does it. Right, Jeremiah
Verse
14:2.
4. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna read the Hebrew here. So it says, Abla Yehuda, Ushareha, Umlelu, which means languish, right? Kadru or Kadaru. Now, Kadaru is La Ares, which is of the land, right? Now, in other words, Abla means mourns, Yehuda, which means Judah, right? Now, Shareha means basically and her gates. Now, why is that significant? Because Yehuda is in the singular. Shareha, Lelu, Kadru are all in the plural, right? Kadru is in the qual stem perfect third person third person plural. Lelu is in the third common plural, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe Shareha is also I believe that's actually because it's in hold on 1 second. What was that? This thing just skipped on me. I hate when it skips on me. Shareha is in the also it's in the plural. So all of these are in the plural. So they're all in reference. The subject is the gates. The subject is the one that's in languish, in mourning. In other words, the King James renders black because the word kadru can mean to darken or to grow dark. Now, a lot of Hebrew Israelites might listen to this because the word can also mean to mourn, and they're going to say, oh man, that doesn't mean mourn because there's a descendant of Ishmael named Kedar, and the word Kedar in the certain dictionary says means dark-skinned. But here's the problem. The dictionary entry is wrong, number one, because the word Kedar is a verb. It's not an adjective. And the word Kedar is also rendered mourning in Job 30:28. If you look at Job 30:28, if you have one of those Bibles that have
You
the
talking about Job? You talking about Job 30 and 30 or Job 30 and 28? What you mean?
No, Job 30:28. The
Okay.
word is the word Kadar, and it's rendered mourning in the King James reading. So if you look at the King James reading, you're going to notice that the word Kadar is rendered as mourning in the King James. So whenever guys, especially from the camps who are very ignorant when it comes to this subject, like guys like IUIC, ISUPK, and they try to use Jeremiah 14:2, they don't realize that kadru is a verb, not an adjective. So it's an action. It's something that's happening. That's important. That's why understanding even a little bit of Hebrew, I'm not an expert in Hebrew, I'm a complete novice. But my understanding of Hebrew, the little bit that I know, is further along than pretty much everybody in the camps that you're going to come across. Because a lot of these guys are actually reliant on things like Blue Letter Bible or Strong's Concordance, because a
Well,
lot of
they speak Lakwadash, though, right? They speak a
yeah
different. I mean, I never heard of that form, but they speak
yeah
something Lakwadash because, like, I don't know. Yeah,
Lashawan Kodash.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the fraudulent Hebrew. But the reason I brought that up,
But go ahead, though.
the reason I brought that up to go back to the point is that the word black there, a lot of guys from the Hebrew Israelite side, I've even seen some of the guys that are non-campers try to use Jeremiah 14:2 as a proof text to say, oh, that means that the Israelites were black. The people of Judah specifically were black. No, it's a verb, not an adjective.
Yeah,
you know.
But it's talking about the seeds. So when it happened, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's.
But the point is that. But when we get to Lamentations 4:8, what's in reference here we have another example where the word black isn't indicating ethnicity or appearance of ethnicity. It's indicating the languish of the people in terms of the fact that they're starving from hunger. They're starving from the famine. That's what's being conveyed here. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that these are not proof texts to show that you're an Israelite or that African Americans are Israelites. These are horrible examples so far. Look, I'll give you a one that you haven't brought up, but I'm gonna bring it up, and then we'll go back to Nehemiah because you had mentioned Nehemiah. Nehemiah 13, or was it Zechariah 13?
No, it was Nehemiah. But now, don't worry about that. Yeah, that was, like I said. I want to get to the curses though. That's why I want to get.
That's probably the worst one out of all of them. But let's go ahead and go with.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is definitively going to show you that African Americans as a people groups are Israelites. I'm going to tell you why.
That's going to show you that we are, especially.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but go ahead, brother. You got it. Go ahead, brother. You go ahead.
But I want to answer your questions. So if it feels like I've been talking most of the time, it's because you're asking questions and I'm answering your questions.
No problem, brother. It's all good.
Now, what I want you to understand though is that these aren't good arguments. None of these have been good arguments at all. Well, we'll get to the curses in a second. We're going to go into Deuteronomy 28 in a second. So when Moses put his hand into his bosom and he pulls it out and the hand was white, Hebrews like, oh, you can. So that means Moses must have had melanin and really dark skin, except for the fact that if I show Hebrew Israelites images of people with vitiligo and Caucasian people where their skin completely with vitiligo is completely white, and you can actually see a contrast between their skin. In fact, I'll show you an example so you can see what I'm talking about, because I don't want to just.
I'm not using Exodus 4:6, brother. I'm not even.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying for those who may watch this, because I imagine you're gonna have Hebrew Israelites that watch this and try to take bits and pieces of what I've said to try to straw man me and try to make it seem like I did, or try to misrepresent whatever was said here and say, "Oh, Faithful didn't deal with this," and then they're gonna try to bring out other verses that are very easily addressable.
Okay. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
But we don't got to go to that. So you want to go to Deuteronomy 28 next, or do you want to go to Nehemiah 13?
Yeah, I was just showing you Nehemiah 13 about how Israel, the children of Israel, separated from the mixed multitude, the Ammonites and the Moabites, because they read in Deuteronomy 23. But that's nothing. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, okay, but actually, let me address that very quickly. The reason why they separated from those people, and by the way, just for the sake of argument, the Ammonites and the Moabites, from your viewpoint, would also be black people. So it was black people separating from other black people that weren't of their nationality, according to that logic.
Yeah, they're not Chinese. Yeah, they're not the Chinese or the Japanese. I don't believe that.
Yeah. But because you have people from the camps that might try to listen to this and think that that's a good argument, let me just say this very quickly. The reason that they separated the people is because the people did not convert over to the ways of Israel. The people were taking the people of Israel, more specifically the Levites and those people, away from the customs of the people under the old covenant and taking them into the worship of the false gods. Remember, they saw the people in the temple doing wickedness, right? They were seeing the people in pure abomination because the strange women had caused them to err from the ways of their fathers, right? From the way of commandments. So what they did was they put those people away because Israel was very specific in that if you're going to join with the people of Israel, you got to come under the rules of Israel, right? So coming under the rules of Israel means, in that context, the old covenant with its rules, its law, statutes, and commandments. And if you're going to live with the people, you got to go through the conversion process. In other words, for a woman, that's the purification rite, standing outside the camp, shaving her head, all that, pruning her nails. That was the purification rite. And for the men, it was circumcising their genitals, and circumcision gave you access into the covenant, correct?
Oh, so you yeah, but what covenant though? What covenant?
The old covenant, the old covenant. But let's not
The
get
old
off.
covenant. Okay, yeah,
Let's
never
not.
mind. That's not true. So go ahead.
But yeah, yes, that is. But hold on a
No,
second.
that's
Because
not true. No, it's the
what?
Abrahamic
Wait,
covenant.
No, no. Pay attention. Yes, yes. Before the time of Israel. But hold on a second. This is important that you hear me. The covenant of Sinai. Could you enter the covenant of Sinai without being circumcised?
Of course not.
Exactly. So then that's my point. I don't know why you had to bring up the fact that
Oh,
everyone
because
here of the
go
Abrahamic
ahead.
covenant being circumcised, as if I somehow didn't know that or the audience didn't know that. I think it's a moot point because we know how. Yes, the mandate of circumcision was given to Abraham first, and then it was carried over to Isaac, to Jacob, and
And
then
carried over now, and it is still
actually,
applicable now.
yes, but carried over not in the physical sense, but according to Colossians, the circumcision made without hands. However, we won't get into that subject today. We'll get into that subject another time.
Yeah, let's
Let's
do that.
subject that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
But because you mentioned Nehemiah, I wanted that to be on record. Now, can you agree with me, for the audience sake out there, what you haven't argued for is the idea that they put the people away for the mere fact of being Gentiles. They put them away because the people were causing the non-Israelite people were causing the Israelites to worship the gods of the other nations, correct?
Brother, I know that. I've never. I know that.
No. I know you know that, but you know that you have people who watch my
Oh,
videos
I got you. Okay, I got
try
you.
to
Okay.
make
Yeah.
commentaries who will try to
Okay.
argue and say that's an example of the Israelites just being flat out racist. They were just trying to get rid of those people because of racism. And that's not what happened at all. It wasn't because of who the people were, but what the people weren't doing. And because they were, so then they were put away not because of the mere fact of their ethnicity. Yes, they did use the books of the law. The Ammonite and Moabite should not enter the assembly of the congregation, even though we have examples of Ruth, right?
Ruth,
Right.
exactly. Amen. Facts.
But
Yeah, yeah.
what was the difference between Ruth, and I want the audience to catch this? What was the difference between Ruth and those people? Ruth said, "Your people
My
will be
God.
my
Yes.
people, and
Amen.
your God will
Amen.
be my God." Right?
Amen.
So she
Yes, I agree.
understood to be right with Israel. Right, right. So I
I
wanted that
agree.
to be on. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. So
I agree
go
with
ahead
you.
and go to Deuteronomy 28 because that's.
Okay. Okay. Look.
I'm
Okay.
not there.
68.
No. I'm not there yet. Hold up. Let me pull it up on my screen.
Okay.
You gotta let me get
Yeah.
there. Give me a second.
No, no. I'm so you good, brother. Yeah. Deuteronomy 28 and 68. I want you to
No,
explain that to me.
well, yeah, I can explain that to you by first starting with the context of the chapter because there's a context.
Okay. No problem. No problem, brother. Because we are definitely under the curses. Because we are not in the blessings. Because
Well,
Daniel 9.
you haven't proven that you're an Israelite yet, so you can't say we. That's not talking about you. At least not yet. You haven't proven that you're an Israelite yet. So let's
Oh,
prove you're an Israelite first. All right. So Deuteronomy 28. Before we get to anything else, before I even get to 68, because we have to deal with the context.
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask this question. Tell me, because I want to make sure you understand what's being read. What is the context of Deuteronomy 28? What's being conveyed here?
Well, when you read verse 27, it talks about the curses. Well, in verse 27, it will let you know that cursed be it says in verse 28, cursed be all that confirm not of the words of the law
And all the people
and
shall
to
say
do them.
amen. Yeah.
Yes, okay. And then when it comes to 28, it talks about the blessings. If you do this, you will get the blessings. But if you don't do this, then the curse is going to fall
No,
upon you. And it
but
was
I think you're missing the question. So the immediate context is what exactly? What are they doing this for? What's the whole immediate context for? What's
what
the
do you
whole
mean?
reason for curses? Why are they getting blessings and curses? For what?
For obedience and disobedience
Of what?
of God's law.
But where? Where is this taking place from?
What you mean? Where is it taking place? It's this
So
right here.
what
It's in the wilderness. They're in the
yes,
wilderness right here.
but what it yes, but this is a contract for when they go where?
Oh, into the land.
Into the land. Right. Deuteronomy 4 talks about the land that they're going to enter, that good land that you're going to enter, right? Remember when Moses
Okay.
told that? And he says, if you disobey, then you shall be plucked off of the land, right? In fact, let me do it very quickly so the audience knows what I'm talking about, because I don't like to paraphrase. I want people to see from the scriptures. So Deuteronomy 4, very quickly, and then we'll come back to 28 very quickly, because I want the people to know that this This is actually reiterated in other parts of Deuteronomy, right? So when we go down to 21, here we go. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me because of you, and he swore that I could not cross the Jordan, and that I should not enter the good land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. So the inheritance was the land. For I must die in this land, I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over and take possession of that good land. Take care lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make a carved image in the form of anything that the Lord your God has forbidden you. And hold on a second, let me actually scroll down. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you father children and children's children and have grown old in the land, if you act corruptly by making a carved image in the form of anything, and by doing what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, so as to provoke him to anger, 26, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that you will soon utterly perish from the land that you are going over the Jordan to possess. You will not live long in it, but you will be utterly destroyed. 27, and the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord will drive you. Why is that significant? Because they're being scattered from off the land into an exile. Now, when we get to 28, now we can go back.
Keep reading.
Well,
No,
no,
keep reading.
well,
Keep reading, brother.
he
Don't
talks about
stop.
what.
Don't
well,
stop.
you want me to go back?
No, read
Okay,
the 31.
and there you shall serve gods of wood and. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you want me to keep reading this chapter.
No, to verse 31.
In Deuteronomy 4.
Yes, Deuteronomy 4. You stopped at verse 28, and I was saying you
No.
can go to
The
verse.
point that yes, I mean I could read there. Okay, let me go ahead and read. And there you shall serve gods of wood and stone, the work of human hands, that neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in tribulation and all these things come upon you in the latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not leave you or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers that he swore to them. Yes.
Okay, so are we in the latter days? Go ahead.
But the word latter days can also indicate in the future times, not just specifically talking about literally the end of days that we're experiencing as believers now, but talking about. And
You're
I think
breaking up,
you
bro.
more than anybody should.
Say it again. Say it again.
Okay, am
You're
I breaking
breaking
up
up.
now? Am
Nah,
I still
you're good
breaking
now.
up?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
What I'm saying is that in the same way, you should probably notice more than anybody, is that when Israel was in the scattering, in the exile, remember when Daniel prayed, he talked about that they had already been scattered, that all the people of Israel, the northern and southern kingdom, remember when he declared Israel,
Hello.
he
Okay, go ahead.
literally is doing that.
So
Okay,
yeah,
am I
you're
good
breaking.
now?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up, brother.
All
Say,
right,
say it
for the
again.
audience out there, before I go on, for the audience out there, can
Oh,
you
you're good
guys,
now. See, I
for
can't
the,
hear you now.
you type 1 in the chat if I'm still breaking up, or if I was breaking up. Type 1 if you hear me breaking up. Type 2 if I sound good. If I sound clear, type
Yeah, you
2.
sound. You're clear now, brother.
I
You're
know, I
good.
know for you, but I want to make sure
Oh, I got you. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
as well. Okay, so what I was saying is, you should know that Daniel himself prayed for the people of Israel when they were in the exile, when they had gone into the exile for the very thing. So everyone's typing 2. So it seems that most people hear me sounding good. Okay, there we go. When the Israelites were in the exile, Daniel, for example, this is when northern and southern kingdom had been scattered, right, gone into the exile. Do you remember that Daniel prayed in Daniel chapter 9? He prayed for the people of Israel, for both houses of Israel, not just for the southern kingdom, but also the northern kingdom, right?
Yes.
Even in
Yeah.
Baruch says that even though because for those out there, I'm not trying to use Baruch as some sort of, I know how some of my brothers and sisters feel, but
Yeah. I definitely don't subscribe to the Apocrypha, bro. I don't do that. But go ahead. Go ahead.
okay, so let's not use Baruch. Let's not use
Yeah.
Baruch.
Go ahead.
Okay, but I wanted to use it as a cross reference only
Yeah.
because
Go ahead, though, baby. You can,
a
brother. It's not a
historical.
problem. You can.
Well, no, I'm not using it as some sort of inspired source. I'm just using it as a
Okay.
cross reference.
Cool. As long as that. Okay. There you go. That's all. Because it's
Yeah.
definitely okay. All right.
I'm not using it to establish doctrine or anything like that.
Got you. Okay.
It does
Cool.
have
No problem.
it does have an interesting narrative in there that I think some people would probably be interested in catching. So I'm not going to put it on my screen. We're going to continue looking at Deuteronomy 28 in a moment. Are we?
Because you're saying
Oh yeah,
that
good.
these latter days aren't talking about the days we're in now, right? That's what you said. I want to make sure you clear. You
Well,
said that.
here's the term
Go
latter
ahead.
days is the term latter days can also be used as a colloquial term to mean days to come, meaning when you're in these exiles, which is
Uh huh.
what the people of Israel doing. There, you're going to be. I can go back to it where he says he'll remember the covenant. Let me actually go back so you could. Oh man, I just. Okay, I'm gonna just have to do it this way.
Because
Tell me if
do
you
you
can see
believe
my
the Jew?
screen.
Okay, I can see it. Yeah, I can
Hey,
see it.
can you hear
Yeah.
it? Can you see my screen? Okay,
Yeah, I can see
so it
it.
says,
Yeah, I can see it.
but from there you will seek the Lord your God and you will find him if you search after him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in tribulation and all these things come upon you in the latter days or in days to come, you will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice, for the Lord your God is merciful. Now, here's the thing. If you want to take this as being the latter days, the only way we could read this is with Christ in view. That's the only way.
Yes.
Now,
Yes. Amen.
now,
Yes, I
but
do.
but but if we take this with an immediate context to mean days to come when they were in the tribulation, we do see this. And this is oh man, what in the world? Why does this keep doing this? All right, you
So
can
time out. So time out. Oh wait,
no
hold on
no,
real
but I
quick.
want
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. All right, you got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay.
I want to ask you a
What
question
tell me
because
if
you
you
mentioned Christ.
tell me if you see your screen. No, because there's two ways you can look at it. But I want you to look at Daniel 9.
Yes, I
Are you
see it.
following? because
Yes.
because we know the covenant that's in view. If you're gonna say it's covenantally speaking about the old covenant, we know that Jeremiah 31:31 shoots that in the foot because there's a new covenant, and we know that Christ is the mediator of that new covenant according to the book of Hebrews, and
I
also
agree.
Christ's own words. So it couldn't be talking about their covenant, the one that they're under at that time. It has to be something else. If you're going to take that view, however, if you take the view, see, I'm trying to be fair here because you have different viewpoints regarding this, but
Okay.
an immediate context view, right? If we're looking at it from an immediate context, then the immediate context would be something like this, like the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel says Daniel's prayer for the people, right?
Hmm.
Verse 3, then I turned my face to the Lord God, seeking him by prayer and pleas for mercy with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. Verse 4, I prayed to the Lord my God and made confession, saying, O Lord, the great and awesome God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments. Verse 5, we have sinned and done wrong and acted wickedly and rebelled, turning aside from your commandments and rules. Verse 6, we have not listened to your servants, the prophets, who spoke in your name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. Notice he says the people of the land. To you, O Lord, belongs righteousness, but to us open shame, as at this day, as at this day, to the men of Judah and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to all Israel, all the tribes, those who are near and those who are far away, in all the lands to which you have driven them, because of the treachery that they had committed against you. Verse 8, to us, O Lord, belongs open shame, to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against you. Verse 9, the Lord our God, to the Lord our God belong mercy and forgiveness, for we have rebelled against him and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God by walking in his laws, right? Which he set
Hmm.
before us by his servant the prophets. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. And the curse and the oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against him. He has confirmed his words, which he spoke against us and against our rulers who ruled us, by bringing upon us a great calamity. For under the whole heaven there has not been done anything like what has been done against Jerusalem, as it is written in the law of Moses. All this calamity has come upon us. He's talking about Deuteronomy 28. Yet we have not entreated the favor of the Lord our God, turning from our iniquities and gaining insight by your truth. Therefore, the Lord has kept ready the calamity and brought it upon us. For the Lord our God is righteous in all the works that he has done, and we have not obeyed his voice. And now, O Lord our God, you brought your people out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand and have made a name for yourself. As at this day we have sinned, we have done wickedly. O Lord, according to all your righteous acts, let your anger and your wrath turn away from your city, Jerusalem, your holy hill, because of our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers, Jerusalem, and for the people and your people have become a byword, proverb, byword, and your people have become a byword among all who are around us. Now, therefore, O God, listen to the prayer of your servant and to the pleas for mercy, and for your own sake, O Lord, make your face to shine upon your sanctuary, which is desolate. Oh my God, incline your ear and hear, open your eyes and see our desolations, and the city that is called by your name, for we do not present our pleas before you because of our righteousness, but because of your great mercy. O Lord, hear, O Lord, forgive, O Lord, pay attention and act. Delay not for your own sake, O Lord, because your city and your people are called by your name. And then he sends the angel Gabriel, and then that's when you get the 70 weeks and everything else, right?
Okay, so what was the okay? So you read that because what? I'm trying to figure out. Okay,
The reason I
I'm trying
read
to.
that is because here you have Daniel who's making pleas. Remember, they're in the exile. The
Mm-hmm.
people came back from this captivity to the land, correct?
Okay, okay. The Southern
Not,
Kingdom, right?
I'm not saying
Not all
every,
12
I'm
tribes.
not,
And
well,
it was only 40.
actually,
It was only 42,000 or so that came back. Not all of Israel went back. You can read that in Ezra.
yes.
Yo, go
But
ahead.
here's the thing. When we look at Chronicles 9, you did have a remnant from both of the houses that came back. Only a remnant shall return, correct? So,
But
first,
that's not. Okay, go ahead.
no,
So
but
are you saying that's the remnant that's going to be in the land when Christ
no, no,
returns?
no, 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 no.
Oh,
You're
okay.
misconstruing what I'm saying. Remember, we said that. Do you remember? Do you remember that Deuteronomy has? Do you believe that the scriptures can be dualistic?
And what do you mean by that?
Do you feel that there can be dual fulfillment in scripture?
Yeah, dual prophecies.
Okay, so
Yeah,
can we look
yeah.
at an immediate context and a fulfilled context in its fullness in Christ? So in other words, you can see an immediate context and then you can see in its fullness the true, real, underlying greater context in Jesus.
Okay, now
Do
when
you
you're
understand?
saying Jesus, okay, time out. Good
What do you
question.
mean?
Do you believe Jesus is going to gather the people, Israelites, and bring them back into the land? Do you believe that, or you don't
Jesus
believe so?
Jesus is going to gather back believers from both Israel and the nations. But instead of us getting into an argument about how that's going to happen and all that, we're dealing with the immediate context of proving African Americans are Israelites. But thus far, none of this is proving your claim of African Americans being Israelites. But I'm going to go back in a second. I'm going to go back to Deuteronomy 20 because we got to deal with that. Now, look what it says right here. It says, so all Israel was recorded in genealogies, and these are written in the book of the kings of Israel. And Judah was taken into exile in Babylon because of their breach of faith. Now, the first to dwell again in their possessions, in their cities, were Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the temple servants. And some of the people of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh lived in Jerusalem. Notice that Ephraim and Manasseh, this is northern kingdom. These are and if you take Ephraim, it could theoretically be the literal tribe of Ephraim, or if one wants to argue, it could be talking about the very term Ephraim indicated. Ephraim was the colloquial term for the northern kingdom. Notice that you have Anna from the tribe of Asher in the book of Luke. In the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 36, Anna was from the tribe of Asher, and she was in the land of Judea, right? So you did have a remnant of the people of the northern kingdom, and a remnant from the people of Judah, and a remnant from all the other tribes. Not every single last member came back to the land. Would you agree with that? Am,
Of
am,
course they
am
did.
I
Yeah.
okay?
Right. Well,
Okay.
actually, yeah. Because okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
But the reason I'm mentioning that's because you did have people from northern and southern kingdom in the land. But would you say that when we look at Isaiah, and then I'm going to go back to Deuteronomy with this because I want to make sure that we're on the same page with this. Because I talked about an immediate context and then a fulfilled context in Christ, right? So in Isaiah 44, do you believe that when it talks about, for example, right here, when it talks about actually, let me actually get it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Thus says the Lord your Redeemer, who formed you from the womb. This is Isaiah 44 and starting at 24.
Okay.
I am the Lord who made all things, who alone stretched out the heavens, who spread out the earth by myself, who frustrates the sign of liars and makes fools of diviners. By the way, you can see my screen because I want to make sure everyone can see my screen as well.
Yeah, I can see it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Diviners, and who turns wise men back, and who makes their knowledge foolish, who confirms the word of his servant, and who fulfills the counsel of his messengers, who says of Jerusalem, she will be inhabited, and the cities of Judah, they shall be built, and I will raise up their ruins, and who says to the deep, be dry, and will dry up your rivers, who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he shall fulfill all my purpose, saying of Jerusalem, she shall be built, and of the temple, your foundations shall be laid. So do you agree when we read this and then we read 45 that this is talking about return to the land for the people in that time? You agree with this?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we're on record that when you see many of those words in Deuteronomy, in the book of Deuteronomy and in the book of the laws, that there has to be people at that time coming back to the land. So we're not missing that and making it all hyper future. Like there's nothing that actually took place in the past, and there were actually things that did take place in the past. Because some Hebrew Israelites will act as if nothing took place in the past and everything is just all hyper future. Like everything has to be fulfilled in the utter future. Like the people of Israel coming back to the land doesn't have any kind of fulfillment whatsoever. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, but I see what you're saying. But the point is, when
And
you're
I'm not arguing for Ashkenazis or anything like that. This is purely the people at that time. That's what I'm referring to. I don't want you to think that I'm somehow trying to angle for Ashkenazis or anything like that. I'm talking about, you believe that people did come back to the land, right? And that was prophetically spoken, that the people would return to the land, correct?
Yeah. Ezra said about 42,000 went back. Yes, I agree. Yes.
Okay, I'm
Nehemiah,
just
Ezra,
making sure. I just wanted to make sure
yeah.
because some Hebrew Israelites agree with that.
So talk about real quick.
Some do not actually agree with you.
So do you believe when it read Isaiah 14:1 that was referring to the Babylonian captivity?
I explained it in the video that it is number one, there's an immediate context. Remember we talked about this just a moment ago? The immediate context is talking about the return from the Babylonian captivity, because I can show you in other passages that word Jacob is also used in reference, and Israel is used in reference to Judah in the book of Isaiah. But what I wanted you to know, and this is important, is that it wasn't just the people of Judah, because we just saw in First Chronicles that people from the northern kingdom also came back. The reason why I'm bringing that up, the reason why I'm even mentioning that, is because of the fact that if people come back and then go and then come back, you got to have people from, because how would you have Anna from the tribe of Asher in the land of Judea if I'm not, for the sake of argument, if nobody from the northern kingdom came back. Now you agree people from the northern kingdom came back, right? Not all, but people.
Right, I'm about to say, yeah, because because when they were taken out in 722 BC by the Assyrians, as a nation, they never went back into the land as a nation. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like you said, if you said a few went
say
back,
say that one more time.
2 Kings 17, when the Assyrians in 722 BC they took the northern kingdom out and they put them in their land, right? Do we agree with that? 2 Kings 17. You want to read that? You want to go there because
say that. No, I know about 2 Kings from the king of from the 5 cities, the people of Samaria. Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, but hold on a second. But hold on a second. When the people came back to the land, right, from northern and southern kingdom, they came back to the land, and the land, because obviously the dominant tribe was Judah. You know, there's prophetic significance to that in the Old Covenant as well. The people of Judah were the primary tribe, so the land was named Judah after them, right? But
the southern kingdom.
No, pay attention.
Because Samaria was. Go ahead.
Pay attention. During the time of Christ, there was no concept of northern southern kingdom. Northern southern kingdom happens when the kingdom splits. It was a unified kingdom that splits, right? Then you have the people of the north, which were being ruled by Jeroboam. And then you had Solomon's son ruling people in the south. Right.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
So then what ends up happening is first the people of the north go into captivity, right? That the northern half, the northern kingdom of Israel goes into captivity. The southern kingdom, which both of them were split. Remember, these are 2 separate kingdoms being ruled by separate rulers.
Right.
The first to go into captivity was the northern kingdom. We know that for a fact. And they went in several waves. And so did the southern kingdom. When their time came, they went into several waves. When land, they're coming back to the land under the name of Judah, remnant from Judah, remnant from the northern kingdom. That means you had the people of Levi, Benjamin, Judah, plus you had some of the remnant of the northern kingdom. Not all the people of Levi, Benjamin, and Judah, because that would be illogical to say that all of them came back, right? It was the remnant of south and the remnant from the north, and that remnant together made the kingdom of Judah during the time leading all the way into the period of Christ, because you had people from the northern tribes and the southern tribes together, not all, but together as a remnant in the land. That's what I'm arguing for. But I'm telling you that
I don't agree with.
But that's what the Bible says. That's not just me making.
2 Kings 17, like I said. So you're saying, like, in Samaria, are you saying that those, like you said, because you said it was some Israel?
No. Pay attention. When this is important that you hear me, because I don't want you to be presumptuous and assume what I'm saying. I am saying that the remnant from both houses came back to the land. A remnant from both houses. Do you agree with that? A remnant. Did a remnant come back? Because that's what we read in Chronicles. First Chronicles 9 tells us.
Yeah. But go ahead, because I mean.
So do you agree that it was? But do you agree that it was a remnant that came back?
It just says Ephraim and Manasseh. Okay,
I'm not saying all the.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you're right. Like you said, but when you're saying, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
But I think you're missing the point. The point, I didn't say all the people. So are you under the assumption that all the people of Judah came back?
No, that's my point. I just told you 42,000, man. I said 40,000 like 3 times.
Yes. So my point was to say that you had a remnant from Judah, and you also had a remnant from these people of the north, collectively making a people in the land of Israel. And this is important that you hear me when I say the people of Israel. Yes, I know northern southern kingdom, that it was the north that was known as Israel and the south was known as Judah. What I mean is that the people were still referred to as Israel. That's why it says, and all Israel dwelled in their cities in the book of Ezra. All Israel, meaning of the people of Israel, correct? Would you agree?
Say it again now. You said what? You said all the
in the book of Ezra. In Ezra, the last verse of Ezra chapter 2, it says, and all Israel dwelled in their cities. All Israel is in reference to the remnant. Would you agree that that's in reference to the remnant?
Yes. As far as that dwelled in the cities of you talking about right. Go ahead.
So we understand all Israel to be the remnant, correct?
How can all Israel be a remnant, brother?
Oh, goodness gracious! What do you mean? How can all?
Right. You just said all Israel.
So pay attention. Hold on a second. Stop. Hold on. Wait. When the Bible in the New Testament, when the New Testament says, and all Israel shall be saved, but then it says only a remnant shall be saved, is all Israel in reference to a remnant?
Yeah, when it says all Israel, the ones that believe and the ones that take hold of the covenant, those gonna be the ones that are saved.
Okay, so then when we see the word all, it can be in reference to a remnant, correct?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm asking.
I'm listening.
No, I'm just making sure if you agree with that.
I'm just saying, like, it depends on the context that you're using in. That's all. Like I said, but as far as going back to the land, there was only a remnant that went back to the land. Yes.
Okay, I want to show you something.
Ezra 2:64 said it was 42,300.
Yes, I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
And it says, and all the rest of Israel in their towns. Your King James reads, in all Israel in their towns. That's why I mentioned all Israel. And all the rest of Israel in their towns. All the rest, the remnant of Israel, correct?
And where are you at now? And what are you reading?
This is Ezra 2:70.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. When it says in your King James, all Israel, you would understand all Israel to be the remnant of Israel, correct? Notice it says here, look, if you look at the footnote, it says here, when you type C, it says all Israel. That's literally how it reads in the Hebrew, and all Israel in their towns. So when it says all Israel, it's talking about the remnant, correct?
Right, yeah.
It's not literally saying a single Israelite. Yes, right?
Yes. But it gave us a number, though. It gave us a number in verse 64, though. But go ahead. It gave us a specific number, though. That's
okay.
My point, I'm ready. But go ahead.
So then now that we read that, I wanna show you here. Go back here. First Chronicles 9 says, First Chronicles chapter 9. So all Israel was recorded in genealogies, and these are written in the book of the kings of Israel. And Judah was taken into exile in Babylon because of their breach of faith. Now the first to dwell again in their possessions, in their cities, were Israel. Notice it says were Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the temple servants, and some of the people of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh lived in Jerusalem. So you had people from Ephraim and Manasseh, that's northern kingdom, living in Jerusalem, along with the remnant of Judah, Benjamin, and the Levites, because we saw the Levites in view there. So would you agree that you had a remnant from north and south living in the land from the return from the exiles? Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
A remnant. That's all I wanted. That's all. So when we can say all Israel is in reference to a remnant. That's all I was saying. I didn't want there to be complication, because if I happen to bring up something later, I don't want it to be like, oh man, why did you say that? Where does it say that in the scriptures? And so what I want to do now is go to Deuteronomy. Oh man, I can't even type a word right now. Hold on. Deuteronomy 28. We're gonna go right back. All right. So now let's look at this, right? I believe there's an immediate context that we should consider with all the other scriptures. We have to reconcile the scriptures. We cannot ignore these other scriptures and then pretend that they're not there. We need to reconcile the scriptures. There has to be an immediate context and a grand fulfilled context in Christ Jesus, right? Would you agree? For many of these things, not every.
Now I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean? What do you mean by all this stuff is being fulfilled in Jesus? Though, like, what is that supposed to mean? I don't explain that to me.
But what that means is that when the people came back to the land, you would agree that Messiah has still not come, and ultimately, the Messiah, Jesus Christ, said that the law, the prophets, and the Psalms all spoke of him. Right.
Right.
So when they speak of him, for example, when Moses says a prophet from among your brethren, we believe that's talking about the Messiah, because the New Testament mentions that being about the Messiah, correct?
I agree.
Right. And so Isaiah 53, we believe that to be about the Messiah, because again, the New Testament bears witness that it's about the Messiah.
I agree.
Now, the thing is, when you look at the contexts, right? Like, for example, I believe Isaiah 53 is talking about the Messiah. I believe that Deuteronomy 18 is talking about the Messiah. I'm sure, though, while those are in reference very clearly to the Messiah, there were other things in the scriptures, like Hosea 11 and 1. Now, if you would have lived in the time of Israel, right? If you would have read this, right? If you would have read, oh man, we say we're going to deal with Deuteronomy, and then we don't. When we look at Hosea 11 and verse 1, it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." There was an immediate context that deals with the people coming out from the land of Egypt, right? This is during the time of Moses, the people going through the Red Sea. There's an immediate context that's talking about the people leaving Egypt, going back into the land. This is Hosea recounting that, recollecting on what had already occurred, right, from the past, right?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. He said, Israel's my firstborn. Yeah, exactly.
And I call them, and out of Egypt I called my son. But yet Matthew quotes this and applies this to Jesus, because there's a symbology here. Jesus is ultimately the true Israel. He's the true Israel because he went into Egypt, right? Joseph, Mary, and then what does he do? Because if we take, let's go with this, because I know a lot of Hebrew Israelites like to use this. Let's say Egypt means house of bondage, right? Which is what the scripture says it means. It means house of bondage, right? And let's take it metaphorically, because a lot of Hebrew Israelites will say it's metaphorical, right? What's the true bondage according to Christ Jesus himself? The bondage of sin, your slavery, you're in captivity to your sin.
I agree with that.
You're a slave, right? So he says, the servant abideth in the house forever, but the son abideth ever. Therefore, if the son shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. So our Messiah went into Egypt to break the chains of the bondage of the spiritual Egypt, so that people would have life everlasting in him, right? Would you agree with that?
I agree. Yes.
So then we can look at this. There's an immediate context that deals with the people of Israel, as we see in the book of Exodus, right? And then there's a fulfilled true context that's found in Christ Jesus, where these words are really about him, showing that he's the true Israel, the one that delivers, the one that breaks the chains of the spiritual Egypt. Would you agree?
I agree. Yes, of course.
So this is what I'm saying when I'm presenting this to you. I'm showing you that there's an immediate context and there's a fulfilled context. So let me go back to Deuteronomy 28. Now, this is the immediate context of Deuteronomy 28, right?
Okay.
And if you faithfully obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God. So he says, blessed shall you be in the city. What city? Their cities. Blessed shall you be in the field. What fields? Their fields. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground and the fruit of your cattle and the increase of your herds and the young of your flock. He's referring to the land, because when he says your cities, when he says the fruit of your womb, the fruit of your ground, clearly this is in reference to the land, hence Deuteronomy 4, right? As we
Okay.
continue, and I'm not going to read all this because I'll be here a very long
Right.
time.
I understand.
What I want to do is I want to go down to verse 12. Here we go. Actually, no, not verse 12. It was verse 11. And the Lord will make you abound in prosperity in the fruit of your womb, in the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, within the land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give you. So what do we see from 15 to 68? A reversal of all these things. So it goes from being blessed in the land to cursed in the land. It goes from being blessed in the field to cursed in the field. What field? Their fields. Not the fields of their enemies, their own fields. That's why it says you will plant a vineyard and you will not enjoy it. Obviously, because their enemies would come and besiege them and they would take them into the exile, right? And they would eat their crops and they would take advantage of their land because they wouldn't be there to till the ground and do everything else they had to do, because their enemies would be there, in this case, the Babylonians and the Assyrians, right? Or the Assyrians and the Babylonians, to be more chronologically correct. So what we see here is a reversal when we start looking at this, because remember it says your land, your ground. So when we look at 15, right? Oh, I just skipped ahead. Here we go. 18. Oh, pardon me. 16. Cursed shall you be in the city. What city? Their city. Cursed shall you be in the field. What field? Their field. Cursed shall be the basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed shall be the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your ground and the increase of your herds and the young of your flock. 19. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. Talking about if you disobey, you're just going to be cursed and destroyed. Now, this is important. 21. The Lord will make you perish. The Lord will make the pestilence stick to you until he has consumed you off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. Now, all of these things we notice happening all throughout the Old Testament. You know, when we start reading all the books, you know, Judges, Kings, everything, bro. Like it's bad. It's looking real bad for the people. The reason why it's significant is because you're going to notice in the land, you'll be plucked from off the land. The reason this isn't talking about African Americans to captivity. Okay, they were taken from the west coast of. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You good? Go ahead, brother.
West and Central Africans weren't taken from the land of Israel. They were taken from the west coast of Africa into the Americas. Now, this isn't saying they're going to go from a captivity into this other captivity. This is saying they're going to go from the land. He's going to pluck them from the land. That's what's being conveyed here.
Okay. So when Jesus says in Luke 21:24
that you shall be scattered into all nations until the time.
Exactly.
Yes, but where did that take place from? If you start from 20, it takes place from Jerusalem.
Exactly.
The land.
Exactly.
But here's the point. The argument from your side is that Deuteronomy 28:68 is talking about west coast of Africa. How could that the west coast of Africa? Hold on.
But what is that talking about? Explain it to me. That's all. Explain it. Explain it to me. What is it? Explain it to me. Go ahead.
I'm explaining. I'm gonna explain it to you. If you start from, well, I mean, if you let me explain, I could explain.
Bro, it's like a delay, brother. So chill out, man. It's good. I'm listening to you.
Oh, my bad, man. I didn't know. You know, I didn't. Yo, my bad, bro.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh yeah, there is a delay. Yeah, you're right. There is a delay. Hold on a second. Let me do something.
I'm listening, brother. Oh, okay.
Hopefully this is better. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, so so what I wanted to explain to you is that when you look at 63 flows right into 68.
Let's read it.
I'd like to do is they'll try to pretend that 63 doesn't flow into 68. They think that this scattering takes place and then there's another scattering that takes place at 68. No, it's the other way around. 63 and 68 is one long curse. Start in that Egypt, and this is important because the Egypt is where the beginning, this is what's going to seem a little tricky. This part right here is the starting point of this part right here. going into 64, when it says, and the Lord will scatter you among all peoples, it's from the land. But starting from this point here, and the Lord will bring you again in ships to Egypt. Now, here's the problem. Folks from your side will say, well, that Egypt is talking about bondage. It's talking about just generic bondage, like any kind of bondage, right? But it's bring you again in ships to Egypt, a journey that I promised that you should never make again. Because there was earlier in Deuteronomy when he told them that, you know, they would not see that land again if, this is important, if they obeyed his voice. Now he's telling them,
hold up. Say that again.
Yes.
Read that again.
If they obey his voice.
Read that to me. Read that.
Oh, so you're saying that very quickly. Well, hold on a second. Oh,
okay, go ahead.
Instead of jumping the gun and getting excited, I will ask you this question. Did the Lord take them out of the land of Egypt? Yes?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so here, what is he saying? Because this is what I'm referring to, 68, because I'm combining that you won't see it again with what he's saying here through Moses. And the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey that I promised that you should never make again. Now, he said that they wouldn't go through the sea, right? He wouldn't part the sea, so they would have to go through, because that's how they went from the land of Egypt into the other side of the land and then making their way into the wilderness until they got to the land of Canaan, correct? He split the sea so they could go through that land all the way to the other side, right? They didn't go through water. They went through the land, splitting the water, right? Now, what does he say? You're going to go back to Egypt, but this time on ships, through the way that I said you wouldn't see again. But so in a sense, he's right. They wouldn't go the same way. They're not going on foot with the sea being split. Now they're going back through the sea on ship to the very same place that he took them out of. So he's saying, and the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt. This is important. Will bring you back in ships to Egypt. A journey that I promised that you should never make again. And there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, going to the law of servitude in Leviticus 25.
Yes, exactly.
Could buy themselves out of their servitude, and they could go into servitude, you know, to escape their poverty, their famine, their hunger, because someone would provide for them. But he's telling them, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyers, meaning no one is going to redeem you from this situation.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. Now, where we see this occurring, and you could look at it dualistically, because you could, well, I wouldn't say dualistically. You could look at it happening. You could look at this happening in a, how would I explain this to you? How would I explain it? Here we go. We can look at a literal fulfillment in the time of, and this is important, in the times of Josephus and in 135 AD with the failed Simon Bar Kokhba revolt. How do we know this for a fact? We know that Titus sent Israelites to the Egyptian mines. What was the quickest way to send people to the Egyptian mines? It was to send them on slave ships. You can look this up if you don't believe me, because I will literally pull up the source if you don't believe me, that literally says Romans shipped their slaves in the provinces. Egypt was a province of Rome at that time. They would ship their slaves to the provinces, which would have included Egypt. And the fastest way to get slaves transported in those days was through ship. It was easier than just walking them through the desert, because if you do it that way, you risk the possibility and the probability of the people running away or something happening. You can always risk that. It's easier to have them on ships where it's a much, much harder job. They have to jump overboard to escape. Now, this is important. We also see this in 135 AD with the failed Simon Bar Kokhba revolt. Why is that significant? Because the siege of Jerusalem was just the siege of the capital of Jerusalem. You still had people on the land, and they tried later on in history to take back the capital from the Romans, who had set up shop, because the Romans, they stopped dealing with the Herodian dynasty, and they just said, look, we're just going to set up shop. That's it. And they called it, what's the name of that? They called Jerusalem capital. Actually, you know what? I think it's Capitolina, I think is what they called it, something Capitolina. So they renamed Jerusalem. So during the time of Simon Bar Kokhba, and I could show you this right now if you don't believe me, he literally set up a revolt against the people to try to take back Jerusalem so they could build the temple again. He was claimed to be the Messiah because the people who were doing this were obviously people who had rejected Christ as Messiah, and they tried to make him the Messiah because he was from the tribe of Judah. They tried to read the scripture in Numbers that says a star shall come out of Judah, and they tried to apply that to him when we know that's really about Christ. What they ended up doing was he ended up fighting against Hadrian, the Emperor Hadrian and the Romans. They won several battles and they got excited because, oh man, he's fulfilling the purpose, because the people wanted a military leader. They didn't want, this man Jesus who came on a donkey, humble, not knowing, right? So what ended up happening was the people wanted this military leader to come in there, set up shop, and then they got crushed. As soon as they started trying to make him the Messiah, they got crushed. They got destroyed. And what ended up happening? Hadrian ended up sending the people into Egypt on slave ships. And there they were destroyed in the arenas. As a matter of fact, Jerome recounts this. Goodness, where's that? I'm going to tell you. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to send it to you because off the top of the head, I know it's Heronium, I think is what it was called. It was something like that. It's some writing that Jerome was a Christian who was a Roman who had access to a lot of these records that obviously no longer exist because you already know how it is with some of these old artifacts. But he recounts it in one of his own writings where he says that Hadrian took those people, the last overthrows, and then he ended up basically either selling them into slavery or sending them on slave ships to Egypt to be destroyed in the Colosseums in Egypt.
Real quick, brother, real quick. I'm sorry. Can you read? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But now this is the thing. There you have a literal fulfillment. Going back in literal ships, literal Egypt. No one bought them because they were destroyed. Not every single last person, because the Lord said he would destroy Jacob, but not utterly destroy Jacob. That's important. He said that in Amos, right? He would say he wouldn't utterly destroy all the Israelites. He would keep a remnant. There was always going to be a remnant. But here's the important thing. Do you realize if we look at Deuteronomy 4, it can't be talking about African Americans for a wide variety of ways? Number one. I mean, I could just go into the DNA stuff, but I'm not sure if even if you don't deal with DNA.
Well, I mean, E1B1A. I mean, if you want to go there, but go ahead though. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll deal with the DNA as a conclusion. But let's go ahead and deal with the scriptures first.
Well, hold on real quick, because you said they went back into Egypt as slaves, right? Can you read real quick Exodus 14, 13, and 14 real quick?
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah. When he talks about but that's literally what he says, that you're not gonna see that. Yeah, look.
Yeah. So you just said that they went back into Egypt as slaves again now, but you said that.
Yes.
Well, let's read what he said though in Exodus 14, 13, and 14. So how are you saying that we went back into Egypt again as slaves though when you said that we weren't?
Notice what he says, fear not, pay attention, for the Egyptians whom you see today. Pay attention. This is important. It's an immediate context. Did they see the literal Egyptians that they saw that day? The specific Egyptians? No, they didn't. So the Lord's not lying there. However, this is important. They wouldn't go by the same way. And that's why we go back to Deuteronomy 28. If you look, go right back, go down to 68, and the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt. No matter how you slice this, they went back into Egypt. And this is important. When the Israelites went into Egypt on ship, the Egypt that they went into wasn't dynastic Egypt. It was Roman Egypt. The people that took them into slavery were not the Egyptians. It was the Romans. Would you agree?
I don't believe they went back to Egypt, though. So, I mean, that's what you're saying, though. I don't believe they went back to Egypt.
But the records prove that.
What records are you talking? Okay.
Josephus says that. Wait, pay attention.
He said, what, 17,000?
He said, pay attention. Pay attention. You said they didn't go back. You just finished saying that they didn't go back. Why did Josephus?
Yes. Go ahead.
But he says they went back to the Egyptian mines.
And how many went back? How many went back? How many went back?
No. Pay attention. I'll deal with that in a second. If you're not actually dealing with my question. You're trying to avoid my question.
No, I'm actually not because go ahead because they're like 17-year-olds. But anyway, go ahead, talk. Go ahead,
Yes. Okay. So here's a question.
go ahead.
So do you think that this prophetically, if this is important that you hear this, you said the Israelites didn't go back into Egypt. We have
As
records
slaves,
that said
as slaves.
did,
Not
did
go back
Titus
as slaves. That's what I said.
pay
As slaves.
attention? Pay attention. What do you mean? What do you mean as slaves? Be more specific so I can understand what you're
As
saying.
slaves, as bond men and bond women. We did not go back to Egypt as bond men and bond women. That's what
So
I'm saying.
why? No, pay attention. No, this is important that you hear me. You had Israelites that were sent back into Egypt during the time of Simon Bar Kokhba, male and female. So that right there, that takes away your little bondmen and bondwomen because you had women that also went into captivity during the time of Simon Bar Kokhba. But let's deal with the one with the Titus during the time of the siege of Jerusalem. You said there were no Israelites there. You said I
Wait,
don't
say
believe.
it again now. Say it
You
again. What'd
said
you say?
you literally said I don't believe any Israelites went back to Egypt. You said that.
No, I said as slaves, brother. Make that clear.
So
Make that clear.
In Titus is
Hello?
Vespasian, if I'm not mistaken, or if it's the other way, Vespasian, the son of I forget which one it is. When Titus went there and he took the people as captives and sent them to the Egyptian mines, is that not an example of Israelites going into Egypt as slaves? Not an
God, okay.
example. Is that not an
Well,
example of Israelites going into Egypt as slaves? I'm asking.
they didn't go back into Egypt as slaves. So that's
So
what
I
I'm
just
saying.
want
So like you're saying that. You're saying that, but they did not go back into Egypt as slaves, though. They didn't. Because
you're,
he just
but
sat
you're.
there and said on Exodus 4. So wait. So
Let me
show me
actually
the
pull it
history.
up. I'm gonna
Wait,
pull it
hold
up
on.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
gonna go
go
to.
ahead.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go right there. I'm literally gonna go to Josephus' War of the Jews. I
Mm-hmm.
believe book. I believe it's book 6. Let me actually go there. It's not book 6. It's book 9. It might be book. Uh, Here we go. Go ahead. Actually, let me make sure this is the right one first. First. We might have to start winding down after this because I want to deal with the DNA stuff as well, and then we
Well,
can
I'm
wrap.
not like I said. I don't do it. I mean, you brought that up. Like I said, when it comes to like Doctor Yosher Ephraim,
Um,
he's the one that's good with that. I'm not really into that. But as far as the
yeah,
E1A and all that,
that dude is pseudo. That dude is mega pseudo, man. Dr. Yehoshua Ephraim is he's not a
exactly.
geneticist. That dude is pseudo. Like I'm just telling you, he's pseudo. Like I would never use that dude. If I was still in that mindset, I would never use that dude ever, ever. That's the worst dude to use. Hold on, let me make
And why
sure
is he worse? And why is it that though? Tell me why.
because
Why is he so
he's
bad?
not a geneticist and
Say it again.
because well, hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you look at what he posits, it's very clear that he has no idea what he's talking about, especially when he says that E1B1A is a Shemitic haplogroup, even though he ignores the fact that E1B1B
Is that
is the
Hermetic?
founding haplogroup of the Ethiopians, which makes no sense because how can E1B1 be the founding haplogroup of Ethiopians, but E1B1A is, in reference to when Ethiopia is not the brother, the Ethiopians more specifically are not the brother, the immediate brothers of Shem of the
So,
people.
so are you saying that there's no Jews in Ethiopia?
Wait,
The
say that again?
Falasha Jews? Are you saying that the Falasha Jews aren't in Ethiopia?
The Falasha Jews in Ethiopia are, if you look at the genetics, they found them to be converts, the majority. But yeah, you do have some that have a small trace of, but the DNA doesn't. This is why I'm saying this, so you understand. Do you believe the Lembas are Israelites?
Yeah. What you talking about? South Africa? Yes.
Yeah,
The
yes.
what? Yeah. Go ahead.
So the Lembas who have the ones that they say are Jews, do you know
Yes.
what haplotype they believe is the one that connects them as Jews?
Are they trying to use? I don't
I
know.
can
Not
if
J,
you,
but Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's
Listen.
J.
Yeah, the
It's
J.
the
Yeah.
Cohen it's the Cohen modal haplotype. That's the one that connects them to communities of Jews. They don't connect them through E, and Lembas have E. E is not considered a Shemitic haplotype. They don't connect Lembas through the E haplotype. They
So wait. So how was J? Okay, so you're saying the so-called
oh,
Ashkenazis, they have J, right?
yes, but they don't. But hold
Okay.
on. But they have a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, just like. But hold on a second. I want you to hear me. I don't want you to get excited and then jump to like ask me something. I want you to listen first.
I'm listening, brother. You good? Go
No,
ahead.
no, no, no. Because sometimes when you do that, I lose my train of thought and then I don't get to
I'm
finish.
sorry. My bad. My bad. My
Because
bad.
you're
Go ahead.
because you're asking me questions and I'm trying to answer your questions.
Got you. Got you.
When you look at the okay, because I just lost my train of thought because you had. All right, let me think. What was I going to? Okay, here we go. Here we go. When you look at the dominant haplogroup amongst all Shemitic groups, because I never use the Jews that you reject as Jews as the starting point. I always use the communities of other Shemites as the starting point. So the Arabs, because no one ever questions the Arabs. You believe the Arabs come from Ishmael, correct?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, so since we know Ishmael was the son of Abraham through Hagar, we know that Ishmael, his descendants, are there today. The Western Asia was called, I guess, the Middle East. That people disagree with that term, so I don't call it Middle East. I call it Western Asia.
Or
So,
Levant. Yeah. Go
or
ahead.
the Levant, well, or the Arabian Peninsula, more
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
if you look at the people over there in Arabia today, the dominant haplogroup is J amongst all those Jews, which shows that that's their founding haplogroup. It's the dominant one, the one that's the oldest, the one that seems to be the most predominant. Or let me not say the most oldest. Let me retract that. Let me retract that statement. The one that is by consensus considered to be their founding haplogroup is J. You can find this in all the different Shemitic groups. If African Americans were Israelites, you should see J as one of their dominant haplogroups, and it isn't. In the three or four, actually, yeah, the three major, actually, you know what? The four major haplogroups for African Americans. Number one is E1B1A or E-M2. Number two,
That's the new. That's new, right? That's new, isn't
no,
it?
no, it's the same. No, no, it's just the same. It's the
Not
designation.
because with what is that what's that thing? Because it's they changed it. They changed it from
They,
E1B1A
they,
to
no, no, they
you know what I'm
include
talking about, right?
they
Go ahead.
include all the variations of E1B1A, so E1B1A1 and E1 like all that. So E-M2 is number one. Number two is R1B. That's European. The European version of R1B, not the African version of R1B, European R1B. That's number two. Number three is the I haplogroup. That's also European. Number four is Q. That's Native American. Now, the Native American, the little bit that's found is like in the 0.7 to 0.9%, maybe 1%. That means anything else is less than 1%. If they have J, J's in less than 1% amongst African Americans. So, as a people group, which is the whole point of our debate today, African Americans by that cannot logically be Shemites, and by extension, they cannot be Israelites. So, right there, just the DNA alone destroys the claim. But here's the more important thing. If you say it's the curses, because we didn't actually deal with that, but I wanted to show you in Josephus before we get to that, because I did promise I would show Josephus. But I want
Yeah.
to make sure it's in War of the Jews, because I'm already there. What I'm trying to do is figure out which of these books, man. It's been a minute since I pulled. I believe it's book 6, chapter 9, section 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let me go there real quick. Let me go chapter 9, section 2. It might be there, and I'm going to pull it in a second. I'm in chapter 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, here we go. Yeah, chapter 9, and then yeah, it is. I believe it is this one. Hold up. Yeah, it is chapter 9 and section 2. So I'm gonna pull it on my screen. All right, here we go. Where's my screen? Where's these windows open? And then where is this? All right, so tell me if you can see my screen. I just want to make sure. So yeah, we might start winding down in a little bit. So all right, you can see that, right?
Okay, let me see. Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, where's this thing? right, there we go. Oh, this is man. All right, here we go. Section 2. Second. Give me a second. All right, here we go. Wait, is this the right? Hold on a second. No, that's chapter 5. Where's chapter 9? 7, 8. Yeah, here we go. 9. All right, here we go. So if I could find this, man, I feel like. All right, here we go. So this Frontos slew all. All right, I'll highlight it so you can see it. So this Frontos slew all those who had been seditious and robbers, who were impeached one by another. But of the young men, he chose out the tallest and most beautiful, and reserved them for the triumph. As for the rest of the multitude that were above 17 years old, so the multitude there, not just the men, but also the women. And as for the rest of the multitude that were above 17 years old, he put them into bonds and sent them to the Egyptian mines. Titus also sent a great number into the provinces, which would have included Egypt, because Egypt was a province, as a present to them, that they might be destroyed upon their theaters by the sword and by the wild beast. But those that were under 17 years of age were sold for slaves. My man, that is Deuteronomy 28:68 to a T.
So you're saying this right here. So okay. So where's this, so you're saying that this. So where's the ships part? Where's that part?
The whole idea of them shipping their slaves in ships because they took them to the provinces.
No, I'm asking you. No, I know, but where
hold
is
on
the
a second. Wait, I'm explaining it to you. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
When I explained to you that the Romans sent their slaves on ships, I told you that, and matter of fact, if I could pull the article, find it. There was even I'm going to do this. Let's see. There's actually several books that I have, but then it's going to take me a minute, and you saw how long that took. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up, find this article.
Because like I said, I mean, this is just a good convo, but I mean, like I said, maybe another time. I'm sure. Of course.
No, there's
time.
actually. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
No. But there's another article that deals with them being sent on ships during that time, and then I pull it up if I could find it. Oh, I had it around here. Hold on a second. Well, that's what. Because what I don't want to do is pull up the one that I have on HubSpace. You know what HubSpace is, right?
No, I never heard of that. No.
Okay, so HubSpace is this website where people can just write articles. What I don't want to
like
do
Wikipedia.
is,
yeah, like Wikipedia. You can put on.
no, not quite like Wikipedia. I would say even below Wikipedia, because you can have just anybody make articles on there. What I want to do is I want to get you a scholarly source, but then, and I do have books on it, but then it's going to take me like a minute to find it. But there's actually citations that can show you that yes, the Romans sent their slaves on ship. Now, I'm not saying every last single slave that they ever had was ever sent on ships, but think about it this way, right? If you have slaves, it's going to be easier and faster to send them, especially if you're going to take them to the Egyptian mines. It's faster to take them on ship than it is to just walk them through the desert. It's much more to have them on ships. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to just assert that. So what I'm going to do is, as soon as I find the citation, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to to my word and send it to you. I
believe you.
Because I feel bad that I'm not showing it now, because I could just show the HubSpace one and that would end it, because it literally says the Romans sent their slaves on ships. But I don't want you to just have HubSpace. That's like, like you're going to look at, like, people are going to look at me like, oh, he used HubSpace. He didn't actually show a citation. And I want to show a legitimate citation so you can see this for a fact. But the way that they transported their slaves was on ships if they were going to take them to the provinces, which makes sense, right? If you have, for example, if you have slaves that you're taking theoretically to Germania, right, and you conquered these slaves from let's say theoretically Syria, you got to take them on ship, right? Unless you won't be crazy and think people are gonna walk them all the way from Syria all the way to Germany, right?
Go ahead. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm saying
Right.
because I'm just yeah. Because I
So
yeah.
in the,
Because
so in the, by the same well, that's what I was gonna say. By the same context, it would make no sense for the Romans to send their slaves on ship, right? I mean, it would make no sense for the Romans not to send their slaves on ship to Egypt if they're they want to actually protect actually now that you think about it, yeah, I mean if you're going to send them on ship, you want to destroy them for your own entertainment, because that's what's being conveyed in that chapter. And in fact, I'll read it one more time. This is what I want you to see. Because you have two things going on here. This is important that you hear this. You have two things happening: people who are being destroyed for entertainment and people who are being sent because they're going to work. You get what I'm saying? So you have people who are going to fill a immediate purpose and people who are just going to be destroyed to be destroyed. So it says, but of the young men, he chose out the tallest and most beautiful and reserved them for the triumph. And as for the rest of the multitude that were above 17 years old, he put them into bonds and sent them to the Egyptian mines. Titus also sent a great number into the provinces as a present to them, that they might be destroyed on upon their theaters and by the sword and by the wild beasts. But those that were under 17 years of age were sold for slaves. So you
okay.
have
So where's the men? Oh, okay. So where's the women mentioned in this? Show me the women.
again, right there, right here. Look, right here.
Where? I didn't see it. Where's it at?
So notice that he says, but of the young men, he chose the tallest and most beautiful and reserved them for the triumph. And as for the rest of the multitude, notice that a multitude doesn't just encompass men alone. It has to be men, women, and children. You have to have those, and not, but not, no, actually, let me take that the children part, because this says that we're above 17. So this would have to be the other men and the other women that were above 17 years of old. He put them into bonds and sent them to the Egyptian mines. So you're having both of them. Matter of fact, if you think of the Egyptian mines, the men work in the mines and the women have to do something also as well. They have to produce something, think about it this way. If you have women around you, let's just be logical here. Roman men see Israelite women. You think they just leave them alone? You think they're just going to let them be there? They're not going to do anything to them? Or do you think they're going to take them to be concubines? What do you think is going to happen? Let's be logical here for a second. Are the Roman soldiers going to take the Israelite women as concubines?
You see what they take as concubines?
As sex slaves, yes.
Well, yeah. Well, the Bible said that you sold a boy for a harlot and a girl for wine. So I believe that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay. So you're telling me that in the siege of Jerusalem, these people weren't taking women to Egypt as slaves?
I'm just trying to show where it says. I mean, like I said, because it said the men 17 and older, but I don't see where it says a multiple. I don't see where it says women though, bro. Like,
but
I mean, I'm trying to find.
Even for the sake of argument, because some might say that I'm using an argument from silence because it doesn't say, but it also doesn't say just exclusively men. It says the multitude, and that word multitude also appears we actually see that in other writings to indicate more than just men. It can be men and women together collectively.
But he was talking about specifically men 17-year-old. It said men, and then multitude.
But here's the thing.
Not even mentioned.
But
exactly. Yes, so where's the women? Woman's not even mentioned one time.
So hold on a second. But this right here, the argument that you're making, you would have to demonstrate that this is only in reference to men, just because what you're attempting to do is you're attempting to use the usage of young men to mean that the multitude had to also be men only. The problem is it says, and as for the rest of the multitude, which can indicate men and women, because the word multitude there can be the same way that the word assembly, ecclesia, doesn't just mean men. It can mean men and women. When you talk about assembly, ecclesia, the same way that you have that word ecclesia mean men and women, that the relevant phrase here, which I would have to look at it in the Greek, I'm going to have to look at Josephus in the Greek whenever I get a chance. When that word multitude is used, though, even if you're just looking at in the translation into English, multitude doesn't just mean only men. And as for the rest of the multitude that were above 17 years old, he put them into bonds and sent them.
Exactly. It's just talking about men, though.
It's not. No. That's the assertion that you're making.
Read it again.
That it's only
Read it again.
Talking about Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. I want to ask you something. This is important that you hear me. Do we see because if you're going to say it was just, and this is important too, this is very important. If you're going to use this line of reasoning, keeping in mind that Josephus is a Levite and he's an Israelite. When the Bible talks about, for example, just because we're talking about Israelite culture, when the Bible uses the phrase, you shall be called the children of God, does it literally use the word children, or does it use the word sons, the sons of God? When it says you will be called children of God, does it use the masculine sons, or does it use a word that encompasses male and female? Just out of curiosity.
If it says sons, sons could be, like I said, it's referring to men and women. If we're the sons of God, it can be men and women.
So it can be men and women. So we have an Israelite who talks about, by the way, for example, does he ever use the word Adam to indicate male and female, like as a collective? Like whenever he says the sons of man, when he says son of man or sons of man, does he only mean male men, or does he also include sons of man?
Say it again now. You said when he does.
When the Bible uses the phrase son of man.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, when the Bible talks about, okay, I'll use a better example. I'll use a much clearer, better, inescapable example from the scriptures, because some might look at that and think that's a weak argument. Let me use something because it just came to mind. If we go to the book of First Chronicles. Go to First Chronicles chapter 2 for me, please. First Chronicles.
Oh.
I want to use the Bible as the base when I'm about to present to you. Oh, snap. Did he just drop out? Might be his connection. All right, for the audience out there, I'm going to present this on my screen while we wait for a friend to come back. So First Chronicles chapter 2, right? And I'm going to show the Hebrew in this so you guys can see it for yourselves, right? First Chronicles chapter 2, and we're going to go all the way down to verse 31. 31, verse 31. Here we go. The son of Apiam, Ishi. The son of Ishi, Sheshan. The son of Sheshan, Ahlai. But when we go down here to 34, it says, now Sheshan had no sons, only daughters. But Sheshan had an Egyptian slave whose name was Jarha. Oh, there we go. All right. I'm glad you're back. All right, here we go. So look at, this is First Chronicles chapter 2, 31, right?
Okay.
The son of Apiam, Ishi. The son of Ishi, Sheshan. The son of Sheshan, Ahlai, right? Notice it says the son. If you look at Hebrew, it uses the word there for Ben. But what does it say when we get to 34? Now Sheshan had no sons, only daughters. So Ahlai is his daughter, but she's being referred to as son. But Sheshan had an Egyptian slave whose name was Jarha. So Sheshan gave his daughter, singular, in marriage to Jarha, his slave. And she bore him Attai. Notice, though, when you look up here, we're going to look at it again. The son of Sheshan, Ahlai.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why you're going here, because I just told you that, like I said, because God says that the ones that overcome, he'll be my God and we'll be his son, and we know women overcome. So I'm not listening. Okay.
So my point is that you can have the word son or men, male, be used in reference, or I would say not male. You could have the word son in a masculine sense, because I want to be more exact and precise in how I argue this. Be used in a woman. But the reason why I mentioned this is because you were looking where it says males. However, immediately after that, it talks about the other multitude. Do you think the other multitude is only in reference to men, or do you think it can also be in reference to men and women?
In that context, it was, to me, it was reference to man.
Okay, so why can it only be in reference to men? Because you want it to be in reference to men?
No, because when you were reading it, it was talking about the men 17 and over. Men. It was talking about men.
Okay.
And then it said the rest of the multitude.
I'm gonna ask you something important. I'm going to ask you something very imperative.
Go ahead.
All right. What happened to the women?
Well, one, I don't believe that we went to slaves on ships, though. You say on ships. I don't believe that, though. That's the point. And hold
no,
up,
no,
real
no. That
quick,
was
real quick.
that's not. No, 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 no,
Oh my
no, no,
God,
no.
bro. You gonna
I
let me
want
talk for
you.
nothing, bro. I've been listening
I
all day.
want.
Go ahead, man.
I'm asking
Go
you a
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
You notice that you've been asking me questions and I answer you, but then I ask you questions and then you've been talking
Bro,
on.
I
So
don't
let
even
me.
get to talk hardly. So I mean, what are
So
you
now
saying? But go ahead.
now you're gonna get a chance to talk. While I ask you questions, I want you to answer my questions. What
Go
happened?
ahead.
What happened to the women?
Like I said, I don't believe we went into slaves and ships. So
What
that's
happened? No,
that.
I'm not arguing if you think you went in or not. Not this we, because this we you haven't demonstrated that you're an Israelite.
Brother, I haven't
I
even
want to
gotten
know
to any of
what
the points where I
happened
even
to
got to. You haven't even let me. Go
what
ahead. Go ahead.
what happened to the women in that passage that we read in Josephus? Did
Okay,
they
well,
just
read the passage to me and show me where the men were mentioned. That's all. Just show me that. Show me
no?
where
I'm
they were
asking.
mentioned in that
My
passage.
argument to you is when it talks about multitude, would it not logically, because you know how the Israelite culture was, it's a patriarchal culture. You're gonna have the men mentioned first, and when you saw it talked about the young men, it then mentions a multitude directly afterwards. Are you under the assumption that that multitude can only be men? Because why didn't it say this? This is how it should have read. If it was only men, this is how it should have read. And this is important that you catch this, because I don't think you're thinking about this. You're not thinking about this critically. If it would have been only men, it should have read, because it started off by saying, but of the young men, he chose out the tallest and most beautiful and reserved them for the triumph. And as for the rest, it should have read this way. And as for the rest of the males that were above 17 years old, he put them into bonds. That's how it should have read if it was only men. Do you understand now?
Like I said, brother.
No,
Okay,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
no, no. That you
Listen,
got that. Come
listen,
on, man. Come
listen,
on,
listen.
man.
Wait, wait, wait. We're in Josephus, right? Okay, so do you believe when Josephus describes Jesus, how did he look when he described Jesus in the antiquities? Is it in the antiquities of Josephus? How was Jesus
fam,
described by
fam,
Josephus?
fam. How is this relevant to what I just asked you about the women? Now you're trying to argue something else because you know that's something that's presenting a conundrum for you. I need you to address that. So do you
Well, like
think
I said, the thing
no,
about
no,
it
no,
is,
no,
come
no,
on, you're
no,
not even
no, no,
letting me
no.
talk. You're not even letting me talk, though.
Because you're getting away from the point.
No, I'm
You're
not
getting
getting with
away
the
from
point.
the point.
Like I said, I don't believe they went back into Egypt on slave. You said
So
slave
you have
ships.
to
Ships is not
so you
mentioned.
have prove to me
You said
that
you will find ships. Show me
okay,
the
here's the
ships.
thing. So here's the thing. No, pay attention. I don't even have to use this. I could because I showed you Egyptian mines. First and foremost, this is the important thing that you're listening because you're moving the goalposts. First, you said we never went to Egypt. Period. Whether you went on
No,
ship
no,
or
I
not,
know I
no,
didn't.
no,
I
not
never
you
said
because
that.
you're
I
not.
never said that. See, now you're
No, no,
wrong,
no, no.
brother.
Pay
I
attention.
never
Pay
said
attention.
that.
Pay attention. Welch, listen. Calm down and listen. Your initial argument was when you first tried to argue, you said I don't believe we, even though I don't believe you're an Israelite. You said, I don't believe we, talking about Israelites, went into Egypt. You said Egypt. Now, this is the important thing. When you
As
realized that
what
the
though?
argument was not good, then you tried to,
As
let me
slaves.
finish.
As
Yes.
slaves. That's what I
Yep. Hold
said.
on.
As slaves.
As slaves. Yes. But let me finish.
That's what I
What
said.
you ended up doing was you moved the goalpost when I showed you an example of Israelites going into Egypt as slaves. Now, you tried to say, where are the ships? Where are the ships? And you know where I can actually show you an example of ships? I can actually show you an example of ships in Jerome's own writing. I'll pull it up right now if I can find it. It's actually a book. And I usually carry this book on me at times like this. It's
See, a
actually a
lot of
book.
times, like I said, I mean, I know you got all these outside sources, but I want to stick with the scriptures, and I want to show,
No,
like I
no,
said,
no, no, no,
no,
no.
wait,
Hold on a second. Why?
hold up.
Why?
Can,
Why can't we?
can, can,
Why can't
can
we?
I at
Why
least
can't?
talk for a minute? Can I at least
But
talk for a
before,
minute? Just to leave.
but you just said something. I'll let you talk if you just let me address that. You said don't use outside sources. Let me ask you something. Is
No,
it
no, 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 no,
is
no. We
it wrong
can't.
to use
No,
outside sources?
no, of course not. No, no, no. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. But my point is this: I was trying to establish the fact, because you already told me before we can even got on here that I couldn't show you who are the people in the land right now, which are Edomites, where I could show you all in the book of Obadiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah 34. I could show you that Edomites are in the land right now, and they took that land for themselves and said that this is our land.
You notice something though? Hold on a second.
Ahead.
Pay attention. Our debate isn't who the Edomites are today. Our debate is, are African Americans Israelites, and you haven't demonstrated that African. You went to 2020. I'm going to ask you a question. You said the curses, right? Let's because you want to deal with just the Bible, right? Let's just deal with the Bible. Then I'll go with you. All right, you listening to me? Deuteronomy. Yes. Now I want to ask you a question. Do you have to fit all the curses to be an Israelite? Some of the curses to be an Israelite? Most of the curses.
Yes, like I said. First of all, whoa.
No. Please, you're not listening to the question.
I am listening. I heard your. I heard your debate yesterday.
What was my question?
I heard your debate yesterday.
What was my question?
Debate yesterday with that dude.
What was my question?
You asked him. He said,
to you. What was my question right now to you? You're not paying attention. What was my question right now to you? What did I just say?
Do we fit all the curses? And I said yes.
No, I said, do you fit all the curses? Some of the curses, most of the curses?
All.
Which is so all of the above?
Our people, because see, now if you want to start going back in 586 BC, those were still our people. So you can't apply it to right now, because you said, so when you're in America, how does it apply to you? How does it apply to you? Those are still our ancestors. So if it applied to them,
you haven't demonstrated that you're an Israelite. You haven't demonstrated it. So now we're going to go to Deuteronomy 20. You said all the curses, right? So I'm going to ask you this question. We're going to find out if you actually are going to be consistent. Let's look at Deuteronomy 28:36. And the Lord will bring you and your king, whom you set over you, to
Zedekiah.
No, pay attention. No. Pay attention. Brother. Pay attention. I didn't say where this is shown in scripture. I want you to show African Americans fitting this.
You're not even making any sense. Dog, you just said a king. Zedekiah was that king whose eyes got gouged out.
Pay attention.
Under Nebuchadnezzar.
Pay attention. Yes, I agree. That's talking about the actual Israelites. But what you said is
my people, yeah.
But no, not your people, because you haven't demonstrated it. 36. The Lord will bring you and your king. When did West and Central Africans go into captivity with a singular king who monolithically ruled them? When did that happen? When?
Zedekiah. I just told you. Zedekiah.
No. Pay attention to what I just said. When did African Americans go in?
You mean Hebrew Israelites?
No. When did those West and Central African non-Shemite, really real African non-Shemites go into captivity with a king who monolithically ruled them? When did that happen?
I told you around 586 BC.
No. You're presupposing. Yes. No. Pay attention.
How am I presupposing?
Pay attention. Pay attention.
I
need you to stop. I need you to stop what we're talking so you can listen. You're presupposing that African Americans are already descended from the biblical Israelites, and therefore saying, well, we're just included in the equation. No. You said that you have to fit all the curses. African Americans as a people group have to fit all the curses. So I need you to show me. No, you're presupposing African Americans are Israelites and saying, oh yeah, we fit the curses because the time of the captivity in Babylon and Assyria and all that. No, I need you to demonstrate African Americans fitting the curses as a people group apart from what you see in the Bible. Because if you're saying that African Americans are Israelites and therefore, whatever you see in the Bible, that was talking about us. No, that's incorrect. I could say the same thing about myself. I could say I'm an Israelite, and everything that you see in the Bible, that's how we fit the curses, because I'm a part of the people of Israel, but I haven't actually demonstrated it to you. You have not demonstrated that you're an Israelite. You're basically saying, I'm an Israelite, those are my people. You're asserting it. You're basically asserting it without proving it. I'm an Israelite, those are my people, so anything you see happening to the Israelites happened to me. No, that's not how that works. If you believe that African Americans are Israelites and they have to fit all the curses, every last curse in Deuteronomy must fit African Americans as a people group. You must see them as being known as African Americans going through the curses, literally as it is laid out here. And if you can't show that, then your own argument collapses. It just collapses. I don't mean to yell. I'm just passionate because I feel like you're not understanding that. You're not seeing that that's a flaw in your reasoning, man.
I answered your question. You say that, I mean, you don't like my answer, but I just gave you an answer. Zedekiah was our people. He was that king that went into captivity. You're saying that's not the people, but I'm telling you when that happened. So I'm not,
Okay,
that
let me try
happened
something.
thousands of years ago. So I'm trying to
I'm
figure
gonna
out,
use.
so why
I'm.
would you take
I'm
something
gonna.
from, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna use a reductio ad absurdum right now. I'm gonna reduce your argument to absurdity so you can see how this is flawed reasoning. No,
Go
those
ahead.
are my people, bro. That's not your people. Nah, man, you a Hamite. Those are my people. My people are Israel. Latinos. That's talking about us. You know, that's why when you see the Native Americans being taken on ships, that fits us to a T. See, you guys don't have nothing to do with that, man. That's talking about my people. That's talking about Latino Native Americans. Now, imagine you and I start getting into an argument about this. I could start busting out sources claiming that Latinos and Native Americans fit that. But you know what's going to end up happening? I'm arguing foolishly because one, I would have to demonstrate that first and foremost, Latinos and Native Americans are actually Israelites. The genetic evidence isn't there. In the same way that you, as an African American, can't prove that your people group are Israelites, because all the genetic evidence goes against that. Number one. Number two, if you're going to say that you have to fit all the curses, you're going to notice, nah, man, as a people group, you don't fit Deuteronomy 28:36. That's not talking about you. There's
So
an
who was it
immediate.
talking about then? Who was it talking
That's
about
talking
then?
about that's I'm gonna tell you, that's talking about the really real Israelites who were entering into that covenant, and they actually experienced that. That's not talking about you. And if you're gonna say, well, who are those people today?
Right.
The,
Who are they today? Who are
I
they then?
know, I know you were gonna argue that. So here's the thing:
Okay, I'm asking you.
the
Go ahead.
discussion isn't for me to prove
Mm-mm-mm.
who those people are, their descendants. I could literally, if we were just having an open discussion where we didn't have a set topic, I would actually demonstrate it to you.
Do it
How,
then.
but no,
Do it.
because pay attention, the burden of proof today, given the topic that you agree to, is on you.
Well, first of all, I wanted to
No,
debate you about the law.
pay
I
attention.
wanted to debate you about the
No,
law.
I
Go
know
ahead. Yeah.
I want to point out all the mistakes that you're making. Number one, when you're going into a topic, if you agree to the topic was, are African Americans as a people group Israelites?
Right.
You should be demonstrating that African Americans as a people group specifically are Israelites. You don't prove that African Americans as a people group are Israelites by saying we're the Israelites, therefore all the curses fit us, because that's circular reason. We're the Israelites because we're the Israelites. That's not how
Right.
you prove it. You initially tried to use the color arguments. You couldn't prove it there because the color arguments fall apart when we realize they're not talking about what you think they're talking about, number one. Number two, you couldn't prove it by your own personal claim, because when I asked you to show me your personal claim, you took me all around the world and you didn't actually say, well, I fit it because of this passage here.
I
That
just
this
told you why. What do you
okay,
mean?
what passage is talking? Okay, so is Deuteronomy 28:36 talking about you?
Yes, it's my ancestors.
It
Yes.
is? No, 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 no,
Yes.
no. No, you got to
Yes.
prove that you're.
Why would it be
So
me? Was I
you
back
have to
there,
prove
brother?
that your
Those are my
ancestors are
descendants.
Israelites. You have
Exactly.
to
So
dem-
of course that's our history. Because
you.
what is our history
No,
prior to
you're
1619?
pay,
We don't have,
pay
like I said,
attention.
you
Pay
don't even let me
attention.
talk, bro.
That
Go ahead, man.
bro,
This
that's
all
an
I mean,
assertion.
it's no, it's
Fam,
not.
listen to me.
Everyone already told me
You're
about how
not,
you're gonna be, bro. Now they
bro.
already said you're gonna be like this. But talk to him.
Well, I know because you're complaining because you know that this logic is
I'm
bad.
trying to talk, brother. I'm
This
trying to
is
talk.
this. Here's the
I've
thing.
been listening all night.
Pay attention. You're gonna tell me how the Israelites are your people because in 50 something BC and this and that, we went into the captivity and then we got scattered and all this. But all you're doing is asserting that that's talking about you and that that's your people group. You haven't actually demonstrated it. You're asserting it. I could literally sit here right now and say the Israelites are my people, and I could go on and ramble on about how this verse is about us and this is about us. Bro, anybody could literally open up the Bible and do what you just did. Anybody. Anybody can do that. British Israelism. Have you ever talked to guys from the British Israelism side? They do
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
they do the exact same thing that you're doing. And they twist the scriptures just like you're twisting them to try to make them fit whatever it is that they presuppose, because they're not actually demonstrating that they're Israelites. They're presupposing they're Israelites and then trying to find some sort of confirmation bias by some sort of language ambiguity. you do. And it falls apart when you actually show them the context. But the thing is that you're not realizing these aren't good arguments. These are horrible arguments. They're horrible arguments because the arguments, not because you're a horrible person, not because you're it's because the logic behind the arguments is illogical. It's not logical. It's not coherent. It's not consistent. You've committed tons and tons of logical fallacies, moving the goalposts. Man, you try to throw red herring arguments to try to get away from anything that even remotely contradicts whatever you're saying. Then it's like you start trying to recalibrate on the spot because you're realizing that the argument doesn't actually stand on its own too. If the argument was rock solid, I would be agreeing with you. But it's not.
No, you wouldn't agree with me anyway, because you would never agree with me, bro. But this is what I'm trying to say, though. This is what I'm trying to say. I asked you, I said, listen, I'm going to establish the people who claim they are Jews, they are not Jews, because in order for me to say that I am a Jew, I need to preface my statement to let you know that people who claim that they are Jews are not Jews. So when I could get that out of the way, and then I can show you when Jesus said that how we will be in the land of our captivities, I can show you throughout all the prophets how he is going to gather us and bring us back into our own lands, not 1948 by the Balfour Declaration, not by that, by him.
Nobody has argued. No one has argued.
God,
1948.
You don't
bro, what is the topic? What is the topic? See, you don't have any decorum. You don't have any control over your emotions.
Brother, I've been good all night. You know what I'm saying? But now here you're there.
Pay attention.
Go ahead, brother.
Pay attention to me. Did you see me mention 1948?
I said me, brother. I said me. Did I mention you?
So pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. 1948 is irrelevant to you proving that you're an Israelite.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because the whole world thinks they're the Jews.
The whole world does not. No, they don't. Pay attention.
Whoa. The majority of people don't think they're the Jews?
No, there are many people that don't believe they're the Jews. That's why you have conspiracy theorists like yourself, Hebrew Israelites, British Israelism. You have a whole bunch of groups that definitely deny that the Jews are Jews. Man, bruh, you must be bugging. If you think that you're the only one, you're bugging. Now, I'm not
the only one. What? The only one. What?
I'm not. That you think, can you be quiet and just listen? Do you think Hebrew Israelites are the only ones that reject those Jews as being Jews? British Israelism, Christian identity was doing it long before you were doing it, and they're not the only ones that do it. You have Holocaust deniers that do it. You have all different kinds of groups. I'm not saying the whole world does it, but certainly a large chunk of people do it, and they're the same kind of people who will try to. Matter of fact, you think that you're the only one arguing for an identity claim. You have a whole bunch of other dudes arguing for identity claims, and some of them are just, they're the same Europeans that you don't like. You know, British Israelism, that's an example. They argue for the identity claim themselves, for their own position, for their own people group, and they use the same bad arguments that you use, just in reverse. They use it for Europeans. Fam, I don't think you realize your belief system is a Johnny-come-lately belief system. It's not the biblical belief system in terms of whether you want to talk about identity or other things. But in this topic, because we're talking about identity, what you believe, it's not biblical, bro. That Deuteronomy 20 is not talking about African Americans as a people group. Number one, if you're going to say it's about the curses, let's just use logic here. You're going to say it's about the curses. You said, I just gave you one. I could get more, bro. This whole chapter bears witness against you. For example, in 21, this definitely is not talking about African Americans. No way, no how. The Lord will make the pestilence stick to you until he has consumed you off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. African Americans didn't enter into the land of Canaan. They didn't take possession of it. And that could not be talking about African Americans. No way, how, no matter how you try to spin it.
What is an African American? What is that? An African American. What is that?
Your people group. People that would.
Your people. So what are you then? So what are you?
I'm Latino. So pay attention.
You're Latino?
Yes. Now pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. West and Central Africans, non-Shemites, who were taken as slaves on ships. Do you think that only West and Central Africans historically have been ships? Or do you believe that other people groups? Have you ever heard of the Barbary slave trade where you had non-black people being taken as slaves on ships? How about the Slav people? You know, the very term slave comes from the Slav people, you know, those European peoples that a lot of people from your side seem to overlook. You think that those people weren't slaves? Do you think that when the Phoenicians had a slave trade selling people, you think they were only selling people who look like you? Or do you think they were selling people like a whole bunch of different things from a whole bunch of different places? Because fam, the way you look at history, it's like you have no concept
Wait,
of
you
nuance.
said you were Latino, right? So where are
Yes,
your forefathers from? Where are they from?
my forefathers are from Puerto Rico, and from my mother's side, they're from Colombia.
And how did they get there?
Oh, it
How did they
depends.
get to Puerto Rico, Colombia?
I don't know.
Oh, you
Don't
don't
know.
know. You don't know. So
Man.
you're trying to.
Oh,
So wait. So
I
you
mean,
don't
it
think
could.
your forefathers?
My
Go ahead.
here's the thing. My family history, as far as it's recorded, goes back to maybe great man. No, actually, no, great grandfather. From there, it's a complete blur, bro. It's a blur. There's no family history whatsoever. Nothing. And
So
there's a
you
bunch
put
of
on your
people
thing.
like me.
So you put on there Africa. So you put Latino. Your race, Latino.
Yeah,
You.
that's what it has on. Yeah, Latino. Yeah. Uh huh.
Wow.
What do you put on
Okay.
yours? Do you put other and then you put Israelite? What do you put on yours? I want to know. I'm not.
Like
I'm
I
just.
said, for you to think that you're a Latino, bro, for you to think that you're those people, or that because your people that look like you are few in those numbers in Colombia. Like in Colombia, but the majority of Colombians do
Uh-huh.
not look like some do. But for you to say that you are Latino and
What
not
you mean? There's a bunch, bro. You kidding me, bro?
but no,
Yo.
time out. For you
You know
to
what?
say
You
that
know
you
that
are a Latino, brother,
yo. You're
a
not listening to me.
Latino, and you're not an African.
Yo.
I mean,
Yo.
you're
Yo.
not my people.
Do you know that
Wow,
I live?
that's amazing,
Yo,
brother.
pay attention. Do you know I lived in Colombia I actually did live in Colombia for a time. You know, I had a family member out there. I lived in Colombia. I was helping them out. Do you know that? And nothing illegal, y'all. Unless y'all, some of y'all got bad thoughts. Nothing illegal. I lived out there for a time. Do you know, like no lie, bro, Welch? You know how many people of color I saw in Colombia? You have any idea on the coast of Colombia specifically, the coastal region of Colombia? You have any idea how many people of color live out there?
And how did they get
Do
there,
you
though?
think that Colombians?
Well, time out.
Oh,
You
okay.
do know
That's a better question. No, that's the better question. That's a much better question.
what?
Well, I couldn't tell you for a fact about my family. I don't know. I will say this: it's very much possible that my ancestors got there. Either they were the indigenous people that were taken as slaves, or they were the people that came over on ships as slaves. You know, maybe Black African people. I don't know. To be honest, I'm actually dying to DNA test to find out just how much of my DNA is spread about, because I can say
I
this
bet
right.
you your DNA is E1B1A. I bet you that.
Oh goodness! All right, listen. What if
But
my
look, though, but real quick, though. Wait. You do know only 6% of the slave ships landed here in America, right? And the rest was down there. You do know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay,
know about.
okay,
Well,
okay.
hold on a second. Well, hold on a second. Hold your horses.
Wow. Go
If we
ahead.
look at Deuteronomy 4, it says you will be left few in number. You know the
Exactly.
slaves that came. No, pay attention. Do you know the slaves that went in, do you know that the slaves that went to Brazil are not few in number? Do you know that the people who
You
are
ain't.
you're not listening. You're already
I
trying.
am listening, brother. Come on, my
Can you
God,
just
brother.
can you don't jump in? Just listen first, and then you can jump right in after. Pay attention, please. West and Central Africans, you would have to presuppose they're Israelites by that same criteria. The tribal groups, the ones that your people group actually, your African Americans in this case, descend from, like the people from Western Central Africa, all the various groups,
Igbo.
the Mandinka, the Airway, all those different groups of people. And I'm just randomly naming names because I could be exact and find the specific tribal groups that actually came to the Americas. But all those different tribal groups, bro, they still exist in Western Central Africa. This is important that you hear me. They are the predominant majority people group in West and Central Africa. They're the ruling class people group in those various countries. Matter of fact, since I brought that up, it just came to memory. The free blacks from this country that were sent to Liberia were the ruling class in Liberia. And they ended up doing the local people dirty. Those free blacks went over there and they ended up oppressing the people in Liberia. And that's why you ended up having revolts against those free blacks that went over there and ruled. And then the whole country went down the drain. Man, that whole country got destroyed by civil war. Those were free blacks doing the local people dirty. How about this? They were the majority. If you count the fact that they descend from those tribal groups round about them in the same region, roughly the same region, you had West African people of West African descent, people of West African descent, oppressing West Africans.
Wow.
Now, so I want to ask you. So I want to ask you, but I want to ask you this: how do you reconcile Deuteronomy 4 saying few in number when West and Central Africans are not few in number? They're the predominant people group in West and Central Africa. They're the predominant people group in the Caribbean because their descendants went to, the people that are from the same tribal groups went to the Caribbean, went to Brazil, went to Panama, went to, bro, if you start looking at the numbers, that few in number doesn't fit those people. It doesn't. It does not fit them. You will be left few in number where you shall be scattered. That doesn't fit them. How does that fit them? Tell me.
So you're saying, wait. So the Igbo, Yoruba, and Bantu. So you're saying those are the same people that are in, like I said, because those people are recognized and they're recognized as them being Israelites. Now wait. So you got the people in Cameroon, Nigeria, all those people who are Hamitic. So you're saying that they are the same people. They are the same. Because for you to use that logic, you're saying that all of them have to be Igbo, Yoruba, or Bantu. They are not the same people.
Listen to me. They did DNA testing on the Igbos, found out they weren't Shemitic, number one. Number two,
who did that?
Pay attention. Yes, the Jewish voice people ended up doing a DNA study on those people. Pay attention. They did a DNA study. Yes, they did.
That's not true.
They actually, I can show you the article. I can show you the article.
Rosenberg even went over there and said, like, Rabbi Rosenberg, he went over there. It was, go ahead. Oh my gosh, bro. Go ahead, man.
Bro, no, it's not. Oh my God, man. First of all, stop taking the Lord's name in vain. Number one. Number two, no one is saying that.
That's not taking the Lord's name in vain. You don't even know what that means. That does not mean that. That means to live a lifestyle to declare you love the Lord, and you live an opposite lifestyle. That's what it means. Pay
attention. You're not gonna use that. Don't be trying to be all technical, overly technical. Just calm down first of all, and then listen to what I'm gonna say. What I'm saying is this: pay attention. Number one, this is important that you hear me. Harry Rosenberg is one person. You have people that are nuts that make videos thinking that. You have people that made videos saying that they believe the true Jews are the British people, that the lost tribes of Israel are the British people, and the people that's British Israelites. I can show you videos of dudes doing that too. Matter of fact, you know what's funny? Do you know where they got the idea from? Was from a dude named Manasseh ben Israel, who was a Jew, who believed that those people were Israelites. He also believed that the Native Americans were Israelites. So I guess we should take the word of people that you call so-called Jews for granted. We should take their words for granted. So that means the Native Americans are Israelites because this dude who was a Jew called them Israelites, right? We should do that. We should accept the words of a person who you don't accept as a Jew, but because I think all Jews are just Ashkenazi, because you gave an example of Harry Rosenberg. I guess we should also accept Manasseh ben Israel when he said Native Americans.
So, hold on real quick.
Right? So should we accept? No. Should we accept his words? Should we accept his words? Should we accept his words?
Bro.
Should we accept his words? Please answer my question. Should we accept his words?
First of all, my point was Harry Rosenberg. He was saying about the DNA test of them coming back being Israel. So he went over there to check on them and to research and see what they were teaching. That's why he went over there. But that's not even the point.
Harry Rosenberg doesn't base his conclusions on the DNA. He bases his pay attention. He bases his conclusions on the similarities that he assumes they have, and he bases it on the fact that they claim to be Jews themselves. This is something that you need to understand when it comes to guys like Harry Rosenberg and others like that. If you look at any, for example, if you look at the original claims that were made for the Jews, right? There was this belief based off of similarity. You know that that was based on the Oriental hypothesis, this belief that all these places that have all these groups were civilized by matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up because if you just hear me say it, you're gonna think I'm just speaking my opinion. Let me show you an actual Igbo saying the same thing that I'm telling you right now. Let me show you it right now. I'm gonna show it on.
While you're looking, is what's Harry Rosenberg? His nationality? What is he? What is he?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe he's an Ashkenazi or German? Or you don't believe that then, right?
I don't know. Oh, I'm being honest. I'm not saying that to try to be evasive. I honestly don't know what if his DNA comes back. Jay, I believe that he's a Shemite. Yes, I would absolutely.
Oh, he is a Shemite. No, he is a Shemite. I agree with him. But my thing is this though.
No. Wait a minute. No. You don't know that. Hold on. Man, no, hold on. I know you think he's a Shemite because you think the Edomites are Shemites. I get that. What I'm saying to you is that you don't know if he's an Edomite, and you don't know if he's an Israelite. You don't know.
He's an Edomite.
Man, listen to me. What do you mean? Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Are all African Americans in America, all African Americans, do you believe they're all Israelites? Every last one of them. Anyone who says he's African American, do you think they're an Israelite?
Every African American, are they an Israelite?
Yes. Do you think everyone who's
I would say the majority of our people here in this land are Israelites. I would say that.
Okay,
because you got a lot of
You're missing the point.
Go ahead.
Right there, you just proved my point. You don't.
No, I didn't.
Pay attention. Pay attention. You don't believe all African Americans are Israelites. So by the same criteria, you shouldn't be illogical and think that all Ashkenazis are Edomites, because if you think that, you're dealing with uneven scales. You have a poor methodology. For one people group, you're willing to have nuance. For another people group, you're willing to just broad brush them and say, they're all.
Mike, okay, so with the Ashkenazi, I never said Ashkenazi was Jews. You said that. I never made that claim.
No.
I never made that claim.
What I said regarding the Ashkenazis earlier, because I said our conversation wasn't going to hinge on them. I said that anybody who either a convert or a bloodline person is a Jew. I didn't say they're all bloodline descendants of Jacob. You didn't hear me say that. I said Ashkenazis are made up of converts and bloodline people because the DNA. Pay attention, but you didn't. You didn't ask me on what percentage scale. Maybe if you were a little more nuanced in your question asking, I could answer that. Why don't you try asking me how much on a percentage, and then we'll move on, because our topic isn't dealing with Ashkenazis. It's about African Americans, and you haven't proven African Americans are Israelites. So ask me your question more nuanced, please. Ask me how many Ashkenazis on what percentage scale. Ask me. Ask me.
First of all, I'm not saying they're Ashkenazis because I don't believe Hitler was killing his own people. Hitler was not killing his own people. He was killing Edomites. He wasn't. He wasn't. They're not German.
Why did Hitler call the Ashkenazis Negroes?
He called them Negroes? Well, show me that. I don't know. Show me that. Just show me where you don't know that.
Right here. Have you ever read? Well, hold on. I'm going to show you right now. Have you ever read Tudor Parfit's Hybrid Hate? Before I ask, I'm going to pull it up. I'm pulling up Hybrid Hate right now. Have you read Hybrid Hate by Tudor Parfit?
Nope.
Okay. And by the way, can I ask you something? Do you believe the Lembas, the ones that are J, do you believe that they're Israelites?
Yeah, I believe that they're Israelites. The Lembas.
So how come? So why did that? So I'm going to pull that up too in his other book, Jews in the Americas. How come he says that how come he relays their old tradition that says that they were the white men from Senna, that they descended from white men?
Who was descended from white men?
The Lembas have an oral tradition where they say that. I'll show you right now if you don't believe.
But wait. They descend from white men, but they all black though. But they descend from.
Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Why do they have an oral tradition that says they descend from white men?
Oral tradition like a Talmud? Okay, got you.
Right, that's their.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
go
man, bruh, you know that one hurt you.
No, why did they hurt me? You talking about an oral tradition?
So did you listen to what I said? The Lembas. Do you know that they have an oral tradition that they're Jews, but they say that the Jews that they descend from are white men? Do you understand that? The Lembas believe they descend from Jews. They have an oral tradition that they descend from Jews. It also says they descend from white Jews. That's what you didn't hear. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up hybrid hate. I'm going to show that, and then I'm going to show the one that has the very quotation that I mentioned about the white Jews and all that. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up hybrid hate. Actually, I got it right here. I'm going to show you where Hitler called Ashkenazis. Matter of fact, I'm going to do you one better, man. I'm going to show you in.
You gonna show me where?
You
gonna show me what?
I'm going to show you To the Prophet's own an article from To the Prophet where he actually says that.
That the black people descend from white people. Got you.
No. Yeah, I'm going to show you that.
Got you.
Bro,
okay.
I have his book citation. It's in the book Black Jews of Africa and the Americas. He literally says it on, I believe it's on page 153, if I'm not mistaken. And then in hybrid hate, it's in the beginning. I'm going to show you that too. Give me a second. Just want to make sure I got the book. I got it here. Give me 1 second. Now, man, I'm dying. Matter of fact, don't leave because I need you to see that citation in the book. Man.
Don't leave. Who said I was leaving?
Yeah, no, I don't know, man, because you were talking about that earlier. You were talking about.
I was talking about what earlier, bro? Come on, tell me what I said earlier. What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier about me?
It sounded like you were trying to leave, man.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
It sounded like you was trying to leave.
I just can't. Hey, I want to have a debate with you on the law. That's what I want to have a debate with you on. Really. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I really wanted about the commandments. That's what I really want. Because that's a salvational issue. That's what I really want to have a
debate. All right, here we go.
About.
All right, check this out. I got it on my screen now. So this is hybrid hate. All right, hold on a second. Open the book. Yes. Let me go all the way back. You got knuckleheaded people like Dante Fortson trying to misuse this book, and they don't know that this book actually destroys their Ashkenazis because they don't know what they're talking about. And all them black Jews in West Africa, when you start looking at the history, all those people were identified as coming from white Jews. That's the funny part. And then they want to talk about, these old sources say that the Luango Jews, the Luango Jews that were believed to come from white people, white Jews, not white people, white Jews. Let me be more exact. All right, here we go. I'm dying to get Dante Fortson in the debate. While I got this on the screen, hold up. I'm gonna just show it so you can see that I'm not just playing games. All right, I'm gonna show it on my screen. Here we go. This is hybrid hate. All right, you see this? I'm going all the way back. I'm just going back. You can see my page is turning, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see this right here? Jews.
Yeah,
Jews, these Negroid parasites in our national body. Adolf Hitler.
Say it again now. Say it again. What is that?
Jews, these Negroid parasites in our national body, Adolf Hitler. Now watch this. Now let me show you something. Instead of taking a million years to pull it up in the book, I got the article. Let me show you To the Prophet's own article where he talks about this. But you got the wrong one, man. I've been doing this too long and studying too much.
I want to see dudes come about the law. That's what I want to know about. Like I said, about the law. Well, like if you've been studying too much.
You notice something? Do you notice that you cannot, for the life of you, defend the actual topic of the debate? You're already trying.
No, that's not. Listen. First of all, you're not even allowing me to go to the scriptures to show who even Edom is and how they're going to be in the land and how Jesus is going to gather the 12 tribes of Israel. He's going to gather us.
If you're talking about Ezekiel, you could actually read the previous chapter and you actually see that being fulfilled, because if you read and can you just listen? Can you pay attention?
Oh my God.
When you read about Edom, you actually can see it in the Israelites' own writings. In First Ezra, for example, not using that as an inspired source, but as a historical cross-reference, in chapter 4, it literally talks about the Edomites gave back the cities when the people came back. But you don't know that because you don't actually know the history of the Israelite people. You don't actually look at any of these external sources that give historical cross-references. What you end up doing is, because you're stuck trying to take this rigid, not sola scriptura, solo scriptura approach, you don't know these things. And then someone like me who's actually looked into these sources actually ends up debunking someone like you because you haven't bothered to actually research and look deeper than what you assume the scripture's saying, since you don't actually look at things external to the scriptures like that, or you don't even put any weight into them. But me, someone,
you said Edomites gave the land back to the Israelites. You said that? You said that, right?
You want me to pull up 1 Ezra chapter 4? You want me to do that right now? I could literally pull it up right now. And I could
pull up Obadiah. I can pull up Obadiah, Ezekiel 34. I could pull up Ezekiel 36.
Obadiah
Ezekiel 35
was fulfilled in the time of 1 Maccabees 5 when you see the people up. Yes, pay attention, because 1 Chronicles 9 says that pay attention. Yes. You want me to prove it to you?
I ain't say nothing. Go ahead.
So why don't you stop interrupting me so I could actually tell you? When you look at the book of Obadiah, it talks about Joseph as a flame, right? It talks about the two people, Judah and Joseph. The people that came back, ironically enough, if you would have read 1 Chronicles 9, were precisely the people of Judah, and the people of Joseph would have been Ephraim and Manasseh, and that's exactly who came back to the land, the remnant, with the people of Judah. And when they were in that, and when they had the rebellion against the people of Edom to take back the portions of the land, you see that in 1 Maccabees chapter 5. That's a historical cross-reference that Josephus himself relays, because he used 1 Maccabees when he was trying to compile the history of Israel. He also used 3 Maccabees when he talks about the Ptolemaic people, the dynasty, and the elephants and everything else. When Josephus talks about the people and the elephants and elephants to try to quell the rebellion, he's actually quoting 3 Maccabees. And he also Josephus quotes 1 and 2 Maccabees for other historical portions. So I use it as a historical cross-reference. If we look at 1 Ezra chapter 4, it literally talks about the Edomites giving back the land because they had possession of it. They wouldn't always have the land. Lord have mercy.
Lord
forgive me for taking your name in vain. My apologies.
Obadiah 21. And Savior shall come up from Mount Zion to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's. Verse 15 says, for the day of the Lord is there upon all the heathen. So you're saying that they gave it back when now? Because the Bible says that.
Do you understand that the day of the Lord, that word usage doesn't just mean like the end of days, judgment day? That's not talking about just that. Now pay attention. When you go to Ezekiel, you're talking about Ezekiel where it talks about an Edom who has taken my land for possession, right? You're talking about that, correct?
Ezekiel 35.
Have you looked at the previous chapter? Hold on, let me go there real quick. And before we go to that, because you didn't even let me go to the Igbo stuff. I wanted to get you on the Igbo stuff too. Because you notice what you do. You throw out a claim, I debunk it. Then you run to something else. You're trying to do what you end up doing in text, but it doesn't work when you're actually live with someone. Because I can debunk it all like one at a time.
You haven't though. You haven't debunked anything.
But the thing is, you got like ADHD where you jump to this. Why don't we deal with this one by one? You don't want me to deal with it one by one because I will end up debunking it one by one. What you want to do is just toss out claim. You're hoping that you wear me out, but you're not going to wear me out because I will literally sit here for the next 2 hours debunking everything you have to say. And then by the end of it, you're just going to say, well, we just agree to disagree.
Well, wait. So you said you got 2 hours.
No, we're not going to talk about the law because our topic.
Okay,
notice,
go ahead.
Look at your ADHD.
No, you said.
Let's talk about that.
Listen.
We have a topic.
I told you what I want to talk about, though, didn't I told you I wanted to talk to you about the law. That was the main thing I wanted to talk about.
No, that wasn't. No, pay attention. What was the topic of debate that you agreed to? It was African Americans are Israelites. Are African Americans as a people group Israelites? You haven't demonstrated that. You cannot stay on topic for the life of you.
Who can? Listen.
No. I care because this is a topic that you agreed to. So you should prove that you're an Israelite. Stay on topic. Stop talking about what you would debate. Stop talking about other things. Stay on topic and prove that you're an Israelite. And stop trying to run the prophecies talking about Edom. Our topic isn't who Edom is. I keep realizing that you toss out. Let me show you what a red herring is. So you understand the fallacy that you're committing. You're committing a red herring fallacy, meaning you're trying to toss out topics to get away from the actual topic of debate because it's making you uncomfortable and you can't
It's not.
Okay,
it's
so Okay, so then why don't you prove they?
Time out. Can I say something, please? The reason why I'm talking about Edom because I want to establish that they are not the people. That's my thing. That's what I said. I want to establish that they
Fam,
are not the people.
fam,
That's
you're
what I was
pre
trying to show.
you're pre you're
Oh my.
presupposing that Ashkenazis are Edomites.
Well,
You
you
haven't.
keep saying Ashkenazi. I did not say you're saying that. I said Edom. Why you keep saying
Okay,
Ashkenazi? Who was saying that? That's you,
okay, so who
not
are
me.
Ashkenazis? So who are
Those are the
Ashkenazis?
Germans.
Okay, and what are the Germans? Are they Edomites?
No, they're not Edomites. What are you talking? Did I just
Did
tell you that they're
every
not Edomites?
did everybody hear? Did everybody hear earlier in the conversation? Because I'm gonna take little clips of this and I'm gonna put them
Go ahead.
together to show you contradict yourself. Earlier, I said, "Do you think Ashkenazis are Edomites?" You said, "Yeah, they're Edomites." Now you're
No,
saying,
I
"What?"
didn't. Whoa, whoa,
But
whoa,
yes,
whoa,
you
whoa, whoa,
did.
whoa,
Yes,
whoa,
you
whoa.
did.
Come on, brother.
Yes, you
Come
did.
on, brother. Come on,
Everybody,
brother.
everybody heard you when you said Ashkenazis are Edomites.
Why
Everybody
would
heard.
I say Ashkenazi to Edomites when Edomites are Shemitic and Ashkenazis
I
come from
asked you,
Japheth,
are
brother?
Jew? Okay, so when I said are Jewish
So why
people,
would I say that?
when I said Jewish people, who was I referring to? Didn't you just finish saying that Harry Rosenberg is an Edomite?
Yes, not a German. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. I said
Wow.
he's an
So
Edomite.
so so what is it? What does he self-identify as? As an Ashkenazi?
Whoa, whoa. Time out. First of all, I can.
Wow,
They
wow.
don't.
You
They
yo,
don't.
yo
First of all, they don't even. They don't.
you cut yourself.
How I cut
That
myself? How I cut myself? How do I cut
because
myself?
you're
I know
not
Edomites.
consistent.
Edomites do not consider themselves the Ashkenazis. They don't call themselves Ashkenazis. They call themselves Jews, but they don't call themselves Ashkenazis. They don't do that.
Oh yeah,
But
you read it.
The
Yeah, he
Bible,
getting this work. He getting this work
I'm getting
tonight.
his work. How? How am I getting his work? When
Because
I just told you that.
I'll tell you why. Because you just contradicted yourself and you won't
How?
listen to
How?
me.
Okay, well, talking about. Okay, well, if you're saying I missed, okay,
I'm gonna unbroadcast you so you can hear it. You contradicted it, so no one can hear you right now. I just want you to listen. I'm gonna bring you back. You said earlier in the conversation that Jewish people are Edomites, that they're not the real Jews. By Jewish, you said it was Ashkenazi. Then you said Harry Rosenberg is an Ashkenazi, therefore he's an Edomite. Now you're saying the Ashkenazis aren't Edomites. So which is it?
when did I say Ashkenazi? I never said Harrisburg Rosenberg was an Ashkenazi. I said he was an Edomite, bro. I asked you
Okay,
what was his nationality. You said you didn't know.
bro,
You said I
bro.
don't know. I don't know.
You
Did you not
moving the
say that?
goalposts now.
Did you say that?
You
Did you
initially
say that?
started. You would know. You would pay attention because I'm ignoring what you're saying. I'm saying no just to
I know
ignore what
you
you're
are.
saying. I'm
That's
not.
respect, though, brother. I ain't knowing you
Pay
though. You say
attention.
that. That's respect, though. That's respect.
Pay attention. Pay attention. You started off saying that Ashkenazis, yes, you did. You said Jewish people. Who do you mean? Who do you identify as Jewish people today? Who are Jewish people?
Edomite. Edomites. I said
No, no,
Edom. I
no,
never
no,
said
no, no, no,
you
no, no,
said
no, 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 no.
Ashkenazi. I never once said Ashkenazi.
Who do Jewish people consider themselves? What do they call themselves?
They call themselves Jews. What are you talking about, man?
Well, okay.
What
Do
the?
they take the appellation Ashkenazi? Do Jewish people take that appellation? Ashkenazi Jews, do they take that appellation?
Yeah, some do, some don't. But what does that have to do with anything, though? The
What
Bible
that has
calls
to
them
do is
Edom,
that
though.
you're contradicting yourself. You're
How?
contradicting
How?
yourself
I never
because you.
called them that. I never
Oh,
called them Ashkenazis, though. You never heard out of my mouth call
yo,
them Ashkenazis. I
listen to
never
me right
said they were
now. I'm
Ashkenazi.
gonna
I
give
told
you.
you
I'm
Ashkenazis
gonna
are
give
German.
you. I'm gonna give you exactly 10 seconds. Admit that you were wrong and retract your statement, or you getting kicked out for lying. So
Lying? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm lying because
did
how?
you
Did
did
I say
you
what?
are you going to retract what you said? Are you going to retract it? When you said Jewish people, you know you were thinking, because you mentioned it earlier about Ashkenazis. Matter of fact, you've been all over the place with Ashkenazis. One minute you say they from Japheth, then you say they really the Edomites. Then you say they're not the Edomites. Which is it?
What?
Are they Edomites? Are Jews Edomites or
Brother,
not Edomites? What are they?
not
10,
one time did I ever say that.
9,
Really? No,
8,
that's how we doing it? I told
7,
you Edomites are not
6,
Are Germans. They're not
5,
German. Edomites are Edomites.
4,
I told you that.
3. Are Ashkenazis Edomites? Yes or no? 3, 2.
No, Ashkenazis are Edomites. No, they're not. No.
Okay, so why did you say that Jewish people are Edomites?
Because the Jewish people are Edomites, but they're not
Who
Germans.
are Jewish
Ashkenazis are
people?
Germans.
Who are Jewish people then? Who are
The
they?
people in
Like
the
what?
land right now. The people in the land
Like,
right now of Israel.
are
They call them.
Ashkenazis in the land right now? Are Ashkenazis in the land right now?
No, they're in
What?
Germany. What are you
Man, get
saying?
out. Get your
They're in.
silly out. Let's do this, bro. This dude is crazy. He just said, what? 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 Bro, he was against the ropes. That is crazy to me, man. That is crazy. And I apologize if I was getting out of character there towards the end. That laughter has to do with the utter absurdity behind this dude. Yo, he's oh my goodness. Yo! Yo! Yo, this dude said that the Ashkenazis are in the land. Look, I'm gonna disprove him right there. Bro, I could have shown him everything about the Igbo, so anyone in the audience to think that I was running from the Igbo question. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show something before we end the stream. This dude is crazy, yo. Wow. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna go ahead. Let me pull something a little more. Man, I couldn't get to the good stuff, y'all. I was gonna show him Tudor Parfit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show some of that before I end this because I want everyone to have that on record. Here we go. All right, let me go ahead and I'm gonna show Ashkenazi population state of Israel. And this dude is crazy, man. Oh man, that is. Give me 1 second, y'all. Man. Go ahead and pull up where it talks about Ashkenazi. I might just use Wikipedia. I don't care. I'm going to complain about Wikipedia. These dudes use Wikipedia all the time. All right, here we go. All right, demographic of Israel. Here we go. I'm going to show this real quick before I end this. Show the Jews. Here we go. Jews. All right, here we go. Here we go, y'all. I know, man. I could use something better, y'all, but I'm gonna just do this so I don't have to be searching around all my notes and everything else, man. But demographic of Israel. Look what it says right here. According to Israel's Central Bureau of Statistics in 2008, Israel's 7.3 million people, 75.6% were Jews of any background. Among them, 70% were Sabras born in Israel, mostly second and third generation Israelis, and the rest are Olim, Jewish immigrants to Israel, 20% from Europe and the Americas, and 9.2% from Asia and Africa. Now look what it says. About 44% of Israel's Jewish population identified as either Mizrahi or Sephardic. 44.2 identified as Ashkenazi. What was this dude talking about, man? My goodness, man. Now, let me do something real quick. I'm going to show you guys a couple of articles that debunk the whole Igbos are Jew stuff. Because, you don't want to deal with the DNA stuff. So we'll go ahead and deal with these articles that deal with the Jews. Look at this real quick, y'all. Now, actually, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me one. All right, there we go. Give me a second. Oh, I'm still sharing it. Am I still sharing the screen? Hold on, let me. All right, here we go. Oh, tell me. All right, here we go. This article, and I'm gonna go ahead and oh man, it took me back. Hold up. I'm gonna drop these off in the live chat for y'all, man, so you guys can have these on record. Reggie, I know you're gonna want these, man. So check this out. I'm gonna send you guys articles that debunk. I'm dropping these one by one, y'all. All right. I'm gonna drop these one by one. So this is part 3, and then I'm gonna drop part 2. All of these debunk their claims regarding Igbos being supposedly Jews as a people group, by the way, as a people group. All right. So what I'm gonna do is let me actually go. I don't even know which one of these windows I got open. All right, there we go. Shrine. Second, y'all. Oh, I tell you, man. All right. Where's that second one? I know I had that second one. I know I had the second one around here somewhere, and I can't find it now. These bookmarks. Give me a second. Here goes part two. Yep, here goes part two. So I'm dropping part two in the live chat now as we speak. So for those of you who are watching this, I want you guys to keep these on deck. Whenever you're dealing with one of these guys to tell you that the Igbos are Jews, keep these on deck. So that's part two. So look what it says right here, right? Make sure I got the. I don't know if I'm showing the right screen right now. Hold up. Oh, I shut this other screen. Man, where's this thing at, man? Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, for some reason I can't. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to show it again, and then I'm going to show you guys the to the Parfit citation. There were so many things I could have brought out, man. But it's like this guy would jump all around. It's like ADHD with this dude, man. You know, he would not stay still. He wouldn't stay in one place. He had to just like keep jumping, keep jumping. It's like anytime I would pin him down on a point, he wouldn't acknowledge that he was losing. He would just keep trying to. Now, this is what this says, right? Reemerging Scam, a review of the Jews of Nigeria, part 1. It says, this year, a documentary came out entitled Reemerging, the Jews of Nigeria, which claims that the Igbo people are one of the lost tribes of Israel. It is an interesting and entertaining documentary. However, it is one that is very much misnamed. What the documentary should be called is Reemerging, the Failed Oriental Hypothesis. What the filmmaker, Jeff R. Lieberman, Jewish, forgot to inform the audience of was that the propaganda he is trying to push has been debunked for nearly 100 years. Before we even get to the review of the film, let's first go through the history so we can figure out how this documentary came to be. And if you guys can see it, because I don't feel like reading this whole thing, he talks about Equiano, which is, that's where it usually starts from. But Equiano was somebody who is this right? This statement compared the two groups, but doesn't actually say which one he believes came from the other. In recent years, the evidence emerged that Equiano, whose legal name was Gustavus Vasa, was actually born and raised in South Carolina and only wrote about Igbo land from stories he heard others who were born there tell. Furthermore, one can argue that even if he were born in Igbo land, as he claimed, Vasa admits that not only is his memory very imperfect, having been removed from his people at such a young age, but that he is now looking at it from a Christian point of view, which would bias him for arguing for a biblical connection to his people. Professor Adele Afigbo, one of the prominent Igbo historians, writes about other people who speculated on Igbo origins in the Middle Eastern area. George Baston in 1912, pointing to a certain constructions found in the Igbo language, what he considered to be deep religious feeling of the people, propagated the view that the Igbo culture probably evolved under the impact of the Levitical code. Impressed by what he considered the superior intelligence of the Aro Igbo and their religious systems and rituals, Sir Herbert Richmond Palmer contended that they carried Hamitic blood in their veins and that it was under their leadership that the quote-unquote higher aspects of Igbo culture had evolved. Similarly, impressed by Igbo sun worship and the feature of dual organization of their social structure, M.D.W. Jeffries held that the Igbo at some stage in the past had come under Egyptian influence. The carriers of this influence probably being the Enri and Akwa of northern Igbo land. The pseudo-scientific racial theories prominent in the colonial period made their impact on the Igbo in two ways. In the first place, colonialism was a severe humiliation for the Igbo. It also gave them Western education, which made them capable of accepting the myths about cultural similarities between them and the peoples of the Near East. To show that they had not always been quote-unquote despicable, as the colonialists found them, they started laying claim to the Eastern origin on the basis of such cultural similarities. In the same manner, the application of the Oriental hypothesis to Igbo culture history by colonial officials had a propagandistic side to it. These men refused to concede that the Igbo cultural traits which they traced to the east could indicate that the Igbos came from there. To do so would, in the intellectual climate of the time, have been to assign to this despised colonial people a higher place on the world tree of culture than the colonial masters would have found convenient. Instead, the colonial theorists claimed that these traits showed that the Igbo had once been under Egyptian or Jewish cultural dominance. Implicit in this claim was the idea, not hitherto emphasized by anyone, that British colonialism was not a radical departure from the past, but in some sense a continuation of the cultural education of the Igbo, which had been started long ago by the Egyptians. In this regard, it is revealing that the Oriental hypothesis was imparted as an explanation of Igbo history in the 1920s, when the colonial government was experiencing great difficulty in the administration of the Igbo. It was in this situation that it came to be argued, first, that Igbo land had once been under Egyptian influence. Second, that the spread of Egyptian culture in Igbo land was the work of a small elite who, after interbreeding with the people, became the Nri and the Aro of today. And third, if the British really wanted to rule the Igbo indirectly, then they had to do so through the Nri and the Aro, according to Afigbo, 1965, in the relevant book. By the late 1930s, the Oriental hypothesis had been argued out ad nauseum and abandoned, since no amount of research, not even Herbert Frank Matthews at Arochuchu and Jeffrey at Aqua, could uncover solid historical or anthropological evidence in its support. C.K. Meek, the government anthropologist who had coordinated the research into this and related issues in Igbo land, closed the debate as far as the government was concerned when he warned that, quote, no purpose would be served by engaging in speculations about ancient cultural contexts, such as that the prevalence of sun worship, of forms of mummification, and of dual organization points to some distant connection with ancient Egypt. As far as we can see within historic times, the bulk of Igbo peoples appear to have lived an isolated existence. By 1940, then, the Oriental hypothesis was, to all intents and purposes, dead as a serious explanation of Igbo cultural history. It's The Cultural History of Igbo-Speaking Peoples of Nigeria by Adele Afigbo, pages 305 to 309. And that's the cover of the book right there. This dead-in-the-water theory was resurrected for a brief period of time during the Nigerian Biafran War, when the Biafran Republic received support in the form of arms from Israel, among other nations. Apartheid South Africa and Rhodesia also supported Biafra, but nobody uses that as proof as ancestral connection that Igbos have to any of those white settler regimes. Over the years, other Igbo historical heavyweights through the years have also weighed in. It may well be that the proponents of this Oriental hypothesis base their argument on circumstantial evidence. Non-Igbos who believe in this theory drew their conclusions on the strength of some similarities between Igbo sharp practices in trade and money. Other people who buy this theory do so because the Igbo man's resentments in Nigeria resemble those of the Jews. The wide dispersion of the Igbo, just like the Jews, is also one of the reasons advanced to support this thesis. Today, however, the concept of the Oriental or Eastern origins is in danger. The idea has been impunged vehemently and is fast losing its credulity. The tradition is considered to be more of a fable than reality. No wonder the theory has been opposed and even rejected by some indigenous writers. Afigbo has written of its proponents as victims of the Oriental mirage and warned that the Oriental extraction should not be taken seriously. Similar, Professor Elizabeth Isiche has dismissed this theory as, quote, a mistaken stereotype. To M.A., can't pronounce that name, the argument is unscientific, only fulfills man's quest for its origin without coming close to the answer. Because of the caliber of these critics, the first hermetic hypothesis of the Igbo origins as obsolete and untenable. This is because it was neither established convincingly. The circumstances surrounding the original home of the Igbo, nor trace chronology. Man, I can't even read this, man. I'm so tired. Original home of the Igbo, nor trace chronologically how the Igbos came to live where they are today. But put more succinctly, contemporary studies on Igbo origin are contending that the earliest Igbo first emerged in Nigeria and not from the near or far east. They emerged in Nigeria. This is Migration and Economy, Igbo Migrants and the Nigerian Economy, 1900 to 1975, Matthias Chinoyere Migdefulu, page 8. I mean, this goes on, and there's 3 more parts to this. The Igbos had a 4-day week. How are they keeping Sabbath and feast days? I mean, I could show you that. I believe it's in either part 2 or part 3 in one of those articles. So, man, bro, I'm not done. Let me get you the let me get y'all. Yeah, man. Faithful swinging bats like Roberto Clemente. Yeah, you're right. That's right. Ouch indeed. Let me show y'all Tudor Parfit. I was gonna bring this out earlier. So Tudor Parfit in Black Jews in Africa and the Americas. Let me actually pull this up. Man, bro. I wish I could have brought out more. Let me actually do this real quick before I forget. I believe it's on page 150. I believe it's 153 or 157, 159, one of those in this book. I'm actually scrolling there now. Give me a second, y'all. All right, so I might be on. Where's this thing? Where is this quotation? Like, oh. I found it, y'all. It was 163, so I misspoke earlier. It's on page 163 of the Black Jews in Africa and the Americas book. Oh man, these dudes about to get cut in a second. If I could find this screen share, let me actually close some of these windows. Got like 50 different windows open. Close that. All right, here we go, y'all. So I am showing the Tudor Parfit book as we speak. Here we go. Y'all guys can see my screen? All right, here we go. What it says up here. Actually, I'm going to start from 62. Without knowing that Jenkins was about to publish his article, I had by 1996 independently come to the conclusion on the basis of historical and anthropological data that there may have been a connection between Lemba and the practically deserted town of Senna at the eastern end of Wadi Hammurati Valley in Yemen. I had no idea of comparing DNA collected from the eastern end of that place in Lemba DNA. In 1997, Neil Bradman, the chairman of the Center for Genetic Anthropology at University College in London, and I collected DNA in the Wadi I can't even pronounce that, which was subsequently compared with the number of other populations. The ensuing paper, which analyzed I wonder if this is a typo, which analyzed 399 Y chromosomes or 399 Y chromosomes in 6 populations, including Lemba, Bantu, and Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews, discovered the Lemba Y chromosomes were divided into Semitic and Bantu clades. Notice that they're distinguishing Bantu from Semitic, and that one of the Lemba clans, the Buba, which traditionally contained the Lemba priesthood, to our surprise, carried the C-AIM-H. That's the Cohen modal haplotype at high frequency. The new genetic evidence seemed to take the conclusions of Jenkins a little further, as now there appeared to be a precise connection not only between Lemba and southern Arabia, which, given the close historical ties between the east coast of Africa and South Arabia, was not altogether surprising, but more specifically with ancient Jewish populations. Once again, the genetic findings seem to be consistent not only with some of the oral tradition of the Lemba, but also the way in which the Lemba had been, quote unquote, constructed by outsiders. A recent genome-wide, as yet unpublished analysis of Lemba data suggests that some data, in fact, derived not from South Arabian group, which was previously thought, but from a Levantine East Mediterranean population. As a result of these and other studies, it is now widely believed that the Lembas are of Jewish origins, the ones that have the Cohen modal haplotype, not all of them, and that this has a scientific basis. One work concludes, this research provides validation for the Lemba and important news to the worldwide Jewish community about their far-flung cousins. But it is equally fascinating, for it tells everyone about race. This surprising genetic link between a tribe of Black Africans and their European and Middle Eastern cousins suggests that if there is such a thing as race, it isn't a matter of skin color or a prominent nose. Even though no official Jewish religious or Israeli authority has yet determined that any specific DNA could affect the question of who is or is not a Jew, because they believe in either conversion or being born a Jew. You know, you're a Jew whether you're born or converted. A number of groups and many individuals throughout the world, and particularly in the United States, have taken genetic research on the Lemba as an indication that they are indeed Jewish and should be, quote unquote, admitted as a matter of urgency into the family of Israel. To them, the DNA results appear as a vindication of the effort made by the Lemba to have themselves recognized by other Jews as Jews. The results have been taken as a weapon against what such group perceived to be racist and exclusive attitudes in Israel and among Jewry in general. Lemba informants now insist that they have the same blood as Jews. The fact confirms for them that they have always said that they were phenotypically different from their non-Lemba neighbors. Those Lembas whom I have discussed use the results often recall the fact that they habitually refer to themselves. Those Lembas whom I have discussed, talking about the Lemba Jews, whom I have discussed, the results often recall the fact that they habitually refer to themselves as the white men who came from Senna, and that the DNA evidence proves that they were once white and that they are Jews. Now, I know some people are going to take this and say, nah, they was just talking great, because I can show Tudor Parfit's own paper. He had a paper where he literally says, that the Lembas, it seems to be the case, descended from white Jewish males. I can actually pull that up. If you guys give me a second, I'll pull that up too. I told you I keep them receipts, man. I'm going to pull up Tudor Parfit's article on Ashkenazi Jews to really drive this home, man. This is crazy, man. And this guy not one single time was able to demonstrate that he descends from Israelites or that African Americans as a people group are Israelites, man. There's just utter ridiculousness at this point. Let me do something real quick. I can do it faster if I do it on my phone. So I'm actually going and pulling up the article. If you guys just give me a second. Man, let me see this. All right, here we go. So what I'm gonna do now is search here, and I'm gonna pull up the research paper that he did. I believe it was in 2002. Just give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. What I'm gonna do is all right, so I'm actually pulling up the Tudor Parfit article along with this paper, if I could find it. It talks about the Jews. Just give me a second, y'all. So he actually, there's another thing that he wrote, and I'll give the citation of the paper in a moment. If you guys just give me a second, I'm just pulling this up on my end. He talks about, oh, I could just do it this way, man. I'm bugging. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show Tudor Parfit, the one that they like to make an appeal to, shooting down their dreams about the Lembas. Yeah, here we go. That's what I wanted. Second. All right, if I could actually get the citation. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, here we go. Some of this people, let's see. Okay, so this is actually from the paper Genes, Religion, and History, the Creation of Discourse of the Origin Among a Judaizing African Tribe by Tudor Parfit. And I believe it's on page 3, and it says on page 3, the Lemba clan came from a place in the remote north. This is from 2002, from the remote north, which they frequently call Senna, sometimes Senna 1. Among some of my informants, this Senna seems to signify heaven or the afterlife, among others. It is a vague place somewhere in the north. While in some discourses it is a simple historical locus, in others it has a meta-historical signification. To this day, the Lembas habitually refer to themselves as the white men who came from Senna, although they are not noticeably less black than any of their Bantu neighbors or physically different in any way. According to what appears to be the dominant tradition, at least in South Africa, they left the historical Senna. They having left the historical Senna, the Lemba crossed Pusela until they finally came to Africa, where they rebuilt Senna. But what's important is that shows again they had this oral tradition of calling themselves the white men who came from Senna. Now there's another one. It's another citation. Should be around here somewhere. I could actually find it. Another citation here. Yeah, this is from page 159. Let's see. Where is this? This is from one. Okay, so this is actually from the same article. No matter what the outsiders usually comment on their paler skin, they were always as Black Jews, but this color designation certainly sits uneasy with the Lemba's own view of themselves. If you ask a Lemba villager, who is black round here, he will point to some Shona village far away over the hills and mutter, ah man, those Wasenzi people up there, they are black. However, Lemba frequently referred to themselves as Varungu Vakaba Sena, the white man who came from Senna, and frequently make fulsome allusion to the remarkable and attractive lightness of their own skin. I'm sorry, man. Yo, this is so funny, man. The Lembas believe that they descended from white Jews. Oh yeah, man. You already know, man. That's a dagger and a half, man. Complete dagger. Would you say, wow, so Dante's paternal ancestors were white men from Yemen? I'm telling you, man, it is so bad with some of these guys. I'm gonna very quickly read this Tudor Parfit article. So there's actually an article that Tudor Parfit wrote. If you guys just give me a second. This is a recent article, by the way. Man, Tudor Parfit kills the Hebrew Israelites, man, and they don't realize it. And then they're on for interviews, and they don't realize that Tudor Parfit completely destroys their arguments. Let me actually pull up this article. All right, here we go. I'm gonna copy and send this to myself so I can find it. Just give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna show this last. Now I'm gonna show this on my screen this time because it was. I'm gonna actually show this next one on my screen. I could actually send this to myself. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'm about to. I'm about to show this one on the screen. Here we go. I'm going to close these windows. Check this out, y'all. This is what Hebrew Israelites don't do. They don't fact check their claims. And then someone like me got to come and do this, man. I got to do this. Are Jews black? This is from To the Prophet, y'all. Black History Month, a brief history of the often pernicious and persistent question of race by To the Prophet. So what I'm going to do is, remember I had mentioned earlier about the Ashkenazis? We're going to go all the way down here because, he talk about the Luang. He talks about all that good stuff they like to make appeals to. But look what he says right here. From the middle of the 19th century until the Nazi period, the idea that Jews were multicolored played into the burgeoning idea that if you look hard enough, all Jews were actually black. All Jews were actually black. They were black in the sense that they had black blood, and they were also black in the most literal sense that their skin was black. Even if you could be lulled into thinking it was a kind of white. In my book, Hybrid Hate, Conflations of Anti-Semitism and Anti-Black Racism from the Renaissance to the Third Reich, I examined the assumption about Jewish color for hundreds of years, which culminated in the absolute and foundational Nazi conviction that Jews were Negroid. Talking about Ashkenazis. The color of skin, let me do this. The color of skin was a minutely studied subject in the 19th century. One of the greatest authorities on the pigmentation was the Englishman Joe Bedeau. He had served with distinction in the Crimean War in the British Field Hospital made famous by Florence Nightingale. And while he was there, he did a physical anthropological study of the skins of multinational populations incarcerated in the hospitals at Dardanelles. He subsequently went on to analyze the eye and hair colors of the peoples of Europe and thereby laid the foundation of the great pigmentation surveys, which would be carried out in Germany and elsewhere in Europe in the last decades of the 19th century. One of Bedeau's achievements was to create a meticulously obnigressence of the population of Great Britain. Jews scored fully 100% on his nigressence index. Even, this is talking about those Jews that they deny as Jews. Y'all, check this out. An even larger pigmentation study, which involved nearly 7 million school children, was carried out in Germany shortly after German unification in 1871 by the distinguished German scientist Rudolf Virchow. The teachers were provided with a set of instructions that required the children to stand in line with the blondest haired children at one end and the darkest haired children on the other, at the other. In the continuum of hair color. This way, the children learned that there was a hierarchy of color. In the Virchow study, skin color was quote unquote shown to be a function not only of what was visible, but also of the relationship between hair and eye color. Visible skin color was in fact of no importance for the study. Children were asked to roll up their sleeves to reveal the true color of their arm. In other words, the skin color that you could see with your naked eye was not necessarily the real skin color of the individual. For what you would have to have some specialized knowledge and partially undress him, her. And there were quote unquote scientific ways of determining what skin color actually was. This fascination with Jewish color came at precisely the point at which the emancipation had finally come to the Jews of Reich. However, it was also the point when the hatred of Jews was being increasingly expressed in not social, religious, or economic, but in racial terms. One of the catalysts for this development being Wilhelm Marr, who in 1879 introduced the term anti-Semitism into the world's popular lexicon. Marr had started his political life as an anarchist. He had no particular anti-Jewish views, and in fact had 3 Jewish wives, one of whom he loved to distraction. It was during an extended trip to North America that Marr learned how to be a racist. He'd seen slavery of black people in action and wholeheartedly approved of it. He loathed black people and soon transferred his contempt for blacks wholesale to Jews. Filled with the view of the racist physical anthropologists of the time, such as the Scottish physician Robert Knox or Joseph Arthur Nobenu, the French aristocrat who had helped develop the theory of the Aryan master race, Marr argued that the blood of the Negro flowed freely in the veins of Jews. Talking about those Ashkenazis. Jews, therefore, really were somatically, as well as metaphorically, the blacks of Europe. What the Americans did to blacks, Marr advocated Europeans should now do to Europe's own blacks, the Jews. Even before the rise of Nazism, Marr's equation of Jews and blacks started to fill the media of the time. Theodor Frisch, the publisher of the anti-Semitic German magazine Hammer, explained that Jews' loathsome characteristics could only be explained through their African ancestry. The acclaimed French novelist and Holocaust denier Louis Ferdinand Céline considered Jews to be entirely African. Le Juif est nègre. La race sémitique n'existe pas. The Jew is a Negro. The Semitic race does not exist. Nazi and fascist race theorists embraced these ideas enthusiastically. There was a broad consensus among Vich French and Italian fascist anthropologists that there were marked Negroid elements in Jews. These ideas were present in the United States. The Ku Klux Klan regularly lumped blacks and Jews together. You know, those Jews that they reject as Jews, the Hebrew Israelites, as did many homegrown American race theorists. In 1910, Dr. Arthur Talmadge Abernethy, the author of some 50 books, published The Jew, a Negro, which Hebrew Israelites actually use, and they don't realize that it actually cuts them, in which he stated categorically that the Jews of today, as well as his ancestor in other times, is the kinsman and the descendant of the Negro. Much of the inspiration for the discriminatory legal codes enacted against Jews, blacks, and others by Nazis came from the Jim Crow laws. However, the main problem with American racial legislation from a Nazi perspective was that Americans did not formally include Jews in the category of coloreds. But in 1934, Roland Freisler, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, later the presiding judge of the Nazis' People Court, noted that this omission didn't really matter. The American legislation could be used without much modification because, as he put it, any judge would place the Jews along with the coloreds, even though they look outwardly white. Hitler argued that Germany had been deliberately negrified by the Jews, whose intent was to weaken and destroy German society through racial contamination. In Mein Kampf, he wrote of the Jews, systemically, these Negroid parasites in our national body corrupt our innocent fair-haired girls and thus destroys something that can no longer be replaced in the world. I could keep reading this, but this is, as the Jews today confront charges of white privilege and lament the deteriorating relationship between African Americans and American Jews since the glory days of Jewish participation in the struggle for civil rights, both groups might dwell for a moment on the thought that the color of the Jews and blacks has only recently been uncoupled. The hatred of the Jews and the hatreds of black have a common origin. It is indeed hybrid hate. Check this out. This is Jewish propaganda. This is a Nazi propaganda against the Jewish people. The Ashkenazis, how were they depicting Ashkenazis? And this is how they depicted German women? That's a cut. Anytime Hebrew Israelites got anything to say about these old sources talking about Jews being black and all this tomfoolery, all you got to do is show them this, man. Let me give this to y'all in the chat. You can beat up the Hebrew Israelites with this as well, because this is a complete and utter refutation of their position. Y'all, I'm telling you, I'm going to start making videos. I'm actually just going to read that and just, put it in the title of the video, Dante forcing the bump. So that is crazy, yo. That is crazy. Hebrew Israelites have no idea what they're talking about. It's a Johnny-come-lately belief system where they try to find confirmation bias and they can't really find it. Anytime they make appeals to the Luangos or some of those groups of Jews in Sao Tome, the funny thing is that the black Jews of Sao Tome, we have sources from Jean Barbeau who say that they were descended from white Jews and black women that created a mulatto class that continued to intermarry with the local population and then just became darker. Crazy, man. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Hebrew Israelites, when they try to make appeal to those sources, they're actually shooting themselves in the foot. We have old sources that say that the Jews of Timbuktu that were black, they were the descendants of white Jews, or I should say non-black Jews and Hamitic women. How about that? So they equated the black women with Hamitic women. Oh, goodness, man. It's been over this is going on almost 5 hours. I was hoping to do this shorter, man, but unfortunately, a lot of stuff had to be brought out. And there's still more stuff that I could have brought out, man. I feel like there's so much I could have touched upon. I could have touched upon First Ezra 4 to show him that stuff about Edom, even though our topic wasn't about Edom. That dude, Welch, didn't have anything. Anytime I asked him to prove to me that he's a Jew, everything that he tried to bring out proved that he wasn't a Jew. Oh, you got to fit all the curses. Well, do you fit this curse? No, my people fit it. My people. He presupposes that the people in the Bible are his people without actually demonstrating it. He just asserts it and he expects you to accept it because he said he's a Jew. Oh, we fit all the curses. Okay, do you fit this curse? Of course not. Once he realizes he doesn't fit that curse, then he just immediately falls back to making an appeal to the people of the Bible by saying those are his people. And since they went through it, then he went through it. It's illogical. Anyone can do that. I could do the same thing all day, every day. Anyways, I hope this has edified people out there. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer of Titus 3 and 9. I don't do these debates because I'm trying to get into endless genealogies. I'm trying to do this because the backbone of Hebrew Israelism is the identity doctrine. If you want a Hebrew Israelite to listen, I know it sounds like it might be unreasonable. It might sound like it goes contrary to, the admonitions of endless genealogies, but I'm going to tell you guys this right now. One thing that none of you should ever do with a Hebrew Israelite, never grant them the identity claim. Never, ever, not even for the sake of argument, grant a Hebrew Israelite that he's a Hebrew Israelite just because you want to get to the gospel presentation or you want to talk about how salvation is really attained. Always question the Hebrew Israelite on their identity claim. Always. Do not give a Hebrew Israelite their identity claim. I know a lot of you might not be fan of presuppositional apologetics, but you have to employ some form of presuppositionalism to combat Hebrew Israelism. If you give them the presupposition that they're an Israelite, you're giving them too much. Most of them build their worldview, their beliefs, including their views of the law, salvation, on the identity claim. Do not grant a Hebrew Israelite the identity claim, no matter how much you are tempted to just want to go to the gospel. Because a lot of us are inclined to believe, yes, the gospel is what's going to save them. It's all about salvation. Oh, we got to know how salvation actually happens. Who is it for? How is it attained? If it's even attained, is it a gift? Now, we as Christians know the answers to those questions. It's very obvious. Salvation is a free gift, right? But for the Hebrew Israelite, especially the camps, they presuppose that the 12 tribes chart is true. If you just grant them the 12 tribes chart to try to get to the gospel presentation, you're giving them too much. Do not give them the identity doctrine. Always question them on the identity doctrine, and you will see how difficult it is for them to try to defend their position. You notice how this guy could not defend his position the entire night. Even when he's trying to question the evidence that I bring out, when I flip it right back on him, he had no answers. None. You notice that it's an effective apologetic methodology because they don't have any answers. They will not have any answers. Always consistently attack the identity doctrine, because as soon as you do, you're going to notice that their arguments go down the drain. If they can't prove that they're the Israelites, they can't prove all these other assertions that they're trying to make, whether for salvation, whether for who is or isn't going to be a slave, all that goes out the window with them, all of it. They're going to be double-minded because they're going to try to get you to argue, because Hebrew Israelites, if you notice, like this guy, he wanted to argue everything but that identity claim. Let's talk about the law. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Well, why not talk about the identity claim? That's the topic of this discussion, because they don't have a defense for it. So I implore you, brothers and sisters in Christ, I implore you, always press them on the identity claim. Once you take away the falsehood that they're following, that falsehood that has them embracing all the other stuff, that's when you can bring in the gospel message. You supplement the falsehood with the truth, the real truth found in the person of Jesus Christ. Never, ever grant them the identity doctrine. I'm going to reiterate that one more time. Do not give a Hebrew Israelite the identity doctrine just for the sake of argument. Always question them on the identity doctrine. They're going to bring out images. They're going to try to make it. You can ask them, how does this prove that you're an Israelite? And they're never going to be able to demonstrate it. They're going to try to take you to Romans 8:16. You can cut them with the Gospel of John, chapter 1, verses 11 through 13. Remember, do not give them the identity doctrine. Once you take that falsehood away from them, then you can give them the gospel message. Then you can talk about salvation, because they no longer have that square to stand on where they can assume and assert that they're Israelites. And then you can give them the truth. Believe it or not, they will not be able to hide behind the I'm an Israelite, you're a Gentile, you're just following Gentile, because now they have to prove that they're an Israelite. They can't just simply assert it. They have to demonstrate it. They have to prove it. They bear the burden of proof. Remember, the Hebrew Israelite always bears the burden of proof when it comes to the identity claim. And if they try to talk about Ashkenazis, you could be like, look, whether Ashkenazis are or aren't Israelites is irrelevant to you demonstrating, proving that you are or aren't an Israelite. You need to demonstrate your identity claim first, regardless of whether these people are or aren't whatever you assume they are. And you'll notice how difficult it becomes for them. Right? DNA, that's right. DNA shuts them down. The fact that when they try to make an appeal to Deuteronomy 28:68 or Deuteronomy, none of that actually works in their favor. The Egypt is metaphorical, but the ships are literal. Right? I'm going to tell you guys, as one who was beguiled by that doctrine, once you come out of that deception, you realize how false it is. And sometimes you'll think, well, maybe just for the sake of argument, I'll just, never give them the identity claim. I advise you not to do it. If you want to be effective in your apologetics towards Hebrew Israelites, do not give them the identity claim for the sake of argument. Always challenge their identity claim. So I will say this for my brothers and sisters. I want to thank you all for coming on through tonight. This was a very long discussion, very long debate. Keep Welch in prayer. Keep him in prayer. He has family. Keep them in prayer. Keep him in prayer. The Lord says that we should pray for our neighbors, even our enemies, even for those who despitefully use us and persecute us. Pray for Welch, that one day he may have the scales removed from his eyes so he can see this clearly. And he can truly truly come to know, truly come to know the truth, the real truth found in Jesus Christ, and that he will not be led astray by falsehood, more specifically from Hebrew Israelism. So keep him in prayer. That is my request to all of you, and it is what we should be doing as Christians. That being said, God bless you all. I want to thank you all for coming on through. I hope this has edified someone out there. I hope to do these more again in the future. And until next time, take care. Pardon me. God bless.